corridor that Kov knew well. Through an open doorway, a bluish glow greeted them. "Here's the treasure chamber," Kov said. "I have a light basket in there, my lord. I'll just fetch it and see myself home." Lijak nodded and strode off. Kov went inside, picked up the basket of fungi, then lingered for a moment, letting the gold and its invisible mist soothe his troubled mind. Horsekin nearby. Ah, ye gods, he thought, will we never escape these savages? As he turned to leave, the light in his basket flickered on a heap of coins and cast the blocky shadow of some object protruding from the heap. Kov pulled it free and found a crumbling codex, missing its front cover, deeply torn along some of its folds. In the dim light he couldn't properly read it, but he could decipher the Devarian writing enough to realize that the codex contained Dweomer lore. "I wish I could show you to Delandra," he said to it. "I'll take you along on the off chance I can escape from this ghastly place." With the codex tucked under his arm, he went back to his chamber, where Growlag had taken up his usual station. Kov greeted him and went inside, shutting the door behind him, to catch what sleep he could with worry for unpleasant company. The more he mulled over what he was learning about this peculiar folk, the more Kov wished he could consult with Delandra. She had the strange lore to understand these things better. He was certain of that. She has Dweomer too, he thought, which would come in handy about now. With the thought he realized that despite what he'd always been taught, he now believed in the existence of sorcerers. Out on the grasslands, as Laz's mood grew blacker and blacker and his temper worsened worse, more and more of his men deserted him. Even though Drav had started drilling his ragtag collection of deserters with military discipline, the Westfolk camp offered enough comfort and amusement to make Drav seem tolerable, or so Krask informed Laz as he left. Finally, after some days of these slow desertions, Laz ended up with a band comprised of himself and one man. After the last deserter had walked off in a huff early one evening, Fahorn built a small fire of twigs and dried horse dung. By its smoky light, they ate dry flatbread and cheese washed down with spring water. The evening breeze brought them the drift of distant music and the occasional burst of laughter from the elven camp. Now and then Laz caught a faint scent of roasting meat. At those moments Fahorn would stop fanging his leathery dinner and look wistfully across to the painted tents, glowing from the fires scattered among them. "Why don't you just go join the others?" Laz said. "Ye gods, just because I can't bear seeing Sidro doesn't mean you have to fester out here with me." "Don't be stupid," Fahorn snapped. "I'm not going to desert you." "Why not? I must be the worst company in the Northlands at the moment." Fahorn shifted his weight on the log, shrugged, and scowled at the stale flatbread in his hand. "I was hoping," he said at last, "that we could take up my lessons again." Laz felt so sour that he was tempted to tell him the truth, that Fahorn's small talent for Dweomer had blossomed as much as it ever would, that in fact there was no use in his studying any more Dweomer than he already knew. But Fahorn was watching him so hopefully, so patiently, like a dog who knows that sooner or later his master will share the meat he's engaged in eating, that Laz threw him a morsel of reassuring lie. "There is that," Laz said. "Which reminds me, I promised Salamander that I'd keep scrying for that wretched dragon book. I might as well give it another try. Now I want you to watch me as I concentrate. To scry, you have to absorb yourself in the thing you're scrying for. You can't let your eyes or your attention wander." Fahorn nodded, his eyes bright with anticipation. Laz laid his own food aside and concentrated on the tiny flames of their campfire while he sent his mind out to the dragon book. He was expecting the usual murky dark, but this time an image built up of Winnie's saddlebags, lying upon a table, with the book open on top of them. He was so startled by success that he nearly lost the vision, but with a long exhalation of breath he steadied himself. Men clustered around the table. All he could see were dim shadowy shapes, their blood-red auras flickering this way and that as they leaned forward to peer at the book. One of them laid a hand upon it. With that gesture, his image clarified. Laz could discern his face, strangely jowly and bloated for someone as young as this man seemed to be. His thick, glossy hair, half hidden by the flickers of his sullen greenish-gray aura, was as pale as Evan the Girthdin's. Laz caught a quick sight of one ear when the fellow turned his head to speak to someone. The ear, abnormally long, curled like a lily bud. A Westfolk man? Laz thought. The fellow turned his head the other way, and Laz saw a brand bitten into his cheek, a crude image of a boar. A slave. And an elven slave at that. Dalla will want to hear of this. Laz tried to widen the vision, but much of the view around the fellow with the book stayed murky and dark. He got an impression rather than a clear view of stone walls, roughly circular, of battered tables and rush torches, a straw-strewn floor gleaming beneath the auras of a pack of large dogs. When he returned to the book, the vision began to break up. The slave was putting it back into its wrappings, and as it slid into its leather prison, Laz lost sight of everything. He looked at Fahorn, who was watching him wide-eyed. "Horse shit and large heaps of it," Laz said. "I saw it, but I have no idea where it is. Here, I need to talk with Delandra. Come with me, and they'll feed you, most likely." Sure enough, when Laz and Fahorn came to the edge of the Westfolk encampment, the men at the nearest fire hailed them like long-lost friends. They shoved a drinking horn of mead into Laz's hand and a wooden skewer threaded with chunks of cooked lamb into Fahorn's. One of their number trotted off to fetch the wise one. "This bodes well," Laz said in the Geldathay tongue. "I don't see Sidro anywhere nearby." Fahorn, his mouth full of roast lamb, nodded and went on eating. Though the Westfolk offered Laz meat as well, he turned it down. He had no desire to smear himself with grease in front of Delandra. He did allow himself a few small sips of the mead, though he had to clutch the horn in both hands to compensate for his dearth of fingers. The wise one herself appeared just as Fahorn was starting on his second skewer of meat. As she approached, the men around the fire fell silent. 2 of them knelt, the rest took a step back. To Laz's hungry eyes, she looked particularly beautiful that night, her skin glowing in the flickering light of the tiny fire, her ash-blonde hair, freed of its usual braid, swirling around her shoulders in long silvery waves. "It's good to see you here, Laz," Delandra said. "You're welcome to come to my fire." "Not where I might see Sidro," Laz said. "But I have news. I finally got a glimpse of that wretched book." Delandra gasped with a toss of her head. "Let's go discuss this privately." "Splendid idea." He glanced at Fahorn, who had acquired a pottery stoup of mead, whilst Laz had been looking elsewhere. "Don't get drunk. I'm going to consult with the wise one." Laz handed the drinking horn to one of the Westfolk, then followed Delandra out into the rustling grass. Since, unlike her, he couldn't see well in the dark, they didn't go far, just 100 yards or so away, to put some silence between them and the noisy camp. The soft night wind lifted her long waves of hair, shining as silver as the river of stars that float across the sky. "Could you see where the book was?" Delandra said. "Inside what appeared to be a Ligic dun," Laz said. "Not much of one either. Alas, I have no idea where it might stand, but I did see some of the men who were looking at it. Typical Ligic warriors except for one." When he described the slave and his brand, Delandra agreed with him that the fellow had to have elven blood in his veins. "He seemed well fed for a slave," Laz said. "Plump, in fact. That surprised me." "He may well have been castrated. The horse can do that to lads they capture young." Laz winced. "That was outlawed in the cities years ago." "Well, I didn't think these men were Geldathay." Delandra smiled briefly. "Have you heard the tale about the Temple of Bel that the Horskin raiders destroyed?" "Evan mentioned it, truly. Didn't they find a bit of writing there?" "Of sorts. A single letter carved into wood next to a Boar clan mark. Prince Dar wondered if someone had left it there to tell others where he was, or where the raiders came from, or such like." "Are you wondering if this slave was the one who did? From the way he was paging through the book, I'd say he can read." "It's likely." Delandra turned her head and looked out over the grass, sighing like the sea under the night wind. "Let me talk with Cal about this. He was there at the temple and I wasn't." Cal again, always Cal. "This is ridiculous," Laz told himself. "You have no hope of getting this woman to warm to you. None." Sidro, on the other hand, if he could only find the right key, he was sure he could unlock her heart once again. He always had before. If he could find some way to impress her, something grand, some feat of Dweomer that Pierre could never match, maybe then she'd see him in the old light. Laz returned to the fire to find Faharn stuffing himself with still more roast lamb and a half-round of thin fresh bread. Delandra must have noticed Faharn's appetite as well. Not long after dawn on the morrow, Neb arrived at Laz's camp, his arms full of sacks of food. "Gifts from the Wise One," Neb said. Faharn hurried over to take some of the sacks. Together the two apprentices went off to stow them in the tent. Laz felt an odd unease at the sight of Neb. Odd because he'd liked the lad when first they'd met back in Trev Hale. Neb had been miserable and thus weak back then, in deep mourning for his hearthkin, carried off by the pestilence that had ravaged the town. Now something about him warned of danger, but the danger lay under his surface, like an ebb tide waiting for the unwary swimmer under a pleasant-seeming sea. Odd and twice odd, Laz thought. Wait, what was that name Della mentioned? Nevin, Neb, and Nevin. Hearing the names sound together in his mind turned him suddenly cold with Dweomer warning. Why? He had no idea. He decided that he'd best see if he could find out. Neb came out of the tent with Faharn right behind, carrying a basket of bread and dried apples. Laz took a chunk of bread between his thumb and forefinger and waved it in Neb's direction. "Did Delandra mention that I'd scried out the dragon book?" Laz said. "She did?" Neb sat down on one side of the cold fire pit. "She also told me that spirits of Aether were guarding it." "That's what I saw, truly." Laz sat down on the other side. They considered each other, with Neb as wary as Laz. Faharn joined them, but since he knew only a few words of Devarian, he ate steadily and said little. "Do you have any idea where it might be?" Laz said at last. "I don't," Neb said. "But Salamander thinks it must be at the Bordun. Evan, I mean." "I've heard all his names now, my thanks. I'm amazed by the number of names the West folk have, and Evan Ebony Salamander Tran, whoever his father was, is no different." Laz paused, thinking. Salamander himself had acquired that same odd aura of dangerous interest. Did I know these men in my former life? Laz wondered. "Things are different among the Geldathae?" Neb said. "They are. A name's something to be guarded most carefully. You only get 2 if you're freeborn, 1 if you're a slave." "Is that why you made up another one? You were calling yourself Tyrn when first we met?" Laz winced. He'd quite forgotten that. "My apologies," Laz said. "I felt I was on dangerous ground there among your people." "Ah," Neb considered this for a few moments. "Understandable, I suppose?" His tone of voice made it clear that he neither understood nor approved. "But about the book, Della told me what you saw. You know, that would fit a rough dun built by men who are basically renegades, and the slave had the boar on his cheek, too." "So you're guessing it's at the Bordun, then?" "I am, which is a pity, because if it's there, it's doomed." "What? Why?" "Prince Voran's planning on razing the dun, that's why." "Razing it? You mean burning it? And who's this Voran person?" "The justiciar of the northern border. The Boers have been raiding into Sergani, so it's his duty to gather an army and burn the place in retribution. Eventually he'll slight the dun, too. That is, he'll knock down the walls." "It's not likely that a mere book's going to survive all that." "True spoken. That's my point." Neb paused for a wry smile. "Dalla really needs that book, too." Just so. It occurred to Laz that retrieving the book would be a splendid way to improve Delandra's opinion of him. "Let me think on this. There must be some way to get it out safely." "Good luck." Neb rose and smiled, a thin twitch of his mouth. "I'd best be getting back." "By all means," Laz said. "My thanks for the information about the Bordun." Seeing Neb leave made Laz sigh in genuine relief. Danger and twice danger, Laz thought, and I don't have one cursed idea why I feel that way. Unless, of course, he'd known Neb back in that previous life when he'd betrayed his own kind to run after a false goddess and serve the enemies of his true people. If that were true, no wonder he felt shamed by Neb's scorn. If everything these days seemed to depend upon some hidden truth, each bit of knowledge like one strand of a spider's web, fragile with dew, hanging from the thinnest of twigs. All that day, Laz let his mind ramble around the problem of the dragon book. He was beginning to want another reason besides Sidro to leave the ancient's camp behind. Going after the book would provide a splendid pride-saving excuse. Like Neb, however, Fahorn doubted that anyone could rescue that mysterious volume. I did have one idea, Laz told him, which also reminds me. You really have to work on learning the Ligic language. We're going to be stuck among these people for the rest of our lives, most likely. You're right about that. Fahorn's voice wavered, but when he spoke again it sounded as strong as always. So, what was this idea? Suppose we pretend to be sutlers. There's always a crowd of them following the armies along. Whilst there, showing our wares, we could casually ask if they had any interesting trinkets or other items they'd want to sell. I'd wager that someone would bring up that book. Prince Dar would give us the coin to buy it, no doubt. And what if someone's there from Tain Balapan, Fahorn said, and recognizes you? Under all these scars, and with my dirty cheap clothes and maimed hands and the like, do I look like the first son of a powerful Matchvala? I've not been in Tain Balapan in years and years. Neither of us have. I doubt if anyone would recognize us. What about Bren? Who? That very rider Pierre captured? The one prowling around our horses last summer? Oh, him. What about him? Fahorn sighed in sharp exasperation. He may well still be at the Bordun, that's what. I don't understand. What's he doing there? Begods, Laz, haven't you ever wondered what became of him? No, frankly. What did? Your woman insisted we give him weapons and supplies and sent him off to the Boers to warn them about the army heading for Zakral. Her name is Sidro, and she's not mine any longer. Laz heard the snarl in his own voice and noticed Fahorn flinch. My apologies, it's still a raw wound, I'm afraid. Anything to do with Sidro. But let us return to this Bren. He forced out a smile. Why would he remember me? Because you were going to kill him. There's nothing like cold terror to fix a face in a man's memory. Oh, Laz considered this. You have a very good point. Very well. If Bren's still with the Boers, then indeed he could spoil our ruse entirely too easily. I'm glad you can see that. I may be reckless, but I'm not stupid. Wait. The book has guardian spirits attached to it. I wonder if I can make some sort of contact with them. Now there's an idea. You told me they could move the thing. Not far, probably. But there's that slave, and I think we can assume he'd be willing to entertain thoughts of escaping his masters. If the spirits could influence him. Assuming we can get close enough to this wretched Dun to do anything before the warlords find us there, our heads could end up nailed to the wall. You're as full of comfort as a fire on a hot night, aren't you? Laz gave him a sour look. But I've got to admit you're right about the risk. Why is this cursed book so important to you anyway? A number of reasons. First off, having the silver worm back in human form would be a great relief. He'll probably still be an ill-tempered berserker, but he'll be a great deal smaller. Fahorn laughed in agreement. And then there's the matter of Sidro, Laz went on. Wouldn't she be impressed if I rescued the thing? It would make me appear far more powerful than Pierre. Fahorn's smile disappeared, buried under a look that revealed no feeling at all. I know you've never liked her, Laz said. Why would you want her back? Fahorn blurted this out. She betrayed you with a man you counted as a friend. Laz wanted to make a jest, could think of none, and finally sighed with a melodramatic shrug. Once again, you've made a good point, Laz said, but I don't care to discuss it. I didn't mean to offend you, I just wondered why you wanted the book is all. Oh, don't cringe. Fahorn winced. Laz considered saying more, then got up instead. Fahorn stayed where he was, looking up at him as if waiting for the conversation to continue. With another shrug, Laz turned and strode off. Fahorn never followed. Laz walked to the edge of the beaten-down area of grass that marked where his full camp had once stood. He shoved his hands into his brigha pockets and lingered, looking west at the elven tents. The various comings and goings had left a path of flattened grass between the two camps. He could walk across it, he realized, and ask to speak with Sidro. There, surrounded by safety, in the midst of her new people, she might well agree to a talk. But what could he say, with Geldathay speakers like exalted Mother Gralazar nearby to eavesdrop? Or do? He could hardly attempt to ensorcel her again with Delandra and other Dweomer workers so close to hand. Not that I would, he reminded himself. Of course not. I want her back of her own free will. He was lying to himself, he realized, just as he'd so often lied to Sidro about so many things. He found himself remembering young Neb's scorn over the false name he'd used in Trevhale. I don't know who I am anymore, he said aloud. That's what Hainmarn did to me. Or perhaps he'd never really known who he was. Perhaps that was the heart of the matter. Perhaps. Laz stood there for a long while that morning and listened to his thoughts bending this way and that, like the tall grass when a gusty wind blows, announcing a coming storm. Only much later did it occur to him to wonder how he knew that Rodri Mailwade had been a berserker. The man with the beast on his cheek had saved the book from the ugly men who stank of blood. The spirits had puzzled out that much because at times the beast-marked man would take the book out of the leather bag. He would turn the pages, run his fingers over the letters, and weep before putting it back into the bag and hiding it under a straw mattress. Because he'd saved the book, the spirits decided to reward him. With all the loose matter in the hayloft where he slept, they could easily create blank pages in case he wished to write upon them. They made the entire astral construct larger, too, until it would no longer fit into the bag, simply because they hated the presence of leather. The man with the beast on his cheek seemed both pleased and frightened by the changes. His fear puzzled them. They'd done nothing extraordinary, but they reversed the changes because he was afraid. If only Evander would come, they told each other this often, he would explain everything. Evander, or one of their lords, someone who could speak to the beast-marked man. They could only wait. It's time we left 20 streams, Cal said. The sheep have torn up too much of the grass as it is. So I see, Delandra said. But what about Rory? Cal grinned at her. I think he'll be able to spot which way we've gone. He flies high. Of course, silly of me. They had left the camp to give Derry some fresher air and to enjoy the peaceful quiet. Cal was carrying the child in a leather sling against his chest. At moments, she turned her head and looked around her before resting against her father and drowsing. Which way does Dar want to go? Delandra said. West, I suppose. We generally do go west this time of year. You sound doubtful. Cal shrugged. He looked doubtful as well, his eyes narrowing as he stared off toward the west, where a summer haze lingered in the lowering sun. It's because of the Horskin, he said at last. I keep wondering if they're planning border raids out our way. They'd be more likely to attack in the west away from our allies. I can keep a watch by scrying. How? You've probably never seen any of these raiders, if there are any, that is. It won't matter. I'll scry for the terrain. If there's a raiding party coming our way, the grass itself will show me where they are. I won't be able to see them clearly, no, or pick out details, but I'll be able to get a general impression of riders and horses. It'll be vague, but... It'll be enough. Cal finished the sentence for her and grinned. Good, do that. Oh, and thank you. That night, when Delandra scried, she sent her mind out in a circle around the camp. While west may have been the likely direction for a raid, the Horskin might well be leaving the northern tablelands by some eastern route. The forested tablelands themselves, where she'd never been, would remain closed to her scrying, a vast reddish mass of vegetable auras and dead rocks. The grasslands that abutted the maze of cliffs and ravines, however, appeared clearly to her questing mind. Off to the east, perhaps some 20 miles distant, she saw a brilliant twist of red and gold, the mark of a campfire, and the muddled auras of a few horses and mules, standing heads down and resting in the tall grass. At the fire she could pick out 4 men. That is, she saw 3 unmistakably human auras and 1 actual person seen clear and whole. She recognized him as one of Prince Voran's men who'd been wounded in the fighting of the summer before. While she couldn't remember much about him, she'd paid him enough attention to fix him in the deeper levels of her mind. He and his 3 companions were eating, laughing now and then as they talked among themselves. Messengers they must be, Della told Cal, and they must be looking for Dar. There's nothing else out here for them to look for, Cal said with a grin. No doubt they can follow our trail through the grass, but I'll have Dar turn the Alar back toward the east. We can meet up with them first and head west later. Sure enough, as the Royal Alar made its slow way back in the direction of Deveri, 4 riders appeared on the horizon. Once they rode closer, Delandra could pick out Voran's wyvern blazon on the shields slung from their saddle peaks. With a shout and a wave, the 4 spurred their horses to a trot. Calendariel and 4 of his archers rode out to greet them and escort them and their messages back to Daryl and Teriel. Later that afternoon, while the Royal Alar was making camp, Delandra discussed the letters with Gralazar in their private language. "Voran's in a town in western Sergani," Delandra said. "He's met up with envoy Garin and his retinue, and Garin had a real prize to give him. Messages from the Horsekin to the Boars. A dwarven patrol intercepted them." "Excellent." Gralazar paused for a smile full of fangs. "What did they say?" "There he has a difficulty. No one in his retinue or Garin's can read the Horsekin tongue. Voran was wondering if you might be willing to return with the messengers and join the conference." "Huh. Act as his scribe, you mean? I think not." "I rather thought you wouldn't. He can be awfully high-handed." They shared a grim smile. "What about one of your men?" Delandra went on. "None of my own men can reading. Our fighting men are much like the Ligic warriors, willing to leave such things to their servants and the womenfolk." Gralazar considered, sucking a fang. "Drav, now. Drav was an officer, and he no doubt can puzzle out the words, whether or not you'd call it reading. But he doesn't know the Ligic tongue, so he'd not be of much use to the prince. Besides, I want him here. The others obey him, and those men of Laz's who came over, they need a man like Drav above them." "Laz? What about Laz?" "Now that's a splendid idea. I don't much like him, but the gods all know he's a learned man and a scholar." "Can we trust him?" "I can trust him the better the farther away he is. Sidro will doubtless be glad to see his horse's rump as he rides away too." "No doubt. Do you think Voran will accept him?" "If I write a letter to recommend him, he will. I won't even have to lie. Laz can read and write, and he's a man who understands fine words and courtly manners. Whether he chooses to use the manners is another matter entirely, but that's not our concern." "He's a fistful of arrows short of a full quiver, if you ask me. I hope he doesn't do anything rash in the prince's presence." Gralazar paused to look across the open grasslands in the direction of Laz's camp. "I met his mother once or twice. She was enough to drive any son mad, always pushing, always scheming for her matchfella, no matter whose hopes she trampled on. Her first daughter, she was another such too, and she wielded her position over Laz like a whip, or so our Sidro tells me." "That would drive any man a little mad. Well, I'll go talk with him." "I wonder what he'll say." "No, probably." Della paused for a smile. "I'll have to think up a few good arguments." Delandra doubted Laz's willingness to leave on such an errand simply because he'd be riding off with men he didn't know to join up with a prince of the country he'd always considered his enemy. Much to her surprise, however, and before she brought out her first argument, Laz agreed. "That gladdens my heart," she said. "You look positively eager to go." "Joining Voran will get me away from Sidro." Laz glanced away, his eyes dark. "That'll be better all round." "I'm afraid that's true." "And then there's the Dragon Book," Laz went on. "Neb tells me that Voran's going to invest the Bordun. If I go with him, I may be able to coax those spirits of Aether into bringing it to me." "I'd not thought of that. My thanks, Laz. That's an admirable thing to do." "I shall endeavor to bring the book back to you and lay it at your feet." Laz smiled at her in a way that struck her as entirely too warm. "That won't be necessary, truly." Delandra felt like taking a step back, but she feared insulting a man who was, after all, offering to do her an enormous favor. "The best thing would be to take it back to Hainmarn. Well, assuming you can even get the wretched thing." "Why Hainmarn?" "It strikes me as the ideal place to perform whatever this ritual is, if I can work the Dweomer at all." "And without, I hope, it killing you." "I hope that too." Delandra paused for a wry smile. "If somewhat does go wrong, then maybe you and Marn Mara can set it right again, with the power of the island behind you." Very well then. No doubt the mountain folk will help me get there since I'll be doing a bit of work for them. They pay their debts, truly. She patted him on the arm, a gesture such as she'd use to soothe a nervous horse. And may luck ride with you. With a little wave, Delandra turned and hurried away. The prince will be glad to hear this, she thought, and I'll be glad to have Laz gone. Laz turned away rather than watch Delandra leave. Had there been anything near him to kick but grass, he would have sent it flying. Ye gods, here I am riding all over the wretched Northlands to do the bidding of another woman who doesn't want me. Sidro, on the other hand, he calmed himself with a couple of deep breaths. If he returned the dragon book to Delandra, wouldn't Sidro find that impressive? Perhaps, assuming she'd be at Hain Marn to see his triumph, which was not, he told himself, very likely. But a sudden thought soothed his mood. If he got the book, why should he just hand it over? He could bargain with it, use it as a lever to pry Sidro out of the elven camp. He could picture himself triumphant, knew exactly what he'd say. Send Sidro over here, and I'll give her the book. In a private talk with Sidro, somewhere away from all the others, he could use every weapon he possessed in the battle to get her back. If, of course, he could get the book in the first place, and if she happened to go to Hain Marn with Delandra for the working. With a long sigh for the injustice of everything, he returned to his tent to tell Faharn that they'd be leaving on the morrow. Assuming you want to leave with me, that is, Laz said. You can stay with the Westfolk if you want. There's no use in both of us riding off on what most likely will turn out to be a fool's errand. Besides, it could turn dangerous, wars often do. Oh, I'll stick with you, Faharn said. The Westfolk, all that noise and all those children and dogs running around, I don't know why, but they put me on edge. Very well then, but you've been warned. Laz was only making a jest, but his words made a ripple of cold run down his back. An omen? He doubted it, since they'd be joining a large army and as mere translators would stay behind the lines during any sort of fighting. Faharn merely smiled, unalarmed. They would travel back with the messengers, 4 solid Deveri men all wearing tabards embroidered with Prince Voran's wyvern. Ridurk, their leader, a dark-haired fellow with a scar running across one cheek, looked Laz over with a cold eye. "A scribe, are you?" he said. "I am," Laz said, "and a bit more than that considering I can read and write in 3 languages. Ridurk made a snorting noise that might have meant anything. He jerked a thumb in Faharn's direction. "Who's this?" "My apprentice." "And just why are you two willing to help your enemies? He's a full-blood horsekin by the look of him." "He's Geldathay, not horsekin. The Al-Shandra people are my enemies too." Laz held out his maimed hands. "Look what they did to me, and all because I refused to worship their false goddess." Ridurk's suspicion disappeared. He whistled under his breath. "Must not have been a pleasant afternoon's work." "Most unpleasant." Laz arranged a thin, cold smile. "And healing them was almost worse. The herbwoman had to keep cracking open the burns so the fingers wouldn't fuse completely. She could only save a couple as it was." "You have my sympathy." Ridurk winced sharply. "Hurts to think about, like. Well and good then, lad. My apologies for not trusting you." "It's most understandable. Don't let it trouble your heart. By the by, where exactly are we going? Is the prince still in Sergani?" "He was when we left, but we are to meet him elsewhere. There's an attainted dun that he's handing over to the mountain folk. It's north of Sengarn. Know where that is?" "I do. Huh. The dun must be near Lin Sur, then." "A fair bit south of it, if you mean the mountain folks' town. But in that general direction. Now get yourself ready to ride. We need to get back on the road." They were on the verge of leaving when Neb brought Ridurk messages in silver tubes from Prince Darylantariel and exalted Mother Gralazar. A Westfolk archer followed, leading a pack-horse laden with supplies for the journey, including a set of inks and pabris in case Laz needed to act the scribe as well as translator. Faharn took the horse from the archer and led it away. Neb waited till he'd gotten out of earshot before he spoke. "The inks and such are from Salamander," Neb said. "Then thank him most heartily for me, will you?" Laz said. "I will. And I owe you some thanks as well, for taking me and my brother to my uncle's. It's only been a couple of summers, but so much has happened, and I fear me I simply forgot to thank you. Most welcome, I'm sure. Will you forgive me for lying to you? It's not just the name. I never was a priest of Bel, as I'm sure you've realized by now. I have? Neb paused for a brief smile. And truly I do understand why you'd not want to admit to being Geldathay and all that. But why a priest? Sheer chance. I met an actual priest of Bel upon the road, and for a while we traveled together. Alas, he grew very ill and died just before we reached your city. So I took his tunic and appurtenances and— What's so wrong? Neb's face had turned dead white. Ill with what? His voice came out as a rasp. Oh, ye gods. Laz suddenly understood. With some sort of ghastly flux of the bowels, in truth, that drained him, and a fever came with it. I was sure he'd eaten spoiled food. He never ate what I did, because ordinary food wasn't pure enough for him. Whilst I feared for my life at first, I never fell ill myself, so I assumed it couldn't be an actual sickness. I see. Neb's color began to return to normal. Well, I have to assume the same. He must have eaten somewhat that had turned or such like. Where did you bury him? I didn't. I took his body to the Temple of Bel, just outside your town, the one on that little hill on the other side of the river. When he was dying, he begged me to do that, so he could have the proper prayers said over him. No doubt, the priests hold their prayers in high esteem. They buried him among those trees on the hills. And then you came to town for the market fair? I did. The temple sent a delegation to bless things. So they buried him on the hill. Neb's voice trailed away. I wonder. What? Well, when it rained, the runoff from that hill flowed into the river upstream from the town. That river's where a lot of us got our water. He paused, chewing his lower lip in thought. But you never felt ill yourself? Only queasy at the poor fellow's symptoms. You might ask Delandra about all this. Laz felt a trace of Dwemer cold run down his back. Somewhat tells me it might be important. I'll do that, my thanks. Neb strode off, leaving Laz profoundly uneasy. At the time, he'd been convinced that Tiern the priest's special food, kept too long in his saddlebags, had been the cause of his illness. But what if it hadn't been? Could the young priest's corpse have been the source of the corrupted humors that had ravaged Trevhale? May the gods forgive me, Laz thought. I should have buried him by the road and been done with him, yet he himself hadn't fallen ill. And ye gods, I even wore his clothes. He could comfort himself with that thought, that if anyone should have been a victim of spreading corruption, it would have been him. Ready to ride, scribe? Ridurk put a welcome end to his thoughts. I am. Let's get on our way. As they rode out, following the track the messengers had left through the high grass, Laz glanced back for one last look at the Westfolk camp. Somewhere among those tents were Sidro and Pier. He wondered if he'd ever see her again, and the wondering wrung his heart. Branna stood at the edge of the camp and watched Elisario feeding the changelings. Although at some 40 years old, Alessi still had the mind of a child. She was in most respects an ordinary child, who loved her mother, made friends, listened carefully when someone spoke to her, and made much-loved pets out of the Alar's dogs, unlike the changelings. As soon as they were old enough to run, speak a few words, and feed themselves, they wanted nothing more than to live apart and never be touched by anyone again. Yet, had they left the Alar, they would have starved, died from accidents in the wilderness, or even been eaten by the wild animals that terrified them far more than they terrified ordinary children. The older ones, some 8 souls in all, trailed along with the Alar in a small crowd of their own kind, surrounded always by an absolute horde of wild folk. Only Alessi could speak to them, and she was the only person they would answer. Princess, they called her, those of them who had chosen to learn to speak. Twice a day, Alessi gathered food from everyone in the camp and took it out into the grass. The changelings would come running and gather around her to grab handfuls from the various baskets she carried. As they sat in the grass, they looked like ordinary elven children, pale-haired, with beautiful faces, if always a bit dirty, and huge cat-slit eyes, but they wore odd scraps of clothing, most of it torn and stained. Their parents had given them all decent clothing only to see them rip it, twist it, rub grass and mud or even blood upon it in oddly misshapen decorations. Brenna had never seen any of them smile. That morning Alessi had invited Brenna to come with her. "They should know you," Alessi told her. "If I am sick, will you feed them?" "I will," Brenna said. "Will they take the food from me?" "If I say so. So they have to know you." While they ate, the children kept glancing Brenna's way. The 4 girls looked frightened, 3 of the boys looked angry, but the 4th boy stared out into space as if she didn't exist. As they walked back to camp with the empty baskets, Alessi commented on it. "That was bad," she said. "Baspar wouldn't look at you." "His name is Baspar?" "He says so," Alessi shrugged. "It doesn't mean anything, but names don't have to mean anything, do they?" "They don't, no. If one of the changelings gets sick, do you think they'd let Neb help them?" "They wouldn't, not yet." Alessi considered this with a small frown. "They need to know Neb, too." "I'll ask him if he'd like to come with you next time." "My thanks." Alessi grinned at her. "I'd like that." Neb was more than willing to let the changelings grow accustomed to him. As he remarked to Branna, they all had hard lives ahead of them. "What's going to happen when they grow up," he said, "and have children of their own?" "I hadn't thought of that. I wonder if the children will all be changelings too." "It seems likely. I'll discuss this with Delandra." Neb paused, thinking. "I should have asked Laz if the Geldathay ever give birth to children like this." "Laz is gone?" "Off to hunt for the dragon book." "Did you thank him before he left?" She laid a hand on his shoulder. "I did." He turned his head and kissed her fingers. "You were right. I needed to do that." "That gladdens my heart to hear." "I knew it would. Ye gods, you nagged me enough about it." They shared a laugh. Branna had entered their tent to find Neb gathering up his herbal supplies. The 2 gnomes, the gray and the yellow, were attempting to help him, but their aid soon devolved into throwing packets of herbs at one another. Branna banished them back to the etheric, then picked up the packets and returned them to Neb's sack of medicinals. Since she too was studying herbcraft, though not as intensely as he, Branna joined him when he went to the tent where Delandra had set up her improvised surgery. Most of the injured men had healed enough by then to get outside to the sunlight, but Hound still lay on his blankets. When they knelt down next to him, he woke, yawning, and turned his head to look at them. "How's the arm?" Neb said. "It aches," Hound said, "and it's hot and swollen." Neb swore under his breath, then began to unwrap the bandages from the wound. As soon as he got them off, Branna could smell the corrupted humors. "It's gone septic," Neb said. "Well, we'll have to do somewhat about that." "Don't cut off my arm." Hound tried to sit up, then fell back, shivering with fear. "Ye gods, how can I live?" "Hush now." Branna laid a hand on his forehead. "That's the last resort, and there are lots of things we can do first to treat it." "Indeed," Neb said. "Branna, will you start a fire over on the hearthstone? I'll need hot water. He abruptly stopped speaking and stared at the filthy bandage in his hand. "Ye gods," he whispered. "There's some live thing on this." Branna looked, saw nothing but pus and old blood, then opened her sight. Sure enough, the matter on the bandage had an aura, only a faint reddish glow, but a sign of life nonetheless. She studied the wound, a deep gash in pale flesh, sticky and green with dead matter. Even if the wound had been giving off some sort of emanation, Hound's own aura glimmered bright enough to blot it out. Neb grabbed a clean strip of linen and began to wipe the pus away from the wound. This new bandage also gleamed with the sign of something alive. As the air touched it, however, the glow faded, though it never completely vanished. "So," Neb said, "I don't know what's inhabiting you, Hound, but we're going to get rid of it." "Fleas," Hound attempted to smile. "They be that what lives on hounds." Neb patted him on the shoulder, then turned back to her. "Branny, the herb woman in our town had us boil things that the sick had used. She thought we were balancing humors, but by all the gods, I'll wager we were killing whatever an infection is. Here now." Hound tried to sit up, but Neb pushed him back down. "You'll not be boiling my arm, will you?" "Of course not," Neb said. "I'll be putting on herbs that'll kill whatever these things are." If he can find the right herbs, Brenna thought. The idea that some live thing too small to be visible was feeding on wounds seemed incredible to her, too grotesque to be believed. She had to remind herself that when it came to healing, Neb's lore was far greater than her own. Aloud, she said, "I'll fetch water and then start that fire." "My thanks. If you could find a skin of mead, too, and maybe fetch a couple of the men?" "Here," once again their reluctant patient tried to sit up. "What have you in mind to do to me?" Neb shoved him back down. "Do you want to lose that arm, or do you want me to heal it?" Hound moaned and lay still, a gesture Branna took as capitulation to the healer's superior knowledge. The two gnomes materialized, one on each side of Hound, not that he saw either, and shook their heads in a mimicry of sad pity. A small pile of twigs and scraps of firewood stood ready beside the hearthstones in the middle of the tent. Branna grabbed an iron kettle and hurried out with her gray gnome skipping ahead of her in the warm sunshine. She went upstream from the camp to fill it where the water would be clean. Not far from the tents, she found Mike sitting on the bank. He had a handful of pulled grass which he was throwing, one stalk at a time, into the water. "What are you doing?" Branna said. Mike yelped and let the remaining grass fall onto the ground. "My apologies," he said. "I was just thinking how life snatches our friends away from us, just like the water takes that grass." "Ah, you're thinking about Cov." "I am, truly, and Dougie as well. Perhaps Dougie even more, because we'd ridden together back in Albin." "Well, they both had a harsh weird." Brennan knelt and tipped the kettle into the water. "It's very sad." "I'll carry that back for you when it's full. It'll do Cov's soul no good to have me sitting about like a fool or laggard. More to the point, it'll do you no good." True enough," Mike sighed and stood up. "Let's see what I can do to keep myself busy and useful. That's the dwarven way, not all this sitting about." Branna handed him the kettle, then found mead and a pair of burly Sir Conan men to hold Hound down while Neb poured the liquor on the wound. Fortunately, the patient fainted early in the procedure, allowing Neb to clean and stitch with only minimal help. The Sir Conan men had left, and Hound had settled into a more normal sleep when Delandra entered the tent. "Richt told me that you'd found infection in the lad's wound." Dalla paused to sniff the air. "Ah, mead. That should wash out the corrupted humors." More than corrupted humors were at work. Neb turned and gave her a brilliant grin. "I think I've solved it, Dalla. I think I know what causes these infections, and I'll just wager it's true for illnesses as well. Here, let me explain what I saw." Master and apprentice left the tent, talking together in low voices. Branna and Mike cleaned up the filthy bandages, then put them in the kettle of water to boil. She slopped in some mead from the leather skin for good measure. As she watched, the last traces of the reddish aura glow disappeared, leaving only the dead matter of the bandages themselves. "If living things are crawling on those," she said, "I want them dead." "Sounds like a good idea to me," Mike said with a shudder. "Hard to believe, though I'd wager Neb knows more about it than I." He sighed, glancing around him. "I'll just be seeing what my poor niece is up to then." "You'll be brooding about your cousin, more like." Mike left without answering. With a sigh of her own, though this one expressed exasperation, Branna considered cleaning up the mess around Hound's bed, then stormed out of the tent. Nearby, she saw Neb and Delandra surrounded by her 4 apprentices, all of them talking fast as they questioned Neb. Branna strode up to them and nearly shouted out her words. "I beg your pardons." Everyone turned to look her. Renaderio, in fact, took a step back. "I'm not a servant," Branna said with a toss of her head. "Neb, my dearest, if there's some nasty thing living on those dirty bandages, hadn't you better clean them up when you're done with them?" Neb flinched and looked down at the ground. "So I had," he said. "My apologies, you're quite right." Branna strode off again, but she was thinking, "That's another reason why I married him. He's not an honor-bound warrior. He can admit it when he's wrong." After a hot, dusty afternoon in the gold chamber, Cov was more than ready for a swimming lesson. He stripped off his clothes except for his loin wrap, laid them neatly on his bed, then hurried outside to join Jemjack. They walked a good ways upstream to the bend in the river that marked the shallows. The sun lay close to the western horizon, casting ripples of gold like coins on the river. A light breeze rustled the long grass along the bank and cleared away the last of the dust and gold greed from Kov's mind. "It's good to get outside," Kov said. "It is," Jemjek said. "Water be good." At the sandy beach, caught in the river's bend, they paused to watch the water flowing and rippling. About half a mile downstream, the timbers of the bridge cast a tangle of shadows across the river. Yet despite the peaceful afternoon, all the birds abruptly fell silent. Over the murmur and splash of the water, Kov heard a drumming sound. "What be that noise?" Jemjek said. "The sky's clear. Can't be thunder." "It's not," Kov snapped. "It's hooves, horses, and here the bastards come." Like a black wave of flies heading for dead meat, distant riders were trotting through the tall grass. They were coming from the north and riding in such good order that he knew they had to be Geldathay, not Dveri men. "Get down!" Jemjek shrieked. "Into the water!" The Durgi slid out of his tunic, grabbed it in one hand, and dove into the river. In swirls of light and bubbles he transformed. The tunic billowed like foam beside the 6-foot-long otter he'd become. Kov dashed after him and slipped over the bank into the thick stand of water reeds. He could only hope to hide since his flesh couldn't transform. In the shallows he stood with his nose just above water and peered through the reeds. What he saw turned him cold. Horsekin, all right. Regimental cavalry such as he'd seen at Zak Gral, a troop of them. No, a regiment formed up 4 abreast, hundreds of them trotting down the riverbank, heading for the village. Dust plumed as the steel-shod hooves cut down the grass and pounded it into raw dirt. Kov heard something rustling the reeds behind him, nearly screamed, and turned to see Jemjek beckoning to him with one paw. "Swim!" His mouth's new shape turned the whispered word into one long hiss. "Wait!" Kov hissed back. Jemjek shook his sleek wet head no and turned around to dive back into deep water. Kov had a brief thought of taking this chance to escape. With no clothes but a loin wrap, no food, not even a knife, he squelched the thought as soon as it appeared. In the gathering twilight his hiding place worked well enough. No one even looked his way as the regiment trotted onward down the river. The last of the cavalrymen passed by just as the sun sank below the horizon. Behind them, traveling at a more dignified walk, rode 2 women on white mules and a small squad of retainers, one of whom carried a banner embroidered with Alshandra's bow and arrow above a row of letters in the Horsekin alphabet. The women wore leather tunics painted with Alshandra's blazon as well. Priestesses, Kov thought. So this regiment had some important job at hand. He could assume that they'd come for the bridge. The only thing he could do was watch them take it. Kov let the priestesses and their squad get past him, then stood. He could see some riders heading across the bridge and others swarming into the village. Moving a bare yard at a time, he began to wade downriver through the shallows. Once he came within sight of an escape tunnel, he would dive and swim into it, but at the moment he wanted his feet on earth, even though it was only slippery wet sand. Ahead of him in the twilight, a sudden red glare bloomed. A huge lick of flame leaped up toward the sky. The Horsekin had fired the village. Kov's rage flared up to match the black plume of smoke that twisted upward, spreading in the evening wind. How dare they? How dare they just ride in and destroy? And what of the village folk? Had they all gotten underground in time? By then he was close enough to see horsemen milling around on the downriver side of the burning village. The light from the flames picked out the priestess's white mules as they conferred with a pair of officers. Most of the regiment had spread out, doubtless to ensure that no one would offer resistance. In the dancing glare, Kov could see the dark hole in the riverbank that marked an escape tunnel some 100 yards ahead of him. The river reeds, however, were thinning out. He would have to strike out for clear water and swim. He crouched down to wait till the light dimmed. The flimsy huts of the fake village would burn fast and briefly. Just beyond the group around the priestesses, he could see a pair of dismounted men dragging something along the ground as they approached her. Kov's stomach wrenched as he discerned the otter shape of dead Durgan, 2 of them, one a full-grown adult, one much smaller. Not everyone had reached safety then. A panicked child, perhaps, and its mother. Just who no longer mattered to Kov. He felt a hatred that burned in his blood like poisoned mead. One of the priestesses leaned over her mule's neck, saw the corpses, and screamed. The sound reached Kov over the crackle of dying flames. "Mazrakir! Mazrakir!" She flung up her hands and began to chant. The second priestess joined her. One of the horsemen unseated a spear from under his right leg and used it to skewer the child's body. With a contemptuous flip, he tossed it into the river. Dismounted soldiers dragged the adult corpse to the bank, then shoved into the water. You stinking maggots, Kov thought. As the remnants of the huts turned to ash and glowing embers, the horsekin rode on in a rough column. Once the last of them crossed the bridge, they fanned out to make a camp on the far side. Kov left the shelter of the reeds and paddled into deep water. He swam to the tunnel mouth, took a deep breath, and dove. In the dark water, he could see only a deeper darkness straight ahead of him. Choking on panic, he swam straight for it, found the entrance waiting, and plunged in. His knees hit mud. When he risked raising his head, he found air. He gulped it in, realized it smelled of wet Durgi fur, and risked a cautious, "Hola." "It be Kov," Jemjek's voice answered him. "Never did I be so glad to see a man." Jemjek caught Kov's reaching hand and pulled him forward to the drier mud of the tunnel floor. Beyond them, Durgi voices chattered softly. "They killed 2 of us," Kov said. "Who?" "Marmeg and her little clackut. He did grab a spear and try to fight them, and she did run to grab him and get him to the tunnels." Jemjek's voice caught in a sob. "But the bodies, they were in Durgi form." "When we die, we do change in the great river of death," Jemjek sobbed again. "They rode them down, and they did laugh, Kov. They did laugh when they did slay her and the lad." "Swine, filthy dung-eating swine." Kov felt his eyes fill with tears. "They and their kind will pay for this. Some way or another they will pay and pay and pay again, I swear it by the mountain gods." Jemjek threw his head back and howled in agreement. Behind them, in the hot, smoky tunnel, Durgan wept and moaned. Kov wiped his eyes on his arm, then made his way through the crowd and went to his chamber to change out of his wet wrap. Someone had put a basket of blue fungus on his bed. By its light he dressed, then took the basket and hurried to the gold chamber. Thanks to the fire directly above, the warren had turned hot, the air stifling, but when he walked through the heaps and jars of treasures, by the blue light of the fungus he could see that none had come to harm. "It's not hot enough to melt gold," he told himself sharply. His irrational fear frightened him the more. He was becoming entirely too protective of these glittering piles of stolen goods. "Kov?" The voice belonged to Lijak, standing in the doorway. "I do come to fetch you. There be a council." "Well and good then," Kov said. "How much danger are we in?" "We be safe enough if we do stay deep in the tunnels. The horsekin swine, they did burn the covers to our doors." It took Kov a moment to puzzle out what he meant. "Those structures over the entrances?" Kov said. "The things that looked like crates." "Those truly. They not find us now. We all be quiet now. They not think to look under themselves." Underground, Kov supposed he meant. "How long can we hold out here?" "Not long, not much food." Lijak shrugged and spread his hands palms up. "But we need not to stay. We have deep roads." "Of course, the tunnels run a long way." "Very long way north, also toward west. We travel, we fill in behind us, block tunnels. They do never find us. Durgan did good, very good." "So they do." Kov suddenly smiled, but he knew that it wasn't a pleasant smile. "I have an idea, spear leader." "Tell me on way to council. There been need for us to go now." When they reached the chamber, they found it full. All of the Durgan were crowding into the council chamber to consult with the lady. They moved in silence, unspeaking, cautious. Kov entered the chamber by the door near her chair to find the room glowing with dim light from fungi baskets. Beside her chair, candles burned in small gold sconces. When he started to close the door, Lady stopped him. "Leave that be for the air," she said, "or the flames will devour it all and leave us fainting." That night she wore a black dress set with beads of onyx and jet, glittering in long sparks of light as if she too burned. She gestured to Kov to kneel beside her chair to her left. Lijak sat down by her right. Once they were settled, she stood. Tears ran down her face, but she wiped them away with an impatient shake of her head. For some while she spoke in the Durgic tongue. Kov could pick out words here and there and the occasional phrase. As far as he could tell, she was speaking of mourning their dead and of moving farther up the river or perhaps to some other river. Too many unknown words baffled him. When she finished, Lejack rose and spoke as well, but only briefly. A few at a time, the Durgan got up and left the chamber, again in silence, moving carefully through the throng and out into the hall, more quietly even than the mountain folk could move. At last, the council chamber emptied. Lady rose and blew out the candles, leaving the room awash in pale blue light. When Kov got up to join the spear leader, Lady turned to face them. "Kov and Lejack, I beg you to forgive me. You were right, and I would not listen. Now all we can do is hide in our burrows like terrified water rats." "Not all," Lejack said. "But for now enough." He glanced at Kov. "The people do collect their things. We do move everything north, then plan." "What about the gold?" Kov spoke so quickly that he once again realized how much he was coming to value the treasure. "We can't just leave it." "We won't." Lady's voice ached with tears, but she managed a trembling smile. "Each of us will carry a bit of it. Many hands make light work. Kov, you go to the Chamber of Gold and make sure no one has more than they can take safely." All that night, the Durgan came to the treasure chamber in twos and threes, each carrying some sort of vessel or sack. Kov stuffed each thing full of whatever gold or gems first came to hand, but he insisted on wrapping the delicate horse-skin pottery in clothing or bedding. By dawn, the marvelous hoard room stretched out empty. With a light basket in his hand, he walked around, checking each corner for dropped treasure, then went to his own chamber to pack up the few things he owned. All that day, the Durgan lay silent in their tunnels. Frightened though he was, Kov slept through most of it. When he woke, Lejack came to him with the news that the horsekin were making so much noise setting up a camp of their own that they'd never notice any coming from under their feet. "So now we go north," Lejack said. "Fast we do go. There be more Durgan up at joining of East Pointing River." "Let's hope they're still there," Kov said. "What if the horsekin found them?" "We know not that till we do get there. So we do start now." As Kov followed him out, he was remembering Mike and Berwinna, whom doubtless he'd never see again. Even if somehow they thought he might be alive, they could never come to look for him now, not with horsekin camped around the bridge. And even if somehow they could, by Dweomer or such like, he'd no longer be there to find. Berwinna always knew when Uncle Mike was brooding about the loss of his cousin. Mike would slip into their tent and lie on his blankets, as limp as a wet rag, while he stared at the ceiling. Only one person could cheer him, Salamander, who had a wealth of tricks and tales designed to lighten any heart's load, even one as heavy and grim as that belonging to a man of the mountain folk. When therefore Berwinna looked into their tent and found Mike half asleep in the middle of the day, she ducked out again and went to round up her other uncle. Salamander was sitting in front of his own tent and juggling 3 small leather balls. When he saw Berwinna, he made them disappear one at a time. "Good morrow, fair niece." He stood up and bowed to her. "Come to visit your aged uncle?" "Always does it gladden my heart to visit you," when he paused to smile at him. "But today there be a need on me to ask you for help." "What's this? Mike brooding again?" "Just that." Salamander flicked a hand over the front of his shirt, produced one of the leather balls, then made it disappear again. "Let's hope his troubles vanish as easily. Lead on." As they walked through the camp, Berwinna saw the usual children and dogs and a few women tending to various errands, but everything lay wrapped in a strange though welcome silence. "Be somewhat wrong," she said. "All this quiet." "Several parties went off hunting," Salamander said. "Venison is a nice change for mutton, and we can't eat every sheep we own anyway." In her tent, Mike still lay stretched out on his blankets. When they came in, he sighed for a greeting. They sat down next to him, but he kept his gaze on the ceiling. "Oh, come now," Salamander said. "If you sit up, you'll feel better. This wallowing in guilt isn't doing you a bit of good." "Wallowing, is it?" With an angry snarl, Mike sat up to confront him, then laughed a little ruefully when he realized what he'd done. "Well, mayhap you're right." "I'm always right. Now what tale shall I tell you today?" Mike considered, rubbing his chin. Berwinna, however, already had her request ready. Uncle Salamander, know you the story of the taking of Tan Balapalum? I know a story about it. Now whether it's the true story I cannot know. It happened a long time ago, and the tale passed through the mouths of many a bard before I learned it. You know more than I do, and that's what matters to me. Mike leaned forward. Is it true that refugees from Lynn Reg sought shelter there, but they were turned away? In a way. The garrison in the city had run out of provisions, and they were half-starved. The wise one among them knew that a massive horse-skin attack was on its way. The garrison could have retreated, but they decided to die there defending the city in order to delay the horsekin and give the next fortress to the south, Garangva, a chance to reprovision. Some of the Mountain Axemen volunteered to stay and die with them, but the prince of the city, Salamander his name was, insisted that the rest of the refugees head east to save their women and children. Salamander smiled with a twist of his mouth. Or to try to save them, anyway. Salamander? Berwinna said. Be that whom you be named for? That real name of yours, I do mean? Salamandariel? It is, me and dozens of other men. Ah, I see. He were a hero. So he must have been, Mike said. And so your Daw's tale makes sense now. Salamander, they did survive. They ended up down in Deveri somewhere, or so Rory told us. He saw a dwarven colony there when he was a young man. So the sacrifice wasn't in vain? Salamander paused to wipe sudden tears from his eyes. How very odd, peculiar, and unanticipated to weep over it. That all happened 1,200 years or so ago, but ye gods, it's still good to know the outcome. Aye, Mike said. How I wish our Otho was still alive to hear this. Oh, come now, Salamander said. I didn't mean to make you start mourning yet another soul. I'm not. Mike grinned with a wicked gleam in his eyes. I'd love to rub it into the old man how wrong he was. That's better. Salamander paused briefly to mug deep thought. I suppose. Berwinna laughed, but then cut it off when Salamander raised one hand for silence. Someone outside seemed to be beating a drum, a huge drum, growing louder and louder. She could hear women outside running back and forth and calling out to one another. That be Daw, I'll wager. Berwinna got to her feet. I do hope the horses, they all be tethered and the like. So do I, Salamander said. Let's go see. Berwinna ducked out of the tent and looked up. Sure enough, the silver dragon was swooping over the camp, then turning south away from the herds. She waited till she saw him land, then ran to greet him with Mike trotting after. Delandra had heard and seen the dragon as well. After she rounded up her medicinals, including her clay jar of leeches, she hurried out to join Rory. Berwinna had already reached him. She sat between the dragon's front legs and leaned back against his massive chest, while Mike stood nearby, watching with a fond smile. Delandra marveled at Winnie's courage. Many, alas, would have preferred to honor her dragon father from a safe distance. Still, as a precaution, Dalla asked her to move while she treated the gash in Rory's side. He gets irritable when the willow water stings, Delandra remarked, and he can't seem to stop his tail from lashing. It has a life of its own, truly, Rory said. Berwinna and Mike sat down in the grass some yards away while Delandra readied her leeches. The edges of the wound showed only a thin stripe of morbid flesh, but she wanted to make sure the contagion spread no further. With wooden tongs, she fished out the thinnest leech and set it feeding. And how was the scouting expedition? Mike asked. What are the horsekin up to? Too many evil things, Rory said. I'll give Cal and the prince a full report when they come back. For one thing, though, the bastards are building their fortress upon some sort of long barrow. That can't be stable, Dalla said. Good. Indeed, but I saw somewhat stranger still. Winnie here told me about a bridge over the Dervar, so I decided to take a look at it. I found it near that strange little village, just as you told me, Winnie. Fire and fumes. It's the most flimsy-looking bridge I ever saw, but that's not the strangest thing yet. In the water there were two huge animals with brown fur, like enormous otters. Gartak, Mike broke in. The folk there called the monsters Gartak. Masrax, more like it. Rory swung his head Mike's way. When one of them climbed onto dry land, he changed into a man. What? Delandra nearly dropped her tongs in surprise. Just like that? Snap of my fingers, if I had any. The dragon paused to rumble with laughter. He spun in a circle, danced, if you can call it that, on his short legs. Then this particular blue light flashed around the otter thing, and a man stood there. His laughter had dislodged the leech. Delandra used the tongs to pick it out of the grass. Did you see the other otter change? She dropped the leech back into the water, then took out one of its fellows. When she held the fresh leech up to the wound, it grabbed hold with its smaller mouth and began to feed on the sour flesh with the larger. I didn't. It stayed in the water. Now, there was a third fellow on the river bank, but he was different looking. I was far too high to see him clearly, but he looked like one of the mountain folk. Rowena gasped, and Mike cried out. He clapped his hand over his mouth to stifle the noise. Think you it could be Cov? Rowena said to her uncle. My Dougie. Her voice caught, but she continued on. My Dougie did wonder if Cov were truly dead, or if he were mayhap taken for a slave or such. Mike lowered his hand. He was smiling, his eyes full of sudden hope. Maybe it's so, he said. Ah, ye gods, maybe he's still alive. I can find out easily enough, Delandra said. I remember him quite well, so I can scry for him. I'd be truly grateful if you did, Mike said. Delandra looked up at the sky, where a few streaks of high cloud offered a focus. When she thought of Cov, his image built up quickly, though at first she had trouble identifying him, since the only light, and that a peculiar blue, came from glowing baskets. He's in a dark tunnel, with an absolute mob of other people, Delandra said. I can't tell if they're asleep or just resting, but they all seem to have big bundles and baskets and the like with them. Refugees from the horsekin? It could be. She banished the vision. He looks very much alive to me, Mike. Tears welled in Mike's eyes. He wiped them vigorously away on his sleeve. Then I've got to head back north, Mike said. He's my bloodkin, distantly perhaps, but bloodkin nonetheless, and it's my duty to ransom him. It's too dangerous, Rory broke in. There are bands of horsekin raiders all over the countryside. But, Uncle Mike, Rowena laid her hand on Mike's arm. Remember you when I did wish to go herring off across the countryside to find Daw's book? You did tell me then that the danger were too great. It be worse now from what Daw does tell us. Caught, Mike looked back and forth between his niece and the dragon, then nodded. Well and good then, Mike said. But how do we know that the danger won't come his way? We don't, Delandra said. It's in the laps of the gods. She frowned at the dragon's side, where the leeches were finishing up their work. As is this wretched wound, apparently. I think I'll have Neb take a look at it. Once she finished tending to Rory, Delandra returned to camp. She found Neb, told him that she wanted him to examine the dragon's wound at some point, then went to her tent to nurse a hungry dairy. Late that afternoon, in a flourish of silver horns, the hunting party rode back to camp with venison to distribute. Prince Darlantariel and Calendariel turned their horses over to Pier to rub down and put out with the herd. Delandra followed the pair as they hurried out to speak with Rory, who was lounging in the high grass on the opposite side of camp from the herd and the flocks. While Pier's Dweomer was gradually accustoming the horses to the scent and sight of dragon, the sheep lacked the capacity to learn, and Pier knew nothing of ovine ways. The two leaders joined Rory in the grass to hear his detailed report. A few at a time, other members of the Alar gathered around as well, squatting down in the golden sunlight of late afternoon. When Rory described the old cities of the far west, everyone sighed. A few of the men brushed tears from their eyes. So much for the splendor of the past, was Dar's only comment. Rory's report on the new horsekin fortress, however, brought more of a response from the prince. Very well, Dar said. If they're putting so much work into that fortress, they won't be raiding our borders, I suspect. Not this summer, maybe, Cal said. Once they get their safe haven built, that's when they'll be coming south. Among the listeners, a few whispered, a few swore in a soft breath of sound, quickly squelched when Dar began to speak again. Eventually we'll have to deal with them, but for now, let's continue on our way west, the prince said. I want Delandra to send messages ahead of us to Sir Conan. They're our allies, and we need to consult with them. The Horsekin are closer to them than they are to us." Everyone turned to look at the dragon, lounging in the grass nearby. Rory nodded his massive head. "Sir Conan needs to go on alert." When Dar got to his feet, the other members of the Alar rose too and silently followed him. Delandra felt danger like smoke in the air, choking her. Momentarily she saw smoke, spreading out like a vast fan into the air. "Are you ill?" Rory said. "No, just an omen." "Just?" The dragon rolled his oddly human eyes. "Well, we already know how dangerous the wretched Horsekin are. I'm surprised that I'm receiving omens about it. Usually one gets them about unknown things." She stood up, suddenly irritable. "I'm going back to— No, wait, here comes Neb." With greetings all round, Neb strode up. Sylphs clustered around him in the air, and gnomes pushed their way through the thick grass at his feet. Rory flopped over on his side to allow him to examine the gash, a stubborn pink stripe on his silvery body. Neb ran a cautious hand over the scales just above the wound. "Does that hurt?" "Not truly," Rory said, "though I can feel it. My hide's thin about there." Neb made a thoughtful grunting sound, then ran his hand under the wound back and forth several times. He muttered something too low to comprehend, then stepped back a pace. From the vague look in his eyes, Delandra could tell that he'd opened his sight. He shook his head, then turned to speak with her. His eyes appeared normal again. "Della, this is most peculiar," Neb said. "It almost looks like he's got a splinter under his skin, a big one, but at root just like a carpenter might get in his finger." Delandra gaped at him. "It's not somewhat natural," Neb went on. "I can see a dark mark in the aura, a straight flat line, though it's thicker at one end. It's like the splinter is somehow sucking the life force into itself." "If someone's draining energy from his aura," Delandra said, "it's no wonder the gash won't close. She hesitated, letting elusive memories rise. "Oh, by the black sun. The silver dagger." "What?" Neb and the dragon spoke together. Rory, your silver dagger. I never found it among your clothes after the transformation. Evander was using it as a kind of focus for the Dweomer that was building you a new astral body." "Ye gods!" The dragon lifted his enormous head to look at her. "I can remember that, though not very clearly. It's like trying to remember a dream, but I was holding the dagger. I threw it into the air, and then—" He growled, baffled. "That's all I can remember. I woke, and I was a dragon." "Indeed you were." Delandra laid her hand where Neb's had been and pressed, making the dragon grunt in pain. She could feel something hard under the scaly hide. "It's about the right size for a silver dagger. Neb, I've long thought that the daggers glow when one of the people touch them because they're absorbing force from our aura." "That makes sense, truly," Neb said. "If we held one long enough, it might well kill us, or at least leave us gravely ill. Rodri was only half an elf, of course, and besides, a dragon has a tremendous amount of life force. Doubtless a silver dagger would only irritate a wound rather than cause worse harm." "Why would Evander have let it be incorporated?" Neb said. "I suppose it could be a physical component for the Dweomer spell." "It could." Delandra felt suddenly weary. "It could also be a simple mistake. Evander never much cared about consequences and details, you see. He could be very— Well, the truth is, he was careless." She sighed briefly. "And reckless. If an action matched one of his omens, if he thought he'd foreseen a thing, he'd do that thing without worrying about the outcome." Neb started to speak, then bit it back. Delandra felt like screaming at him. "I know what you're thinking. He was awful and crazed and a spirit, and it was absolutely perverted of me to go off with him. That's what everyone thinks, isn't it?" Aloud, she said, "Well, the real question is, what are we going to do about it now?" "Have it out, I'd say," Neb said. "That's my thought, too. Though if it is a component, well, I suppose that doesn't matter since we're trying to reverse the working." She caught Rory's gaze and gave him a grim stare. "Aren't we?" The dragon looked away. Eventually, he said, I suppose. Try supposing this, Delandra went on. If we take the dagger out, if indeed that's what it is, we stand a grand chance of getting your wound to finally heal. Is that worth the risk to you? With a long sigh, the dragon rolled back to a sitting position, with his hind legs off to one side and his front legs extended in front of him. Besides, Neb put in, if we don't heal the wound first, and you do decide to be transformed back, the wound will kill you. Rory contemplated his front paws, then finally spoke. If I didn't want to return to Angmar, I'd die gladly once I was back in my old skin. My Lady Death might— Oh, don't start that again. Delandra felt like slapping him on the nose, dragon or not. It's so daft. Very well, Rory laughed in a long, low rumble. If there's somewhat stuck under my hide, then I want it out, whether I'm a dragon or a man, so do your worst, chirurgeons. I'm hoping we can do our best, Neb said. We have one problem left to solve. I don't want to be slain by a pain-crazed dragon when I'm in the midst of slicing open that abscess. Truly, Rory, I don't know if there are enough herbs in the grasslands to ease the pain for you. I do know for certain that there's no one strong enough to hold you down. Ah, but there are, Rory said. Arzosa and Medea between them, Medea to sit on my tail, and Arzosa to tend to the head. I'll let you bind my mouth with rope, too, to make sure I can't bite. You sound positively cheerful about this, Delandra said. I've had this cursed wound itching and smarting for over 40 years now. By the black hairy arse of the Lord of Hell, cursed right I'm cheerful. It'll be worth a day or two of pain, let me assure you. Can we do it now? Delandra glanced at the sky, where the sun sat just above the horizon. Is there enough light, Neb? Just, but I'd rather wait till morning. That will give me time to brew up an herbal wash to clean the wound once we've gotten the dagger out. And it will give me time to explain the procedure to Arzosa, Delandra said. She'll need to be careful where she puts her weight. That night, Delandra lay awake in her blankets. Finally, she rose and left the tent before her tossing and turning woke Cal and the baby both. The warm night air soothed her as she picked her way through the sleeping camp, as did the sight of the river of stars hanging close above. At the edge of the tents, she paused and looked out across the grass, much beaten down by the day's comings and goings, to the place where Rory and Arzosa were sleeping, curled into tiny bundles. Medea lay sprawled nearby. As Delandra watched, the young dragon flopped over onto her back, legs akimbo in the air. In the starlight, Rory's skin gleamed with silver highlights, much like his dagger from the old days, which he'd always kept polished to a high sheen. Delandra searched her memories of the Dweomer that had turned Rodri into a dragon. She was trying to pin down the moment of Evander's mistake, if such it was, with the silver dagger. At last, the memory came clear. Rodri had tossed the dagger away, thrown it high into the air, there in Evander's country. She had seen it spin up high and give off a flash of light before it disappeared. At the time, she'd thought it had fallen back onto the physical plane when Evander destroyed his etheric constructions. When she hadn't found it, she'd assumed that it had somehow dissolved. Silver, especially enchanted silver, can be profoundly unstable during Dweomer workings. But it wasn't pure silver, she reminded herself. The daggers are made of some sort of alloy. She gave up trying to solve the puzzle. If Neb's chirurgery retrieved the dagger from Rory's side, she would have her answer then and not before. Just after dawn on the morrow, a strange group of chirurgeons assembled out of the grasslands near camp. Neb with his implements, Delandra with her supplies, and 2 dragons with their great strength and weight. After Delandra bound Rory's mouth with rope, he lay down on his side. Medea pinned her stepfather's tail under her forelegs, while Arzosa arranged herself across his shoulders. Neb stepped up to the wound. He'd found a large boning knife, of the sort a hunter would use to draw and disjoint a deer, and sharpened it to a scalpel's edge. "Very well, Rory," Neb said. "Brace yourself." When she'd known Rodri in human form, Delandra had always been impressed by just how indifferent to pain he could be. Apparently the dragon shared this trait. Neb felt the splinter one more time with his left hand, then slashed the hide just under the wound. Rory never moved, nor made so much as a grunt or mutter, though his wings, folded tight along his back, did tremble. Blood trickled out of the slash along with a gray, thick ooze that stank worse than any excrement. "It did form a cyst," Neb said. "I thought so. I'm making a second cut." This time Rory's tail tried to lash out. Medea threw her weight forward and held it still as Neb cut vertically up from the original slash at each end, as if he were shaping a flap out of leather for a pouch. Rory allowed himself a low moan, quickly stifled. More blood spurted out of the new wounds, and green pus followed. Neb made a gagging sound deep in his throat from the stench, but his hands were steady as he used the point of the boning knife to pry something free. In a wad of foul matter, a dagger-shaped object fell to the ground. Slime oozed into the grass. "Got it," Neb called out. Delandra stepped forward with her kettle of warm herb water and ladle. Neb picked up the disgusting object with a pair of tongs and carried it out of her way. While she washed the wound clean, and it took the entire large kettleful to get all the pus out, Rory sighed several times, perhaps in relief. Medea had to lie across his tail, however, to hold it down. Once Delandra had cleansed the cuts, she packed them with clean linen strips, soaked in an astringent, to stop the bleeding. Neb returned with a handful of thin gold wires. "The prince gave me an old Daveri brooch made out of woven wires," he said. "He got it in trade, I think, but anyway I unwound it. Thread isn't going to hold this cut closed. Rory, my apologies, but I'm going to have to cause you more pain. I need to make holes and lace you up like a bit of leatherwork." Rory mumbled something which sounded, with his bound mouth, much like, "Very well, then." He rumbled briefly, as if he'd made a jest. Medea shifted her hold on his tail to secure it, and once again Arzosa leaned over his shoulders. "I must say," Arzosa said, "that it gladdens my heart to have that awful stink gone." "Me too," Neb said. "Very well, here we go." Once again Rory's self-control held him rigid and still. Delandra pulled out the linen strips, then stepped back out of Neb's way. With an awl, Neb made holes in his hide, inserted the gold wires, and laced both the new cuts and the old shut. With the cyst opened and the irritant gone, Delandra could hope that the wound would heal up properly at last. "Dragons heal quickly," Arzosa said, "but he'd best not fly for a few days." Rory muttered some inarticulate curse. "Neb," Delandra said, "you can untie his mouth now. Medea, you can let the tail go. My humble thanks for your aid. Arzosa, you were both splendid." She rumbled, then carefully slid off her prostrate mate. Medea let go the tail, stood up and stretched, then backed away. Neb began to uncoil the rope from around Rory's mouth. "And my thanks to you and Neb," Arzosa said. "To think that nasty thing's been in there all this time. It's been a trial for all of us, living with him so on edge." "It must have been hardest on him," Neb said. "Oh, of course." Arzosa paused to lick Rory's face as if to comfort him. "But you know what the old proverb says, when a dragon farts, the whole mountain stinks." "Indeed," Rory said. "Ye gods, that remedy stung almost as bad as the wound. Still the worst is over, isn't it?" "It should be." Delandra patted his massive jaw. "Neb, when you finish coiling that rope, you can wash that lump off, and we'll see what's inside it." "I'm going to boil it," Neb said. "It's crawling with live things, Dalla, just like Hound's bandages were. I can see the auras as a very faint reddish glow." "Fascinating." Delandra turned to look at the lump held in Neb's tongs. When she opened her sight, she could see the reddish pulsating glow. "It's truly remarkable, seeing it for myself. Not that I didn't believe you, mind. Ah, now the aura's fading. It's curdling, actually, like souring milk." "There must be a lot of tiny lives in an infection," Neb said. "Not a few larger ones. Gods, it stinks." But he was grinning in the sheer pleasure of having solved the puzzle. Once Neb had finished removing all the matter crusted upon it, both living things and dead pus, Rodri's silver dagger did indeed appear. Although the leather binding around the hilt had long since dissolved into the gray matter in the wound, the semi-magical metal itself cleaned up to its former shine. Mike came to watch as Neb polished it with an old rag. When he handed it over to the dwarven jeweler, Mike traced out the falcon device that once had belonged to Cullen of Surmore, graved on the blade. Otho himself made this dagger, Mike said. He told me the secret of the metal, you see, when we were off in Alban. He tried to tell me how to place the two dweomers upon a piece, too, but I never could work them properly. 2 dweomers, Delandra said. I thought there was only one. One to attune the metal to the elven aura, and one to bind the dagger to its true owner. Mike began to say more, paused for a long moment, then laughed in an oddly tense and high-pitched way. It stuck close to poor old Rodri, all right, didn't it? Neb laughed at the black jest, and Delandra joined in, but she was laughing in relief. Not Evander's fault, then, she thought. That's one thing no one can blame him for. She was tempted to tell Valendario, just to defend Evander further, but she wondered why she'd bother. Why do I get so angry? She thought. I suppose because Val's right. One thing, however, she did tell Valendario and Gralazar as well. The silver dagger was a component of sorts, she told them. I'm thinking that removing it could be the start of his giving up the dragon form. What do you think? Both of them agreed. If somewhat bewound, Gralazar said, then the unwinding does start with but a few inches of thread. For the next few days, Rory stayed on the ground near the Alar's camp. Arzosa brought him venison, and from time to time he would waddle down to the stream to drink. By the time the flocks and herds had grazed down the fodder around the camp, he was well enough to walk after the Alar when it moved farther west, a trip of a mere 5 miles. Delandra relied on Arzosa's opinions about his condition. She herself had no idea when a dragon might have recovered enough to fly. Finally, on the 4th day after the surgery, Arzosa announced that he might take to the air for short distances. Those gold wires were a very fine trick indeed, she told Neb and Delandra. If you can leave them in, I think me he can fly again. Oh, I intend to leave them in, Neb said. Fear not. I want those cuts well healed before I do anything more to them. Rory, can you get up? I want to make sure the wires will hold when you extend your wings. Good idea, Rory said. I'd best try flapping them, too. Here, let's get a good ways away from the others. Chirurgeon and dragon ambled off together. Neb clasped his hands behind his back and bent forward slightly as he walked to keep an eye on the wound. This looks very promising, Delandra said. It does indeed, Arzosa said. I was truly worried, you know, that the wound would eventually poison him to death. You and Neb both have my thanks for this healing. You're most welcome. Delandra was as surprised as she was pleased by this expression of gratitude. You know, while we're here, there's somewhat I've been meaning to ask you. It's about your daughters. When Rory found you and brought you to Sengarn, where were they? No one even knew that you had young hatchlings. I'm sure Jill and I would have made some provision for them if we'd known. I thought of telling you, Arzosa said, but I was afraid to. My experience of you two-legged groundlings had not been pleasant, you know. Medea was old enough to defend herself, but Meza was only some 20 years old, practically an infant. Men with spears and the like could have slain her. I can understand your being cautious. I gather Medea could feed them both. She could and did. Arzosa's voice rang with real pride. She's a splendid little darling, truly. My 2 gems were hiding in that cave where Rodri found me, you see, and they saw and heard what happened with that loathsome Dweomer ring. The poor wee mites. That really is very sad. I don't suppose it would have occurred to Rodri to ask if you had young ones. He was a male with mannish blood? Of course he didn't. But they knew I'd come back to them as soon as I could, and Rodri was decent enough to release me at the end of the summer. Arzosa paused, turning her head to watch Rory and Neb walking slowly together toward open ground. I worried about them, of course, the entire time we were apart. The next summer I made provision for them before I returned to Sengarn. Provision? None of your affair, she hissed softly. We dragons have our secrets, and please don't use my name to force me to say more. Very well, I won't. You're right. It's none of my affair. A huge drum began beating, the sound of Rory flapping his wings to allow Neb to inspect the strength of the golden wires. Since neither Dalandra nor Arzosa could have heard the other, they fell silent. Dalandra had a moment's stab of guilt. She'd not thought of Laudlane once after she'd returned to Avender's country, while the dragon, a female of cold-hearted worm kind, had fretted about leaving her young. Rory stopped drumming and folded his wings back. Neb turned and called out, "He's doing well. The wound's holding nicely." "Good," Arzosa said. "Almost healed at last." While he'd been healing, Rory had apparently been laying plans. When Dalandra had a moment alone with him, he brought up the matter of Kov. "After I get Berwinna to safety, I'll go back for Kov. I promise you that." "My thanks, but what do you mean, get Winnie to safety?" "I don't want her in Sir Conan. I have a bad feeling about all of this, Dalla. I'm going to take my daughter to the Red Wolf Dun and ask Tyrone Cadric to take her under his protection." "No doubt he will, and truly I think you're wise. But you can't just leave her there by herself." "What? She'll hardly be alone in that dun?" "But she doesn't know anyone there, doesn't know if she can trust them, or if she'll like them or what. Your poor child's in mourning for her man, Rory. She's been dragged away from her home and everything she's ever known, and—" "Stop. Yes, of course." The dragon interrupted her with a toss of his head. "You're right, truly. My apologies, Dalla, and my thanks as well." He fell silent, and when he spoke again it was in Devarian. "That's somewhat else I've forgotten, how a woman can feel weak and timid if she's surrounded by friends she doesn't know are friends." "Only women feel that way?" His laughter rumbled briefly. "You've caught me there," he said. "Men, too, at times." "So I thought." "But well and good, then. I'll take Mike with her if he'll go, and I think he will. We don't want him sneaking off to try to rescue his cousin on his own, anyway." "Very true, especially since Kov isn't where Mike left him. Every time I scry for him, I see him still in some sort of tunnel with all those other people." "Then he's safe for the nonce. Good. I've not got the time to rescue him right now." Traveling underground with a pack of Durgan was coming close to driving Kov insane. He was accustomed to the tightly organized and rapid marches of mountain folk who could cheerfully cover 30 miles a day, even when burdened with children and household goods. Under the same conditions, the Durgan dawdled, dragged, whined, complained, and at moments outright stopped to sit down and announce that they simply couldn't move one more step. At the most, Kov figured they were making 12 miles daily, and that on a good day. The tunnels meandered, changed direction and levels, and branched off in a welter of ways. Kov could keep track of where they'd been, but since he had no idea of where they were going, he could only listen with the others while Lady and Lejack argued furiously about the route. Eventually, one or the other would win, and the ragged procession would set off again, trending generally north. Now and then they reached an air vent where a ladder leaned against a nearby wall, the sign of an observation hole. One of the Durgi men would climb up, stick his head out for a look around, then climb down again to tell Lejack what he'd seen, usually mere landscape. Finally, however, after a long blur of days in the tunnels, the scout hurried down and began chattering in sheer excitement. "He did see huts," Lejack told Kov. "We be here, and they be not burnt." Most of the Durgans stayed in the tunnel to watch over their goods, while Kov, Lejack, Lady, and a guard of 5 men climbed up and out. Waiting for them was a delegation from the new village, a half-circle of Durgi spearmen guarding a woman dressed in shimmering gold. When Lady hurried forward to greet her, Kov guessed that she held the same position of Lady in her tribe. The 2 women walked a few steps away from the crowd and began to talk in low voices. Both sets of men crossed their arms over their chests and stared at each other in cold silence. One of the men from the new village wore clothing made of leather, Kov noticed. Around his neck, a bronze knife with a long blade dangled from a chain. When Kov looked around, he realized from the position of the sun that he faced east. Straight ahead, in a bend of a river, stood a circle of meager-looking huts some 100 yards away. In among them he saw two of the narrow wooden booths indicating entrances to the underground domain of this new group. He turned back to the west and saw straggly fields of grain stretching out to a stand of trees. I could be anywhere in the Northlands, he thought. Even if he managed to escape his captors, getting home to Lin Sur was going to be an adventure at best, but more likely an ordeal. At worst, what if he never found it? The two women had finished their conversation. Lady rejoined her troop of refugees, spoke briefly to Lijak, then addressed them, speaking so fast that Kov could pick out only a few words here and there. From the way that everyone smiled and nodded, he could assume that they were being welcomed, or at least most of the refugees were welcome. He himself seemed to be an exception, judging from the villagers' cold stares and the fingers jabbed in his direction. The fellow in the leather clothes unhooked his knife from the chain and gave Kov an unpleasantly meaningful look. "They no trust you," Lijak told him. "I go talk sense to their head woman." He stalked off to join the woman dressed in gold scales. Lady came over to Kov and patted him on the arm. "Fear not," she said. "We won't let them sacrifice you." "Sacrifice?" Kov could hear an unmanly squeal in his voice and coughed to clear it. "They want to sacrifice you to the water. You're a stranger and not one of us. And so they're frightened is all. With Horskin on the move, everyone's at the edge of panic." "That man with the knife, I take it he's the priest?" "Not in the sense that the Deveri people speak of priests. I think you could call him a spirit walker or somewhat like that. He knows some Dweomer." She sighed and paused to watch Lijak, who was waving his arms as he spoke. "They do agree that we have to make some sort of strike at the Horskin. They have good spearmen here, she told me, and now we've brought more." "Do they know about that fortress?" "They do, and that's what will save you. I told them that as a man of earth and the mountains, you understand stone and how to destroy such things." Kov's stomach clenched. He wished he'd paid more attention during those long meetings with the sappers and miners of Lin Sur. "The rest of us will stay here," Lady continued. "Some of the men will stay to guard us. Not, I suppose, that they'll be able to do much against raiders like the ones who burnt our village. We'd all best keep underground as much as possible." "That seems wise to me, certainly." Finally, the woman in gold flung her hands in the air, said something abrupt, and turned back to her village. Smiling, Lijak strode over. "She tell me no sacrifice," he said. "Thank all the gods for that." Kov let out his breath in a sharp sigh of relief. His aching stomach began to ease. "I tell them you know tunnels and such. You bring down fortress for us." "Ye gods, I hope I can do it now." "You best had. Spirit man, Gebval his name, he come with us. If you no kill the fortress, they sacrifice you and me with you." Lijak tossed back his head and laughed. "So dig good, mountain man." Kov's stomach clenched again, so tightly that he feared he was going to vomit. He managed to suppress the urge, then pushed out a smile that, or so he hoped, brimmed with confidence. Kov and Lijak spent the rest of that day gathering supplies and volunteers for their long hike west to the Horskin fortress. Although the Durgi men would bring their spears, their real weapons would be shovels and baskets to move the earth under the fortress. Fighting above ground would get them killed, Kov figured, and little more. Still, when he surveyed his ragged pack of Durgan, he found himself wishing for a nice large contingent of Westfolk archers and Deveri swordsmen, someone to guard them while they dug, under Prince Voran, say, or Lord Garin of the Gold Falcon. Impossible, of course. The old mountain proverb came to him. Do what you can with what you have, and if you can't do anything else, then dig your way out of danger. It was, he reflected, the best advice he was going to get, and the only. Lord Garin happened to be out in the ward, talking with his foster brother Lord Mirren when he heard the drumming of dragon wings, heading for the Red Wolf Dun. "Messages from Prince Dar, maybe?" Garin said. "A good guess." Mirren shaded his eyes with his hand and looked off to the west. "I think it's Rory. It's a silver one anyway. Here, he's carrying riders." Yelling for pages to follow them, they hurried out of the main gates and jogged down the hill to the meadow where the dragons usually landed on their infrequent visits. The silver worm circled the meadow, dropping lower each time, then ungracefully flopped into the tall grass. His two riders wasted no time in sliding down from his massive back, a man of the mountain folk and a pretty young woman with dark hair and cornflower blue eyes. "Allow me to present my daughter," Rory said in his deep growl of a voice. "Berwinna of Hainmarn, and her maternal uncle Mike, son of Macalla, both of Lynn's Sir." Garin and Mirren bowed to the visitors. Berwinna, who was wearing baggy old brigga and a man's shirt, managed to drop a decent curtsy. "I can't tell you how glad I am to be on the ground," was Mike's only response. Rory laughed in his deep rumble. "Oh, come now, Uncle Mike," Berwinna said. "It were glorious being up so high and seeing everything all laid out below." Mike rolled his eyes and moaned under his breath. "Be that as it may," Rory said, "I've come to beg the Tyrann to take my daughter and her escort under his protection. Mirren, do you think—" "Of course," Mirren broke in. "I shall be honored to escort such a lovely lady back to my father's dun." Mirren led the pair away. Garin untied the various sacks of supplies and bedrolls from the dragon's broad back. He handed them over to the pages to carry and sent them back to the dun while he lingered to have a few words with the dragon. "I've got messages from the prince," Rory said. "They're in the pouch around my neck. If you'll just untie that and take it up." "Gladly," Garin said. "Is our prince well?" "He is for now, but truly, Garrow, I don't like what I see up in the Northlands. The Horsekin are moving south. War might not come this year, but sooner or later it will. We've got to get more men into that Melon River Valley." "So we do, but I don't know where we'll find them." Garin carried the messages back up to find the great hall full. The warband, the servants, and the noble-born alike all crowded in to see the lass who was a dragon's daughter. Garin found his greatly pregnant wife, the only person in the dun who could read, and handed her the pouch of letters. "Is she truly Rory's kin?" Sala asked. "So he said, and I'll not be arguing with him." Garin paused to sniff the vinegar-scented air. "She smells like one of the great worms, truly, but that may be from riding on her daw's back." Lady Gala had noticed the scent as well, apparently, because she called for servants to heat bath water and swept Berwinna off to the women's hall. Mike had to make do with the stream out in the meadow. The next time that Garin saw Berwinna, he and Sala were sitting together at the table of honor. When Gala and the lass came downstairs, Garin noticed that she was wearing a proper dress, a pale gray color trimmed with bits of blue bardic silk. "That's Gala's very best dress," Sala sounded on the edge of laughter. "No doubt she wants little Berwinna to make a good impression." "Why?" Garin said. Sala rolled her eyes. "Because of Mirren, of course." "Ah, I understand now. Our Lady's spotted marriage, pray." Sala giggled, then arranged a neutral smile for Gala and Berwinna when they joined her at table. Mirren sat next to Berwinna, begged her to share his trencher at dinner, and put on what courtly manners he had, pouring her a goblet of Bardic wine and asking her various small questions while Gala beamed at them both. Berwinna, however polite, seemed mostly weary. Late that night, after Sala had spent the evening in the women's hall, Garin learned the cause of Berwinna's exhausted air. "The poor child," Sala told him. "Her betrothed was slain in battle not a month past." "I'll have a word with Miro, then," Garin said. "He needs to pull back his forces and plan for a long siege." "Will it trouble his heart that she's been betrothed?" "I doubt it. An alliance with a powerful dragon, and through him to our overlord. It's worth laying aside a few scruples." He paused to grin at her. "Assuming Miro has any." Sala abruptly winced and laid both hands on her swollen stomach. "The baby kicked me again, and twice. she announced. "Garrow, I'm as sure as ever I can be that this is a lad. No lass would be so mean to her poor mother." "I'd tell him to stop, but I doubt me if he'll listen." "Oh, no doubt he wouldn't. He's your child, after all." They shared a laugh and a kiss. In the morning, once Sala had written out the Tyrann's answers to the prince's messages, Garin took the pouch back down to the meadow, where the dragon lay lounging in the sun. "Good," Rory said. "I need to get myself back to the prince's camp." "No doubt he's safer with you there." A wink of gold on the dragon's side caught Garin's attention. "Hear that wound's finally healing." "So it is, and I thank every god for it, too. Neb's the one who cured it." "He's a marvel with his herbs, truly. I can parry with a shield as well as I ever could, thanks to him." "Good. I'd wondered about that wound. You know there's a real wisdom to be found in wounds." "Indeed?" "You sound unconvinced," the dragon rumbled with laughter. "I've learned that these past years. Look at me. Do you think there's a creature alive that could kill me?" "I don't. Maybe a squad of enemies, but then you could just fly away from them." "True spoken. But you know, being invulnerables robbed me of the joy of living. When I was a human man and a warrior, every moment of peace I had glowed and warmed me like mead, because I knew that in the end my Lady Death would take them all away from me. Now I face year upon year of tedium." "That sounds splendid to me," Garin thought, but aloud he said, "Well, your daughter told my lady that the elven mages were trying to turn you back into a man." "If I let them?" The dragon let out a long vinegar-scented sigh. "Ah, well, Garrow, farewell. Let's hope we meet again. But who knows where my weird will take me?" "No man nor dragon either knows that. I'll hope for the best for you." The dragon waddled away into the clear space of the meadow. He bunched his muscles, spread his wings, and leaped into the air. Garin watched him soar, as tiny as a white bird against the bright sky, until he disappeared. As soon as she'd seen Lady Sala's maid Penna, Berwina had realized that her people belonged to the strange village folk up in the Northlands. She waited until she had a chance to be alone with Uncle Mike before she asked him if he'd seen it too. "Most assuredly," he said. "Did you notice the one-armed gatekeeper? I think his name is Tauro. He's one of them too." "Twice a mystery, then. I'll see what I may learn about them." Fortunately, Sala and Gala both knew the tale. They told Berwina as they sat sewing in the women's hall. "They're a brother and sister," Gala said, "who used to live in a village farther west. Poor little Penna and the other village women were abducted by the wretched Horskin, but may the goddess be thanked, our men rescued them last summer." Now, Tauro was a rider in Gwirbert Ridvar's warband. Sala picked up the story. "He lost his arm in the fighting, and now he's a dependent of my husband's. He'll be our gatekeeper once we've built our own dun." "I did wonder if they were bloodkin," Winnie said. "They do much resemble each other." "Indeed they do," Gala said. "Now I've been told that the children weren't born in that village. Their mother was widowed, I'm afraid I forget how, and ended up there when she married again." "Her first husband was a river fisherman who drowned," Sala put in. "Penna mentioned that to me." "Drowned?" Winnie thought. "Caught in a weir, mayhap, or a net, when he swam as an otter?" The mystery began to intrigue her. In the morning, Penna came into her chamber to bring her wash water and to set the chamber pot outside the door for a servant of lower rank to empty. While Berwina washed, Penna bustled around the chamber, pulling back the heavy drape at the window, smoothing out the blankets on the bed. "My Lady Gala does say that she'll find you a coverlet by nightfall," Penna remarked. "She be ever so generous." "Most certainly she be that," Winnie said. "Lady Sala, she be a kindly soul too." "Oh, very, I know how lucky I be, to have fetched up here." "You come from the Northlands, baint?" Penna turned half away and froze, staring at the curved stone wall of the chamber. "Oh, here, Winnie said. My apologies, never did I mean to frighten you. Penna turned around, and her pinched little face had gone pale. How be it that you know that? She said. I do come from the Northlands myself, though not from your people. My people? Penna's eyes grew wide. What do you know of my people? I know not, you see. We did leave when I were so small, and my ma'am, she would tell me not, no matter how much I begged to know. Well, they do live in villages by the river and grow crops there. I think me they also be great fisher folk. Why? Winnie picked her words carefully before she spoke. Well, I think me they do swim in the river and catch their fish on the fin, as it were. Like you the water? I do not. Penna stamped one foot. My ma'am, she did always tell me, shun you the water. 'Twill carry you away, she did say. Did she warn your brother too? She didn't. Penna frowned, considering. She did let Tauro swim in the river with the other lads. I did ask her once why he might swim but not me, and she just said that I be different. When I did ask her how, she looked ever so frightened. I mustn't ever ask her that again, she did say, and she did give me a good slap to help me remember her saying, so I didn't. Berwina hesitated, wondering if she should tell Penna the truth. The lass cocked her head to one side. You know why, don't you? Penna said. Do tell me, please. Be you sure you want the knowing? Naught will be the same for you if I do tell you. Penna hesitated. As Berwina waited, she wished that she could run to Angmar or Delandra for advice. I do, Penna said at last. Please do tell me what you know. Far to the north of here, there be a people who do look much like you and your brother. They do have your hair, your brows, and the like. I think me you were born among them, and your ma'am, she did flee them for some reason with the pair of you. They be otter folk, truly, shape-changers. Know you what a shape-changer be? I did hear old tales and such like. Penna's voice barely rose above a whisper. Be they true? They be so. I think me that if you were to swim in running water a change would come over you. Why else would your ma'am worry so? Penna's face blanched. Without another word, she turned and ran from the chamber. Winnie followed more slowly, cursing her own bluntness. She could only hope she'd not terrified the poor lass into avoiding her ever after. That very afternoon, however, Penna sought her out. I be done with my work for the nonce, Penna said. Please, Lady Berwina, would it please you to come with me to the meadows? There be a stream there. There be a need on me to know if you did speak true about my kin. Well and good then, Berwina said. It be a nice warm day. No one noticed them when they left the dun and hurried down the hill to the meadow. Near the stream a wide circle had been beaten down in the grass, the place where the silver worm had laired during his brief stay. At the stream bank, Penna slipped off her overdress readily enough, then paused, her eyes wide with terror. Only do this if you be sure you do want to, Winnie said. Truly, I never meant to trouble your heart so deeply. It be not you, Penna said. I be grateful that you did tell me what you know. She took a deep breath, then bent down to grab the hem of her underdress and pulled it up. Winnie helped her get the dress over her head. Wearing only a loin wrap around her skinny hips, Penna took a step off the bank and into the stream. She gasped aloud, then flung herself into the water with a cry of near sexual delight. She rolled over, and as she moved, a glittering blue light sprang from her body and wrapped her round, so bright that Winnie could barely look upon it. The light receded, then vanished. A skinny, half-grown otter, just Penna's size, wallowed in the water with little yips of joy. Winnie could just barely understand her words. Good. Good. The stream ran too shallow for diving or even proper swimming. After a few more splashes and rolls, the Durgy lass clambered out of the water and began to shake the drops from her fur. As she shook, she danced in a circle. In a flash of blue light, the otter disappeared. Penna stood shivering on the bank, with water dripping from her human hair and dripping down her human back. When Winnie handed over her underdress, the lass slipped it on, patting the cloth as if to thank it. She looked up and gave Winnie a weak smile. You were right, Penna said. I be half an otter, and we must come from the Durgy folk, Tauro and me. Indeed you must. Did that hurt changing so? It did not, It were the sweetest feeling I ever did have, a melting like into the water. My thanks, Lady Berwinna, my humble thanks. May the goddess bless you forever for the helping of me. You be most welcome, truly. Mayhap some day you'll be going north to meet your kin, some day when the horse kin be not prowling around. Mayhap, yet I do think my ma'am she were forced to flee them. Why else did we fetch up so far from home? Penna's voice broke, and she wept, covering her face with her hands. Berwinna threw her arms around her and held her while she sobbed. It be a hard thing, she thought, to learn such Dweomer truths about yourself. For the first time in her entire life, she considered the possibility that Mara, her ever-so-annoying sister, might have been equally distressed to learn that she was no ordinary lass, but one with an enormous weird laid upon her, a burden to be carried as much as an honor to be cherished. There be a need on me to ask her about that, she thought, if ever I do see her again. Penna's tears ended at last. She pulled away and wiped her face on her overdress before putting it on. Berwinna pulled a handful of grass and gave it to her to use to blow her nose. My thanks, Penna stammered. For the truth, too, I just be so surprised, I think I do mean. No doubt. Penna smiled, blew her nose, and let the ill-used grass fall to the ground. She turned and looked northward. We'd best get ourselves back to the dun, Berwinna said. Would you not take a chill or such like? Well and good then. Yet as they walked back, Berwinna noticed how often Penna looked to the north, as if she might see her peculiar kinfolk, so far away, by force of will. Kov, meanwhile, had seen all the Durgan he ever wished to see, even though traveling with a group of dedicated spearmen proved far faster and easier than traveling with an entire village of their kind. As they marched through the narrow tunnels that led west, Kov found himself missing the treasure chamber and its gold so badly that he knew he'd escaped the glittering trap just in time. You're like a sot, he told himself, moaning and shivering when there's no drink to be had. Without the gold's invisible mist to deaden his feelings, he lived with the infuriating awareness that he'd been enslaved. The presence of Gebval, the spirit talker, became a second irritation. Every now and then he caught this supposed Dweomer man staring at him grimly. When Kov would catch his gaze, Gebval would ostentatiously test the sharpness of his bronze blade with a calloused thumb. You fraud, Kov would think. I'll wager your supposed Dweomer is just as false as that silly binding spell. Yet he refrained from voicing the insult. Since the others believed that Gebval had magic, they doubtless would react badly to any slight to their shaman. On the journey west, Kov might have schemed out a way to escape had he not realized that he hated the horsekin even more than he'd come to hate the Durgan. He wanted little Clackut avenged, for starters, and then vengeance for his ancestors, slain as they fled Linrej, for Linrej itself, for the mountain folk slain in the recent wars, the same for the dead West folk, and even for the Deveri losses, the soldiers killed as allies of his people. By the time he and his band of Durgan reached the fortress, Kov had worked himself into a state of icy rage. Late on an afternoon, the tunnel they were currently following led them to a wide circular chamber, some 20 feet underground by Kov's estimate. Scraps of rotting cloth, bits of rope and leather thongs, pieces of broken pottery, and fragments of wooden boards, black with age and mold, littered half the floor, though the other half looked reasonably clean. This place be safe, Lijak informed Kov. We do rest here. Are we near the fortress, then? Kov said. Not far, but not right next, they tell me. He gestured at the Durgan from the northern village. We reach edge of Barrowland, south edge that be. This chamber, Kov realized, must have served the Durgi grave robbers as a way station, a place to rest and free their treasures from the original wrappings. He walked over to the littered scraps and idly poked through it with one booted foot. Black hairy spiders scuttled away, but he found nothing else of interest. On the far side of the chamber stood a wooden door, roughly made of axe-split planks. When Kov shoved it open, the smell of fresh air greeted him, and a shaft of sunlight that revealed another tunnel leading north. That doesn't look very promising, Kov said to Lijak. I want to climb up to that vent and look out. Good thought. This vent, however, lacked a ladder, and Kov was far too short to reach it. Lijak turned and whistled, then held up 2 fingers. Jemjek and Growlag trotted over to join them. After a few words from the spear leader, they hoisted Kov up. He stood on Jemjek's shoulders and stuck his head, very carefully, through the moldy wooden grating. Through a scant cover of long grass, he could see westward to a stand of trees. Between the trees, water gleamed. "There's a river ahead," Kov told Lijak, "and I can just see some kind of boat. Ye gods, it's a barge!" As the barge glided downriver, it winked into and out of view through the trees. Kov caught glimpses of its cargo. "It's carrying stone blocks," he said. "We must be near the fortress, all right. But that river's going to cause us a cursed lot of trouble." Carefully, he extricated his head from the grating, then let Growlag haul him down. Gebval was standing in the open doorway, glaring again, his hand on the hilt of the bronze knife. Kov restrained his urge to make a rude gesture. That night, Lijak questioned the northern Durgan, extracting every bit of knowledge they had about this stretch of country, then passing it on to Kov. As Kov had suspected, the tunnel system never crossed under the river. Even a skilled crew of mountain men would have been hard-pressed to make such a crossing waterproof and thus safe. Instead, the tunnel system turned north and ran parallel to the river until it reached the rich pickings of the barrow fields. While the Durgan could have transformed and swum across, Kov could not. Even more to the point, in otter form they'd never have been able to carry their digging tools, earth-moving baskets, and other such supplies. "We go north little ways," Lijak said. "Find ford, cross there." The northern Durgan immediately objected, not that they had any other plan in mind. They voiced idea after idea, all of them unworkable or even merely silly. After a long evening of squabbling, which on several occasions nearly led to blows, everyone finally agreed with Lijak's original idea, thanks to Gebval, who finally made himself useful by delivering the opinion that Lijak was right. Kov found himself remembering the constant arguing among his own kinsfolk. Among the mountain folk, the arguments arose when individuals refused to change an idea or budge an inch from a position. The vices of earth, he supposed. The Durgan, on the other hand, suffered from the vices of water, endlessly flowing, always changing, unless the rare individual like Lijak could finally contain their ideas in a vessel made of hard thought. In the morning they set off again, heading north through the tunnels. At each ventilation shaft, either Lijak or Kov would climb up and look at the river, which stubbornly flowed deep and fast at the edge of the view. On the 3rd day, however, they found a surprise, a bridge. Just at sunset, Kov spotted it, a ramshackle affair of planks laid on pilings, thrown up hastily out of timber so green that the road bed was already pulling apart. Judging from the stumps of trees he saw all along the bank, whoever had built the bridge had cut their raw materials on site. He climbed back down to report what he'd seen. "Think it hold us?" Lijak said. "If we're careful," Kov said. "The horsekin must have built it to get horsemen across the river." "Ah, maybe the ones that burn huts." "It could be indeed. After we bring down the fortress, we can retreat back here, cross the bridge, and burn it behind us." "Good plan, if we live so long." "There is that." Kov tried to smile and failed. "Well, all we can do is hope for the best. To that end, we need to send a scout up, see if horsekin are guarding the thing." Lijak snorted profoundly. "I go myself. These—" he jerked a thumb in the direction of the other Durgan. "Be useless." Kov agreed, but he said nothing aloud. When twilight grew thick outside, Lijak climbed up to the vent, pulled out the wooden grating, and hauled himself over the edge to the ground above. Kov stayed on the ladder and watched as the spear leader ran, half crouching, to the riverbank. He made his way among a scatter of bushes, where he paused to take off his clothes. When Lijak slipped into the water, Kov saw a brief glimmer of blue light, then lost track of the spear leader completely in the dark ripples of water. Twilight turned to night. The stars came out and began their slow wheeling climb toward zenith. Kov's legs began to ache on his awkward perch, but he kept watch. Without Lejack, he felt, the expedition would fail, which meant he himself would end up sacrificed to the water gods by a gloating Gebval. My throat slit and my blood given to the river, he decided, or bound to one of those stone pillars and knifed. Down below him he could hear the Durgans squabbling over who had received more of their diminishing rations of stale flatbread. He considered climbing out and disappearing into the night, but what would happen to him then? As much as he hated to admit it, his safety lay with Lejack and his followers. After what seemed like half the night, though the wheel of the stars had only marked out an eighth of its journey, a damp Lejack returned. Kov climbed down to let the spear leader swing himself onto the ladder and follow. "No guards," Lejack said. "I round up our men. We hurry across now. Who knows who comes later?" "Just so," Kov said. "What do we do once we've crossed?" "Hide in trees to west, then dig." "Dig tunnels south, down to the fortress, you mean?" "That too. Place to hide, place to think." Lejack paused to look up at the opening of the shaft. "Too strange up there, too wide, too many stars." Getting all the Durgan up and out, as well as hauling up all the gear, took far too much time and made too much noise for Kov's peace of mind. He kept expecting that at any moment a horsekin barge would drift downriver and see them, or a mounted patrol would come bursting out of the woods and run them down with sabers flashing in the starlight. At last everyone had assembled in a reasonably straight line. With Kov leading and Lejack at the rear to ensure that no one stopped or strayed from the line of march, they headed for the bridge. When they reached it, even in the uncertain light, Kov could see that it had been built on the ruins of an older structure. Stone pilings, cracked and mossy, rose a few feet out of the water. New wooden pilings had been driven next to these ancient supports only in the center of the structure, where the bridge arched high enough for a barge to slip through. Near each shore the horsekin had laid their rough-cut planks over the old stones. "We go few at time," Lejack said. "Good idea," Kov said. "The gods only know how they got horses across this thing." "Slowly," Lejack said, then laughed. Despite Kov's fears, the entire expedition got across safely, though certainly not silently. The wood creaked and groaned under any greater weight than a single Durgi. The men kept slipping and cursing, snapping at those closest to them as if the slip were someone else's fault. Kov could only pray that the sound of water rushing along under the bridge would cover the noise, assuming that any horsekin layered near enough to hear it. By the first gray light of dawn, they all reached the stand of virgin forest that Lejack had spotted off to the west. In among the underbrush they could hide their supplies and themselves. The Durgan spread out, nestling down to sleep in the bracken among the trees. "No horses come through here," Lejack remarked. "Too thick." "You're right." Kov felt greatly relieved. "As long as we're quiet, no one on the river can spot us either." "True. Tomorrow we dig. Or maybe we can find another tunnel system. Surely some gatherers must have investigated the Long Barrow." "Maybe, maybe not. We see soon." Yet despite these rational reassurances, it took Kov a long time to fall asleep, even though he felt exhausted from the long day's march and the night's danger. Just as the sun broke above the horizon, he got up from his improvised bed and made his way to the forest verge. Overhead a stipple of gray clouds was sailing in from the south. "Rain," he thought. "Ye gods, just what we don't need." He looked back at the bridge, some 200 yards away across ground mostly open, though littered with tree stumps. On one of the ancient pillars he could see what appeared to be a carved design, though it stood too far for him to distinguish what it might be. Dwarven runes, perhaps, cut on a bridge made by refugees from Lyn Reg as they made their way east to found Lyn Sur. His curiosity would have to wait, he realized. In the light of day, going back to examine the carving struck him as infinitely foolish. What if a barge came downriver? As he made his way back through the forest to warn the others about the coming rain, he told himself that he'd try to see the carving on the return journey, if he lived so long. Down to the south and east, the warm summer storm had already broken over the grasslands. Life in the Westfolk camp moved indoors to wait out the rain. Branna had been assiduously following her teacher's advice and centering her meditations on the problem of returning Rory to human form. Late one drizzly afternoon, when Neb was working in the healer's tent, she stumbled across a memory knot from Jill's life. The moment when that Dweomer master had seen dark wings of weird enfolding the man she'd once loved. Although Jill knew she'd be unable to turn the weird aside, she'd sworn a vow to undo whatever it brought upon him, no matter what the risk to herself. It was enough reason, Brenna supposed, for her desire to set things right for the man inside the dragon, and yet something more lay hidden at the center of the knot. She could feel it but not identify it. The problem reinforced another that troubled her these days. Neb had found his true weird when he'd resolved to use Dweomer to further the healing arts. She envied the clear focus it gave him, the power it had released for his studies. She had no idea why she was studying Dweomer, except that she loved it and had the gifts to master it. "There must be some reason I'm doing this," Brenna told Grelazar. "Something specific, I mean. I swore a vow that I'd use it to help others, but that's all kind of vague, isn't it?" "It is, now," Grelazar said. "You be young yet. Wait till you reach your third 9 of years, and then will you be working a ritual that tells of your true weird." "But Neb—" "Neb be not you, and you be not Neb." Grelazar fixed her with a narrow-eyed glare. "And this be not some race or mock combat with lords to set a prize." "True spoken, my apologies. It's just so hard to wait." "That be because of what I did say. You be young yet." Brenna felt a profound temptation to sulk, but she shoved it aside. "I've almost reached 2 9s, she told herself. "It's not all that long till I can work the ritual. It only seems like it'll be forever." Delandra had been using her tent-bound rainy days for meditation as well, and on the same subject of Dragon Dweomer. She'd discovered little in these astral forays. When she discussed them with Valendario, she learned that Val had been doing the same, with the same disappointing results. "You'd think we'd come up with something," Val said, "with the 4 of us all worrying about that wretched spell." "The 4? Right, you're including Branna, as well we should. I suppose we can start by assuming that Evander's dragon spell is merely a particular instance of transformational Dweomer. Then the problem is, how do we reverse it from the outside, as it were?" Val paused for a frown. "It's going to take a tremendous amount of power." "Just that, and let's hope we don't kill the man inside the dragon if we can't earth the forces properly. Now, I've been studying Rory's etheric double ever since he reappeared last year. He seems to have 2 doubles, actually, one of them dragonish, the other the same shape he had before. They're somehow tied to the cycle of the moon." "Which one is dominant? Can you tell?" "Fortunately, yes." Delandra considered for a moment. "The mannish shape is generally stronger, but during the second quarter the dragon double appears. It's at its peak when the moon is full. So we'd best do the working when the moon's dark." "I'd think so, yes." "I really do wish that Evander had left the wretched book in your tent or some such place instead of in Alban, wherever that may lie. Why couldn't he ever do anything simply?" Val held up one hand to prevent a reply. "Oh, I know, it's because of what he saw in his omens. You explained all that. It just really irks me." "It irks me too, to be honest." Valendario smiled at the admission, so brightly that Delandra wished she'd never made it. "You did the right thing when you convinced him to incarnate," Val went on. "I didn't convince him exactly. He made the decision the only way he ever made decisions, by backing into it." "Like getting a balky horse into a paddock, eh? Arse first?" Delandra was about to make a nasty reply when Calendarial, for probably the first time in his life, averted an argument rather than caused one. He ducked under the tent flap and came in, shaking water drops from his hair. "Am I interrupting some working?" he said. "I can take myself out again if so." No, Valendario stood up. "I was just thinking of leaving, actually. I need to cast the omens for the day." "You and your omens," Delandra thought. "You're a fine one to talk about Evander." She managed to hold her tongue until Valendario had left. Cal flopped down on the heap of leather cushions that her fellow Dweomer master had just vacated. I wanted to ask you to scry out something for me, beloved, he said, assuming you don't mind and all that. I keep wondering what Voran's up to because of the boars, mostly. I'd like to see them brought to justice. Those priests of Bel were a loathsome lot, as arrogant as a ram in spring, but they didn't deserve what happened to them. I couldn't agree more. Let's see if I can find him. This rain is a nuisance. Despite the water veil falling around the tent, the image of the prince built up fast. Voran was sitting at a long table inside some sort of room with wood-paneled walls. At his right hand sat Envoy Garin of the Mountain Folk, and between them on the table lay heaps of parchments, some splitting and yellowed with age, others fresh and smooth. Sunlight fell across them from a window. The rain had yet to arrive at their location, if indeed the storm was even heading their way. Still discussing the border, then, Cal said when she told him what she'd seen. Well, eventually he'll send messages to our prince. No doubt they'll have some hard information in them. And don't forget that the Silver Dragon's off scouting, Delandra said. He should be back soon, and he'll know more. True, and come to think of it, there's Laz, too. Can you talk with him the way you do with other wise ones? I can't. Or to be precise, he doesn't know how. That teacher of his, he wasn't only corrupt, he simply didn't know much. Or else he knew, but didn't choose to teach what he knew, which is worse. But I can scry for Laz easily enough. I intend to keep track of him, too. I don't trust the man. No more do I, which is why I intend to keep track of him. Delandra had been looking for Laz at regular intervals, but she found his image difficult to clarify. Apparently he'd cast a Dweomer spell over himself that hid him from scrying eyes. She could, however, find Faharn and Ridderk easily enough, then identify Laz as the misty presence near them. He's a cautious soul, she thought. Or does he even realize that he's cast up this Dweomer shield? He was hiding from himself as much as from some enemy, real or imagined, she supposed. When she considered what she knew of his earlier lives, she couldn't blame him. Almost there, Ridderk said. I hope our prince has reached the Dun, Laz said. He should have by now. They topped a rise and saw, ahead across a valley, the gray Brock Tower on its squat hill, wound with earthworks. Even at that distance, Laz recognized it. Home. The word burst into his consciousness and brought with it a flood of memories that washed away the present moment. Once again he felt the weight of mail upon his shoulders, the tug of a sword at his side, the stiff-backed ache of an old wound. He turned in the saddle to give orders to his warband and saw only Faharn riding behind him, leading their pack-horse. The memory flood receded, but it left behind images and emotions like the detritus washed up on the beach by a storm tide. There they are, Ridderk was saying. Look. Laz looked where he pointed and saw at the foot of the Dun mound the tents of a large encampment, spread out like dirty gray sea foam around a rock. At least 500 fighting men, Laz estimated, and more horses and servants. Ridderk and his men continued talking, but Laz had no attention to pay them. He could remember another army surrounding that Dun, even larger, this one mostly made up of Horsekin and Geldathay. Although they had hailed him as a friend, Lord Tren had been shocked to meet them. Alshandra's priestesses and envoys had always been human. As the messengers guided their horses down the hill, Laz let his mount follow its temporary herd and watched the Dun grow closer and closer. The memories clustered around him, of all the times Lord Tren had ridden back to this isolated lump of ugly hillock, elaborately defended against enemies that never bothered to come. He'd spent much time with his brother, Tren had. Laz couldn't remember his name, but he felt a strong sense of gratitude for gifts given and hospitality offered, boons far beyond what a younger brother could usually expect from an elder. Someone had murdered him. Who or how, Laz couldn't remember, only his rage at hearing the news, that his brother lay dead and unavenged. And that's the trouble with this sort of memory of a past life, Laz thought. Vague, misty, soaked-in feelings, no hard information, nothing you can ask the old people about, nothing a priest or sage can verify or deny. But hadn't Delandra been at the siege of Sengarn? She'd mentioned it, certainly. When he saw her again, he could ask her if she knew how Tren's brother had died. His small party of riders had by then reached the valley floor. They followed a path beside a river and crossed a bridge, stout on its tree-trunk pilings, though the timber looked fresh cut. "The mountain folk must have built this," Riddick said. "They can work fast when they want to," Laz said. "There was only a ford here before." A slip on Laz's part. Riddick turned in the saddle and seemed to be about to question him, most likely to ask how he knew. Fortunately, in the encampment horns sounded, a shout went up, and a pair of riders wearing the wyvern blazon on their tabards came trotting out. With a whoop, Riddick and his men kicked their horses to a trot to meet them. Laz and Faharn followed more slowly. "I never thought I'd say such a thing," Faharn said, "but I'm glad to see the size of this Ligic army." "Me too," Laz said. "The Northlands have become a suddenly dangerous place." As they rode through the camp, Laz noticed how well organized it was. On two sides lay ditches for latrines and garbage, with the dirt from their digging piled up neatly for covering the refuse when the army moved on. Tents stood in tidy semicircles inside the ditchworks. The horses were tethered out in pastures marked by rope fences, the supply wagons stowed in rows nearby. Here and there gold wyvern banners, planted among the tents, marked the fighting men clustered around them as squadrons from the King's Own. At the base of the hill, the mountain folk had set up a camp just as well organized. Sentries armed with long battle-axes stood at the entrance to the winding earthworks that lined the road up to the walled dun. More sentries called out a greeting at every turn and stood at the open gates. When Laz and his party dismounted in the ward, 4 men of the mountain folk hurried over to take their horses. "If you'd just hold our mounts for us," Riddick pointed out the other 3 messengers to include them in the us. "We'll doubtless be going back to our camp after we give the prince's messages." The men nodded but said nothing. They were all looking at Faharn with suspicion in narrowed eyes. "He's all right," Riddick said, a touch jovially. "Both of these men have good reason to hate the Horsekin. Laz, show them. They tortured him, you see." Laz held up his maimed hands. 2 of the mountain men winced and looked away. The others nodded their understanding. "Don't know where you'll be quartered," Riddick said to Laz. "Up here, I'd think." Riddick's thought proved accurate. As the important translator and scholar, Laz found himself billeted in the dun itself. The prince's quartermaster gave him a chamber near the top floor, a tiny space, but it did possess an actual bed. Laz asked him to give Faharn a straw mattress to put on the floor, rather than letting his apprentice sleep outside on the cobbled ward as most servants and apprentices did. "He's Geldathay, not Horskin," Laz told the quartermaster. "But will the other apprentices appreciate the difference?" "They'd make his life miserable, no doubt," the fellow said. "Well and good, then, he can share your chamber." They dumped their gear next to one of the wickerwork walls. While Faharn went off to tend their horses, Laz sat on the wide stone windowsill and looked down into the ward below. The view was shockingly, achingly familiar. Had Lord Tren come to this isolated chamber to brood or to spy on his household? Or had some servant lass caught his lordship's fancy and earned a few trinkets on that bed? Laz suspected the latter, but the memory-feeling refused to clarify itself. That evening, Laz ate in the great hall at a table headed by Prince Voran's scribe, who ignored him in an icy way that indicated the scribe saw him as a rival. This disdain allowed Laz plenty of time to look around the great hall, packed with fighting men, human and mountain folk both. He was searching for Faharn, but he never saw him. He could guess that as an apprentice, Faharn was being fed somewhere else with the servants. He did see a man who had to be Prince Voran, because he was sitting at the head of the honor table, a tall fellow, neither ugly nor good-looking, with a touch of gray in his brown hair and a wide mouth that gave him a froggy air when he grinned. On either side of him sat men of the mountain folk. The 3 of them stayed deep in conversation throughout the meal. Serving lads and pages dashed back and forth, handing out food and drink while the men yelled requests and oaths. The hall stank of moldy straw, sweat, and smoke from the rush torches burning in the wall sconces. Any kind of meditation on past lives was out of the question in the noise and heat. Laz ate quickly, then got up and slipped away while the others at his table were talking among themselves. Back in his chamber, still over-warm from the day, Laz returned to his watch in the window. He could see over the dun walls to the gray sea of tents, illuminated here and there by tiny campfires, and beyond them to the countryside, dark under the stars. Feelings that he knew came from his life as Tren rose in his mind. A bitterness, a deep abiding resentment at someone or something, coupled with a sense that life was bleak, empty, as cold as winter frost on stone. In his own current life, Laz had at times tasted a similar resentment, though always with some immediate cause. His sister's privileged positions in the Matchfala, his mother's political ambitions that would have deformed him into a kind of man he hated. Still, his own feelings had been close enough to Tren's that he could use them as an entry to that other life. He set himself to meditate upon it, here in this dun where once Lord Tren had lived. At last, after the wheel of stars had made a quarter turn in the sky, Laz discovered the source, an abscess gone septic deep in Tren's soul. Tren felt he had lost something. Some treasure was being denied him, something that mattered as much as life itself, something that should have been his, had someone not stolen it. Tren lived wrapped in a bitter certainty that he'd been cheated, denied, robbed, yet he could never find out what that something had been or who had taken it from him. Alchandra and her glorious visitations, a goddess one could see, a vast power who made herself manifest in the common world. She had seemed to supply that lack, to restore what had once been his. But in the end she too had revealed herself to be another cheat, another lie, another robbery, when she'd died in the sky above Sengarn, torn to pieces like a fox among hounds. But what had Tren lost? Sorcery, Laz whispered. It had to be sorcery. I must have studied it in one of the earlier lives, then lost it or had it taken away. He fell silent, choking on the sure knowledge that some great abuse had cost him the one thing in life he'd ever truly loved. Delandra said she had information about 2 lives, he thought. She never had time to tell me about the other one. And Marnmara had told him something about a past life, hadn't she? Something like, "You did great evil." "Ah, there you are." Faharn kicked open the door and strode into the chamber. He carried a bucket of water in one hand and a candle lantern in the other. Laz could have cheerfully strangled him, but he reminded himself that Faharn had no idea of what he'd just interrupted, or of the importance of the insight he'd just driven away. One of these days I must tell him the great truth, Laz thought. Then he'll understand. "Wash water?" Laz managed to sound reasonably civil. "I heated it at the cookhouse hearth, though it may or may not still be warm. As long as it's not icy cold it will do, my thanks." "The prince wants to see you in his council chamber," Faharn went on, "so I thought you might want to clean up." "I do, but when does—" "In a bit, is all the page told me. He'll come fetch you. The page, that is, not the prince." "I assumed that." Laz flashed him a grin. "My thanks for the warm water." Laz had just finished washing and was putting on a clean shirt when the page arrived, carrying a candle lantern. Laz gathered up the wax-coated tablets and stylus that Faharn had put out for him and followed the lad into the hall. "Beg pardon, good scribe," the page said, "but how can you write with those hands?" "How?" Laz grinned at him. "With some difficulty, that's how." The lad blushed and hurried on ahead of him. Laz followed the bobbing lantern light down a twist of the stone stairs and into what had once been the women's hall of the dun. Laz remembered that Tren's aged mother had once held a shabby court there for the rare visits of other noblewomen. Now it had been turned into a council chamber of sorts. A long table, lit with a lantern at either end, held a map of the Northlands, made from 2 whole parchments stitched together and anchored with a couple of large stones to fend off the drafts from the open window. Behind it, in a half-circle of rickety chairs, sat the prince, flanked by the 2 men of the mountain folk who'd accompanied him at dinner. The page bowed low. Laz reminded himself to act humble and knelt in front of the table. "The horsekin scribe, your highness," the lad said. "Not horsekin, but Geldathay," the prince said. "Remember that, it's very important." "Very well, your highness, my apologies." Blushing again, the page backed out of the chamber and shut the door behind him. "Do get up," the prince said. "That floor looks more than a little uncomfortable." "My thanks, your highness." Laz rose and wiped the clinging straws from the knees of his brigga. Have a chair? One of the mountain men, who was sitting at the very end of the table, shoved a chair Laz's way with one foot. You come highly recommended, Lord Master. In the letter exalted Mother Gralazar sent about you. Cursed good thing you're here, too. My name's Brel, son of Brelio, by the by, and I'm the Avro of my lot. He jerked a thumb in the direction of the other man of the mountain folk. This is Envoy Garin. Laz bowed to them both and took the chair. As he sat down, he noticed that the prince was holding a flat leather bag in his lap. He recognized it as a Gildathay dispatch rider's bag. The prince passed it to Brel, who gave it to Laz. As Laz took it, he realized that dry blood crusted the flap. The dispatch rider had apparently not given it over willingly. I'm hoping you can read the letters inside for us, Voran said. So am I, Your Highness, Laz said. The jest brought him a royal grin. Fortunately, the reading turned out to be quite straightforward. When Laz unfolded the 2 letters inside the bag, he discovered they'd been written in a common scribal hand. As far as I can tell from the remnants of these wax seals, Your Highness, Laz began, the letters come from a commander of a regiment of mounted warriors. I can't tell which one, thanks to their being shattered, but I don't suppose it would matter now, with everything so changed in the cities. Probably it doesn't indeed, Voran said. Read them out. To Burke, King of the Free Boars of the North, Laz began, and stopped when all 3 of his listeners swore aloud. King, is it? Voran said. Well, he's got his gall, but then we could have assumed that. You may continue, Laz. Laz did so. Pratane, war leader of the second... He hesitated over an unusual use of a word. War leader of the second horde sends his greetings. Do you recognize that name? Brel interrupted. I don't, sir, Laz said. It looks more horsekin than Gildathay, however, as does the use of horde instead of regiment. Would you stop interrupting him? Envoy Garin glared at Brel. Do continue reading, good Lord Master. Very well. I am sending you my last squad of men who understand fortifications. They never reached the Bordun. Brel glared right back at Garin. That's why we have the letters. Who understand fortifications, Laz picked up the thread again. Once your compound has been made ready, we will send 100 men and wagons with supplies to maintain them. Please send me messengers once your walls are strengthened, so I may know to get these reinforcements on their way. Laz lowered the parchment and glanced at his listeners. That's the first letter, Your Highness, and good sirs. Ye gods. Prince Voran slammed both hands down on the table in front of him and made the candle flames dance in their lanterns. That's clear proof of treachery. I think we can assume that demanding the surrender of the Bordun is well within our rights. Just so, Your Highness, Garin said with a nod his way. Laz wondered if the lack of such evidence would have changed their minds about their planned attack on the Boers. He doubted it. When none of the others spoke again, Laz cleared his throat and started the second letter. It's from Pratane again, Laz began, to our supposed king of the Boers. I have sent messengers to Her Holiness, Phalepsia, High Priestess of Alshandra in Tain Balapan, concerning your request of a temple to be built in your lands. She has responded that she'll gladly grant such a request. A temple to our most holy goddess will be a splendid way to mark our temporary southern border. Temporary? Voran spat out the word. How far south are they aiming? I'd assume they want a foothold in our cod, Your Highness, Garin said. They sieged Sengarn once. So they did. Voran paused for a grimace. Bastards. He nodded Laz's way. Continue. She has sent a priestess of some standing south along with a contingent of 200 cavalrymen. They have orders to secure a bridge somewhat to the north of you. What? Brel broke in. A bridge? What bridge? What kind of madmen would build a bridge in the wilderness? Laz hesitated. From Berwinna he learned about the strange little village and its ramshackle bridge, but he wondered if it were wise to admit to the knowledge. Fortunately, Garin provided something of an answer. Merchants from the west pass through there, Garin said. They've mentioned a wide river, and I'm assuming they bridged it to get their mules across. Of course, Brel said. My apologies. Go on, good scribe. Laz did so. Once the contingent has fortified the bridge site, The priestess, along with a suitable escort, will proceed to your dun. I wonder how many men they deem suitable. This time Voran interrupted. Not the full 200 at least. He turned to look directly at Laz. Is that the last of the letter? Except for some prayers and farewells, Your Highness, Laz said. We don't need to hear those. Could you copy those letters, in Devarian that is, for me? I'm going to send messengers to the High King. I want him to realize that we need more men up here on the border. The fear of losing Northern Arcad will doubtless inspire him to send some. Huh, Brel snorted. He'd better send a small army. Voran ignored him and waved his hand in Laz's direction. You may go, he said. May I have those letters by the morrow morn? You'll find me in the Great Hall. Of course, Your Highness. Laz rose and bowed. I shall deliver them to you personally. With his maimed hands, carrying everything he held in his lap turned out to be difficult. Laz paused long enough to stuff the letters and his wax tablets into the dispatch case, and while he was doing so, the three others went on talking as if he, a mere servant, were no longer there, even when he got up and started for the door. If they're planning on taking Sengarn, Brel was saying, they'll need a bigger base camp than that fortress the dragons saw a building. Just so, Voran said. A place where they can winter, if not else. It's a long way from their cities to Arcad. I'll wager it's Sengarn thereafter. And if they take Sengarn, Garen put in, what's to stop them from turning their greedy eyes to Sargani? The Boers claimed all of it at one time. And its iron mines? Voran smiled in a grim, tight-lipped gesture. No doubt the king will realize that as well. A sudden thought struck Laz like an arrow. He hesitated, unsure of protocol, near the door. Fortunately, Brel noticed him and once again demonstrated his lack of concern for the niceties. What is it, Lord Master? Brel said. There's somewhat on your mind, isn't there? Out with it. My thanks. Laz bowed to him. About that base camp? Go on? The prince and the envoy turned slightly in their chairs to look his way. Marshfort, Laz said in Geldathay, then caught himself. In the Devarian speech, that is to say Sir Conan, I know Alshandra's war leaders coveted it once, some 40 years ago, I believe it was. It's a fortified city with its own water supply. Of course. Garen paused to swear under his breath in a language Laz didn't know, although the tone was unmistakably foul. Sir Conan, Voran said. That's the second time that name has come up. Where? I'll show you on the map, Your Highness. Garen got up and stood by the table. It would be a grand spot to launch an attack against Prince Daryl and Teriel. Indeed, Brel put in. The bastards want grass as much as they want iron, maybe more. Sir Conan is the key to taking the Westlands and the grass. Garen slapped his hands together. We've been blind, Your Highness. So we have, Prince Voran said. I'll send messengers to Prince Dar on the morrow. My thanks, good scholar. I'll see to it that you're well rewarded for your aid. At this firm dismissal, Laz bowed and left. In the empty corridor, he paused to make a small Dweomer light. The silver glow bobbed along ahead of him as he returned to his chamber. There he found Faharn asleep, wrapped tightly in a blanket on his mattress near the door. Laz considered immediately writing out the translation of the letters, but the room lacked a table, and with his maimed hands, grinding and mixing ink would be difficult. He would wake at dawn, he decided, when he usually did, and get Faharn up to help him. He laid the dispatch case down by his saddlebags, dismissed the Dweomer light, then sat on the wide windowsill to consider the night view. The camp below stood mostly dark, but here and there a faint glow indicated a dying campfire. Now and then someone walked through, a twitch of motion in the gloom far below. Stars glittered on the distant river. Lord Tren had sat here on summer nights, now and then, to take the air and brood over his cursed life. Laz pretended to be Tren once more, consciously tried to recapture his feeling that life was bleak and full of betrayals. If only... that was the key, Laz decided. If only I, Tren, lord of this miserable domain, could... do what? He couldn't remember what it was that Tren thought he wanted. Probably Tren had never been sure of it himself. Sorcery seemed as good a guess as any, whether or not the Lord had ever used the word Dweomer to himself. The hair on the back of Laz's neck suddenly rose. something, had entered the room behind him. He wanted to twist around and leap to his feet in order to confront the intruder, but since he was perching on the edge of a long straight drop down to a cobbled ward, he turned and stood up slowly with great care. The spirit who had entered waited for him to face her. At first glance, she appeared to be a pale, blue-haired woman, barefoot and wearing a blue dress, but when he looked more carefully, Laz realized that an etheric ectoplasm made up the dress and her body both, with the color the only difference between them. She glowed in the dark room like a ray of moonlight falling through an arrow slit in the wall. When he gestured out the sigil of the kings of Aether in the air, she smiled and nodded. "Will you save the dragon book?" She spoke in Devarian. "I'll try, certainly," Laz said in the same. "Will you help me?" "I shall tell those who guard it who you are. They cannot speak, but they can hear. The man with the beast on his face has the book." With that she vanished. Laz shuddered, suddenly cold, but pleased nonetheless. He would have help in this impossible-seeming task. This realization brought another, that the spirit called Vander must have commanded immense power, if the fate of one of his artifacts could still trouble the lords of Aether long after his death. Their concern had to be great if they'd send a messenger down the plains to a renegade Dweomer man like himself. Suddenly, using the book as bait to hook Sidro looked like a less than prudent idea. "I'd best think of someone else," Laz told himself. "Tomorrow, though." After a long day in the saddle, plus dealing with both royalty and astral spirits, he felt exhausted. Fahorn had spread his blankets out on the narrow bed. Laz took off his boots and lay down, fully dressed, on the lumpy mattress. "I'll never get to sleep on this." But suddenly he was awake, and the room full of sunlight. He sat up yawning just as Fahorn came bustling in with a basket of bread and a pitcher of water for their breakfast. With Fahorn's help, Laz wrote out a translation of the 2 Horskin letters on the sheets of Pabris Salamander had given him. He had enough blank space left over to add a few notes concerning Sir Conan's role in Horskin history. "Come to think of it," Fahorn said, "that's where the Alshandrites' supposed holy martyr Reyna died. They probably want to build one of their cursed shrines in it." "You are quite right," Laz said. "Let me just add a note about that too, and then I'll take these to His Highness, assuming he's awake." "I saw him in the Great Hall when I fetched our breakfast." Sure enough, Laz found the prince sitting at the head of the honor table with Brel and Garen to either side. Laz decided that Brel would be the most approachable. When he knelt beside the dwarven war leader, Brel greeted him with a brief smile and took the proffered documents. "My thanks," he said. "Your Highness, the lore masters brought back those letters?" "Good, good." Prince Voran favored Laz with a nod. "Here, good scholar, I want you to continue in my service. It's likely we'll find more letters like those. I'm offering you your maintenance for the campaign, for you and your apprentice both, of course, and a silver piece a week." "Very generous terms, Your Highness," Laz said. "I'll accept your commission gladly. I take it we're heading for the Bordon?" "We are?" "Well and good then." The prince sent a page for his quartermaster, who promptly paid over the first silver piece. Where he would spend it, Laz thought, was probably as great a mystery to the quartermaster as it was to him. After many bows and professions of gratitude, he left the prince's company and hurried back upstairs to tell Fahorn the news. "Exactly what you wanted," Fahorn said. "Now we see if we can get that book back." "Just so." Laz grinned at him. "And wouldn't my matchfalla be proud of me? I may be only a humble translator, but I'm riding to war at last." Out in the Ridair, the oddly circular town of Sir Conan sheltered some 4,000 souls. It lay in the midst of water meadows, a first line of defense against Horskin raiders, whose mounts would have had to pick their way through the little streams and springs that turned solid-seeming ground into bog. On its outer walls, made of good stone, guards prowled the catwalks and stood at the iron-bound timber gates. Inside the walls, a wide strip of grassy commons surrounded the town, which in turn surrounded the roughly circular Loch Vade, the crater of an ancient volcano. Most of the buildings crammed into the pale greenish shallows, a jumble and welter of houses and shops, all perched on pilings or crannogs, joined by little bridges to one another in a confusing jumble. The edge of the crannog town bristled with rickety stairs and jetties, where leather coracles bobbed at the end of their ropes. In the center of the lake lay deep water, fed by underground hot springs. Drifts of mist hung over the lake on cold days and veiled the shores of the rocky central island, Citadel. On Citadel, a few large houses and a scatter of shabby dwellings clung to its steep sides, along with the town granary, the militia's armory, shrines to the local gods, and ruins of an ancient temple, tumbled in an earthquake so long ago that no one remembered exactly when. Niffa, the Dweomer master who had once been Dalandra's apprentice, lived with her brother's family in a large house out on Citadel. Jado had grown up as an apprentice to a successful merchant, who had traded with Lin Sur among other places in the Northlands, though only rarely with the Geldathay. After Verarch's death, Jado had become rich on his own, then married Kotzi, the weaver's daughter, who'd borne him a fine clutch of children. Just that spring he'd been elected chief speaker of the town council, an honor that had delighted him at the time. Now, however, his feelings had changed. Niffa was lingering at the breakfast table with him when he brought up the election. "I do wish I'd turned down the post," Jado said that morning, "and kept on leading the caravans myself. Better that I'd died than our Aethel. He were so young, and I'm but an old man now. I've had my life, and—" "Na, brother," Niffa said. "Hold your tongue. Be not blaming yourself. It was his weird." "And no one can turn aside another's weird?" Jado made a sour face at her. "That old saying does sicken me this morning." "It be true whether you do like it or not." He scowled at her, then shrugged with a lift of one skinny shoulder. "Whether I be right or wrong," she said, "you be chief speaker now. This matter of the horsekin does grow more grave daily." Jado finished her thought. "I did call a council meeting this afternoon. The folk who do live in Penley, they do fear the horsekin even more than we. They did send a man to us to petition for the right to flee inside our walls, should the need arise. It would be wise to grant it. Of course, but the council needs must decide for themselves." He paused for a sly smile. "With a bit of help from me, truly?" Niffa learned that the council had followed her advice when Jado returned, bringing the Penley suppliant with him. Cledric, his name was, a tall skinny fellow with short black hair and a straggling mustache. He was, he informed them both, the son of a pig farmer, whose trade in salt pork had given his family a certain standing in his town. "We be grateful that you did grant us shelter," Cledric said. "There be some 50 families in Penley, and we have not the men nor the stone to build walls of our own." "There be a need on us to arrange some signal," Jado said. "The horsekin, they be most like to come down from the north and thus reach us first." Over the noon meal, the two men continued talking while Niffa studied the stranger. Something about Cledric troubled her, yet he seemed sincere enough, especially when it came to his fear of the horsekin. "We did build a wooden palisade round our village," Cledric's voice shook on the words. "But how long might it take the horsekin to burn that? And then, once it be done, they be amuck among us and our women." "Dwell not upon it," Jado said. "Our stone walls, they will keep you safe enough, the gods willing." "But be they willing?" Cledric's voice abruptly turned calm. "What about this new goddess of theirs? She has great power of her own." "She be not a goddess," Niffa leaned forward into the conversation. "And she does live no longer." Cledric turned his head to look at her with an utterly blank expression on his face, as if perhaps he'd not heard her. "This be my sister," Jado said. "She does walk the witch road." Cledric's face lost some of its color. He pushed out a twitch of a smile and bobbed his head in her direction. "And I will tell you yet again," Niffa said, "Alshandra were but an illusion and a cheat. Fear her not." "If you do say so, mistress," Cledric said, "then I shall do as you say." Yet he was staring at the table as he spoke rather than looking her way. Niffa said nothing more, but for the rest of the meal she studied Cledric, who did his best to avoid her gaze the entire time. As soon as the meal was over, he mumbled excuses and fled the house. Niffa went up to her little chamber at the top of the rambling house. Besides her narrow bed, it held a lectern, a high stool for reading at the lectern, and a comfortable cushioned window seat. From the window she could see all the way down Citadel, past the fine houses, past the public granary and the little annex where she'd been born and spent her childhood, past the steep paths and the retaining walls, down the strip of sandy beach and the coracles drawn up upon it, to Loch Vade itself, where patches of pale mist floated above the greenish water. She used the mist as a focus and reached out to Delandra. The elven Dweomer master answered her immediately. "Sour news," Niffa said. "I do think Alshandra worship has reached the Ridair." Delandra listened gravely while Niffa told her of Cledric and his odd behavior. When she finished, Delandra agreed with her. "This sounds ominous indeed," Dalla said. "I told you, didn't I, that we have a woman with us who used to be a priestess of Alshandra? She might well know more about Penley." "Splendid. Do ask her, and do let me know when you've done so." "I shall indeed. Stay on the alert would be my advice." "That be good advice always when the horse can be prowling around?" After she broke the link with Niffa, Delandra wandered through the Alar's camp, dodging children, dogs, and wild folk until she found Sidro, who was sitting in front of the tent she shared with Pyr and mending one of his shirts. Delandra sat down cross-legged in front of her. "Tell me somewhat," Delandra said. "Alshandra's elect traveled long distances to spread the word, didn't they?" "Very long, truly." Sidro laid her mending into her lap. "We did call ourselves Alshandra's messengers, and speak of our duty to let all hear of her." "Do you know if anyone went to Sir Conan?" "Not to the town itself, though it be the place where the holy witness Reyna did die. Lakenza did warn us away from there, saying the folk were too savage and too inclined to murder any Geldathay on sight." That wasn't true, you know. Sir Conan had an alliance with Grelazar's people." "Never did they tell us that. The Raxanir, they did lie and lie again." Sidro set her lips tight in disgust. "From everything you've told me about them, I'm not surprised. But what about the villages near Sir Conan? Like Penley, for instance?" "Well, truly, that be a name I did hear. I think me one of us, Rocca most like, did go there." "My thanks." Delandra stood up, glancing around her. "Have you seen Cal?" "He did take Derry with him but a little while ago. He were going to the edge of camp to do somewhat, he did tell me, and thought she should have a bit of sun." Delandra found them both out in the grass. Derry was on her stomach on a blanket and solemnly watching her father straighten arrow shafts. One at a time he pulled them through a hole drilled in the flat part of a deer's shoulder blade. "Cal," Delandra said, "I have some nasty news. I just spoke with Niffa through the fire." Cal looked up and squinted at her. She realized that the late afternoon sun hung in the sky behind her and moved around to his other side while he laid his work aside. She sat down next to him in the grass, then picked Derry up and settled her in her arms. "What's this news?" Cal said. "Alshandra worship has reached the farms near Sir Conan." "Oh, by the black sun," Calendariel said. "It spreads like a plague." "So it does. Niffa met a man from Penley, that's the village just south of the town, if you remember, who's at least heard of Alshandra. Sidro said that a priestess had visited them. Niffa suspects that he's a convert of sorts, but she's not entirely sure. He was afraid of her, but then he might merely be afraid of what they call witch lore. Many people are, after all." "It's nasty news either way. I'll tell the prince. I think we'd best hurry everyone along and get to Sir Conan as soon as we can." "My thought exactly. One thing is clear. Whether Laz can fetch the book or not, Rory's transformation will have to wait. The danger is so thick around us that I can barely breathe." "A bad omen in itself. Where is Laz, by the by? And what about Voran?" Delandra used the sky as a focus and found them together, the prince at the head of a long convoy of riders and dwarven axemen, Laz back toward the end among the servants and wagons, with Fahorn beside him. "They've left. Tren's done," she told him. "Beyond that, I don't know." "Well, let's hope they're off to attack some horsekin," Cal said. "Exactly where or which ones doesn't matter all that much to me." When Prince Voran and Brelavro led out their combined forces, they headed straight east from the Dun. For the first day, the land ran through fallow farmland and past the deserted homesteads that had once belonged to Tren's vassals. Soon they'd be farmed again by men of the mountain folk, or so some of the royal servants told Laz. His Highness settled this land upon them, the quartermaster said, in return for the part they played in last summer's wars. On the second day, the terrain began to rise, gently at first, but soon enough it turned rugged. Broken hills, gashed by steep ravines and whitewater creeks, formed a line of natural defenses for the Boer territories that lay beyond. Without the mountain folk and their axes and picks, the army of horsemen would have had to turn back. As it was, the dwarven axemen changed their weapons of war for foresters' blades, then chopped and cleared the way through the underbrush and straggling pines. They built temporary bridges over the streams and provided both rope and expertise to keep the clumsy supply wagons moving. Horsekin raiders couldn't get their mounts through here either, Fahorn remarked. No wonder they're looking farther west. Just so, Laz said. And they're looking farther south, too. If they get control of the grasslands, they'll have 100 easy roads into Ligic territory. In narrow valleys, where black boulders pushed through thin soil, the army passed more deserted farms. Empty houses and barns stood behind crumbling earthworks. Now and again they saw a cow or a few sheep gone wild among the hills. It makes my blood run cold, Fahorn said, seeing all this. Where are the people, do you think? Dead, maybe, Laz said. I've no idea. In such rough terrain, the army made slow progress, crawling up a steep hill only to pick their way down from the crest. The supply wagons became a constant problem. Even the straked wheels of the dwarven carts broke against half-hidden rocks or tangled themselves with weeds. Whenever one of the carts lost a wheel, the army halted, slowing the march further. Fahorn began to worry about food. The supply trains only brought so much, he pointed out. What if we eat it all before the war's over? Ye gods, Laz snapped. Always thinking about your cursed stomach? You eat too much anyway. It dulls the higher faculties. Fahorn blushed a dark red and fell silent. When the army stopped for its noon rest, Laz noticed that Fahorn ate only a few scraps of dry flatbread and one sliver of cheese. Well, you could eat more than that, Laz said. My apologies, I shouldn't have snapped at you like that. Fahorn stared at him in utter surprise. Surely I've apologized to him for my bad temper before, Laz thought. Yet he couldn't quite remember any other time when he had. During the journey, whenever the army stopped to rest their horses or to camp for the night, Laz made a point of scrying for the dragon book. During the day, he saw only the darkness that meant the book lay swaddled in some sort of covering. At night, he got a few brief glimpses of it by the dim light of a single candle, none of which gave him the slightest clue as to its location. I begin to wonder if we'll ever find the wretched thing, Laz said to Fahorn. The impression I get is that the astral currents are pushing it away from us, not bringing it closer. That's truly odd, Fahorn said. Or is it the work of that blue and white spirit you told me about? That I doubt. She was so sincerely willing to help. Well, we'll just have to wait and see if she reappears. I don't have the slightest idea of how to summon her. On the 5th day out, they reached an entire fortified village, some 12 round buildings surrounded by stone walls laced with timber, all of them deserted. Grass grew wild and tall upon the roofs. Unlatched doors banged in the rising wind. A flurry of chattering sparrows rose from the top of the tallest tower, circled the village once, then settled again. Otherwise, not a living thing moved in the dun. Voran called a halt, then sent a squad of men down to scout out the complex. It's amazing, Fahorn said, that the Ligic Ganden never knew all this was here. It's so close to their border. Plenty of people did know, Envoy Garen for one, Laz said. The information never reached Dundavari is all. He rose in his stirrups for a better view of the silent fortress below them. One of the scouts seems to have found something. Inside the walls, the scout was holding up a piece of cloth. When he shook it out, Laz could see the device crudely painted upon it. A boar. So some of our enemies have withdrawn, Laz told Fahorn. I wonder where they are, and the rest of them too. Prince Voran apparently shared his wondering. The prince gave a string of orders to make the knights camp, with as many men as possible sheltering inside the walls. The rest formed a defensive ring outside. While the servants and riders carried out the orders, he called a conference including Laz inside the Brock Tower. Since the departing Boers had stripped every piece of furniture, the prince and his dwarven allies all stood in the middle of the floor. Laz knelt in front of them and unrolled the map that envoy Garen handed him. Voran squatted down to study it. "Tell me somewhat, Lore Master," Voran said. "Do your people know these hills at all well?" "Only the priestesses of Alshandra do, your highness," Laz said. "They have some sort of secret road through them, you see, marked out by symbols of some kind, scratched on rocks and the like. Alas, they keep those signs to themselves." Voran muttered a few foul oaths under his breath. War leader Brel knelt to join them at the map. "My people don't come this far south," Brel said. "Neither do the merchants from Sir Conan." "So the Boers have had it all to themselves for all these years," Voran said. "A nice sty to breed in." He stood up with a stretch of his back. "Well, this place must have been deserted some while ago. Maybe we can pick up their tracks, maybe not." Yet that very night, help came from a completely unexpected source. As they scouted around the deserted fields surrounding the old Boer village, some of Voran's men caught a cow, left behind and turned half wild. They slaughtered her and shared out the meat, which the servants soon had simmering at the cooking fires. Even Laz had to admit that fresh beef cooking smelled as good as any fine perfume. The smell apparently drifted into the forest. Laz and Faharn, who found themselves attached to the prince's retinue, had been given a spot inside the walls, though outside the Brock. They were still eating when they heard one of the sentries beyond the gates calling out. One of the watchmen on the walls took up the cry to open up. Slowly the gates creaked open just enough to let in 2 armed men and a prisoner of sorts. Laz and Faharn stood and watched as the guards marched him along past their campfire. "Bren," Faharn said. Laz hurriedly sat down to hide his face. He did catch a quick look at Bren, so thin he seemed starved, his hair long and matted, his clothes mere rags. The guards took him into the Brock. The door had barely closed when the rumors began running through the camp that the sentries had caught an assassin coming after the prince, or a spy for the Boers, or this thing or the other. The truth, augmented by Faharn's memory, arrived with the morning's muster. Envoy Garen climbed up onto the walls and bellowed the tale to the men waiting below. "The man you saw on the night past, Bren's his name, used to worship the false goddess Alshandra," Garen announced. "But the prince has forgiven him and no one's to harm him. He knows where the Boers have gone to." The waiting army cheered. Garen held up both hands for silence, then continued. "Bren was sent to this village with messages from a priestess. At first they treated him well, but then he learned that they weren't what he called true followers, so he escaped this spring. He's been living in the woods, but he smelled the cow cooking and came forward." More cheers, this time for the cow. "Her bovine sacrifice was not in vain," Laz said. "I suppose that priestess was Sidro." "Yes, it was," Faharn said. She could have gotten the poor man killed sending him here, just like her." "Since I was ready to kill him myself, I can hardly take issue with what she did. Be that as it may, I'm cursed glad now that I didn't kill him, so she was right after all." Faharn had the decency to cringe. Laz let the gesture go without comment because Garen was speaking again. "The Boers had spies in Sergani," Garen said. "They could tell that the very High King would be sending an army against them, so they moved their people north to settle new land." General cries of "Cowards! Bastards!" greeted these remarks. Garen held up his hands for silence and eventually got it. "As for the Boers themselves," the envoy went on, "and this piss-poor excuse for a king of theirs, they're apparently fleeing north to join up with the Horsekin. The question is, can we catch them before they do? Prince Voran intends to try, so men to horse. We've got to make all possible speed." With one last cheer, the men followed orders. Laz and Faharn worked their way clear of the bustling mob to find a somewhat quieter spot on the edge of the camp. "This is infuriating," Laz said. "I suppose these idiot Boers have taken that slave and the dragon book with them." "Seems likely," Faharn said. "We'd better hope we can catch up with them then, and that we don't ride into some sort of ambuscade." "Ambuscade? I see that unhappy thought has occurred to you too. Let's hope it occurred to Voran, or more likely to Bral." "Just so. He right, best fetch our horses. We need to be ready to ride out. So we do. I sincerely hope I can stay away from Bren. I don't need him recognizing me. Fortunately, Bren, newly shaved, trimmed, and dressed in decent clothing, rode next to the prince at the head of the line of march, while Laz and Fahorn could lurk at the rear among the servants. On the second day, another slow crawl up hills and through twisting ravines, the prince gave orders that the fighting men should arm, ready in case of an attack on their line of march. A contingent of 50 horsemen, horse archers among them, moved back to the rear of the line to guard the supply wagons. Around noon, Laz noticed that the forest was thinning out around them. A road of sorts appeared, a dirt track lined with underbrush that the mountain folk set about widening with their axes. When the army stopped to rest the horses, scouts on foot spread out through the trees. They returned to report that they'd not seen any sign of farms or settled land. "It's too bad the prince wouldn't believe that I can turn myself into a raven," Laz told Fahorn. "I could scout for him." "Indeed," Fahorn said. "You don't suppose Bren was lying about this place, do you?" "I don't. Who would want to farm in this kind of country? Don't forget that we're climbing up to a plateau." "That's right. A much better place to put a royal palace." Fahorn thoughtfully spat onto the ground. "Royal, huh?" "I share your skepticism. Where do you think the Boers are going, anyway? Not all the way to Tain Balapan, surely." "I doubt it, too." Fahorn considered, rubbing his jaw in thought. "Most likely," he said at last, "they're heading to that fortress that the dragon saw a building. From what he told Prince Dar, it's properly sited to provide safety for a retreating force." "How wise of them," Laz said, "and may the gods curse them all for their wisdom." For some days, Kov and the Durgan had been burrowing south in the hopes of bringing a weird more substantial than a curse upon the Horskin fortress. They had marched through the virgin forest rather than tunneled under it, because they would have had to dig far too deep to avoid the impacted roots of the tall trees. Once they reached the forest verge, traveling on the surface became too dangerous. On a slightly rocky rise, Kov stood and looked south, a long way south over a landscape of scrub grass and stunted twisted trees growing only beside narrow streams. If his straggling party of Durgan tried to march across it, any mounted Horskin patrol would spot them from miles away. They took shelter underground, but the digging proceeded slowly. They found a topsoil thin over a layer of rocks, bedrock fortunately, but an oddly random scatter of large rocks, a few boulders, and a lot of loose gravel. "I don't understand this terrain," Kov said. "I've seen somewhat like it before up to the north of Lynn Sur, but I don't know what creates it. It looks like something swept up a lot of mountain rocks, carried them along for miles, and then dropped them. But it would have happened a long, long time ago." "Giants with brooms," Lee-Jack said with a shrug. "I care not. Cursed nuisance now." "That's certainly true." Rather than try to move several tons of rock to the surface, the Durgan twisted their tunnel around the biggest obstacles and used the small scatter to line the floors and brace the bottom of the walls. As much as they'd hated marching, they loved digging. They worked hard, efficiently, and relentlessly, but still Kov considered they'd done well if they made a mile in a day. Since he had no idea how far ahead the fortress lay, he could only hope they'd reach it before the war ended. Now and then the diggers had a tunnel collapse from above. This dangerous irritation always happened in places that someone or something had hollowed out at some time long before. Loose soil had blown in and the ceilings fallen to fill the hollows and give them the appearance of solid earth until it was too late to prevent the cave-in. The hollows reminded Kov of Daveri root cellars, or possibly, he supposed, they'd once been some type of dugout dwelling. In one of these circular hollows, a Gralag found a shard of reddish pottery that looked as if it had been broken out of a shallow bowl. He handed it to Lee-Jack, who gave it to Kov to inspect. "Someone has to have lived here," Kov said. "A long time ago now, though." "Good. No ghosts, then," Lee-Jack said. "Horskin, most like." "Most like, indeed." Unless, of course, refugees from Lynn Reg had reached the area and wintered there, Kov made a mental note to ask the archivists at Lynn Sur, assuming he ever saw them again. 2 days later, however, when they reached another once-dug area, he found a coin, or to be precise, a corroded disc, green with silver tarnish. After he polished it up, he could see that it came from no dwarven moneyer. On one side, barely legible, was a human face in silhouette, on the other letters that reminded him of Deveri writing. "Of course," he told Lee Jack. "The Deverians came through here on their way from the Western Sea. They must have wintered in this area." "Interesting," Lee Jack said. "Under that horse-skin fortress, then, what lies? I wonder." Cobb felt a sudden stab of hope. If ancient wooden structures underlay the mound, their job would be a fair bit easier. He wished that the Durgi scouts who'd first spotted it had given a better description. Not that they would have been capable of precision, he supposed. The Durgan had fashioned a ladder out of bits of wood and tree roots. Cobb and Lee Jack would climb out of the tunnel every night for a cautious look around. Cobb always took a stick with him to use in place of his missing staff to explore the ground around their tunnel. Some of the Durgan gatherers must have burrowed into the place they called the Long Barrow in the years before the Horsekin had come south to claim it. Sure enough, on one of these expeditions he heard the slight difference in the tapping sounds that announced "tunnel below" to his dwarven ears. He followed it far enough to determine that it ran south. Searching further, never turned up an entrance. "They fill that in," Lee Jack said. "Hide it that way." "Most likely," Cobb said. "But if this tunnel runs all the way, it'll save us a fair bit of time." On the morrow, the Durgan followed his directions. From their new tunnel, they dug a feeder shaft for some 100 yards west. When they broke through into the old tunnel, Cobb saw immediately that it was solid Durgi work, reinforced with wood beams and a course of stone at the floor. What's more, thanks to water seepage, on the walls grew blue fungi in a lumpy carpet of phosphorescent tendrils. The Durgi filled the smallest baskets with earth, then carefully transplanted nodes of fungi from the walls to the baskets. Cobb took one, and in the blue glimmer walked on ahead, leaving the pack of chattering Durgan behind him. The silence brought him a warning. Overhead he could hear a thudding noise. He felt a trembling in the earth around him. He turned back and ran, hissing out a warning. "Silence! Hush, all of you! Danger!" Mercifully, the Durgan followed orders. In the resulting quiet, everyone could hear the thud and rumble on the ground above. Lee Jack whispered to Cobb, "What be?" "Riders, we must be near the fortress." Lee Jack murmured the news to the others in the Durgi tongue. Late that night, under the light of the starry road and a half-moon, Cobb saw the Long Barrow for the first time. In their new-found tunnel, the Durgan found a ventilation shaft, crumbling and filled with dried leaves and the like, but easily cleaned and repaired. With the aid of the makeshift ladder, Cobb climbed up and stuck his head and shoulders into the fresh air. Not more than a quarter-mile ahead, possibly a bit less by his estimate, he saw orange campfires, glowing among the dark silhouettes of tents. Although he couldn't spot them, he could smell horses and their manure. Beyond the fires and the tents rose a long, dark mound, some 60 feet high. At the top, jagged shapes against the starry night appeared to signify walls made of rough-cut logs. Beyond them he could just discern the uneven roofs of buildings. None of the structures appeared true to the vertical, but whether it was because of sloppy building or the mound settling, he couldn't tell. He climbed back down and told Lee Jack what he'd seen. "You got good eyes for dark," Lee Jack said. "All of my people do," Cobb said. "Now what truly matters is what we find underneath the mound. Let's hope this tunnel runs all the way." "Tomorrow we send scouts. Find out. Eat, sleep now." In the morning the scouts came back with good news. The ancient tunnel ran another quarter of a mile, and as it ran it rose, aiming perhaps for the middle of the mound. It ended in a crumbling wooden door, obvious Durgi work. They'd refrained from opening it for fear of making too much noise. "Did you hear people moving up above you?" Cobb said. "We did," the head scout said. "Clump, clump, hollow like dead log." "Splendid." Cobb rubbed his hands together. "I'll wager that means the door opens into a room of some sort. I'm going to risk taking a look. Better to do it now than wait till everyone's asleep and quiet." Lee Jack and Jemjack went with him. They hurried up the steep length of the tunnel, which rose, by his well-trained dwarven estimate, some 25 feet above ground level. Lee Jack confirmed that the original diggers must have been aiming for the middle level of the barrow, where gathering parties usually found the burials and their treasures. The door turned out to be made of planks, mossy and moldy with age, that tore apart under Cobb's bare hands like old cheese. As silently as he could, he dug out a spy hole toward the bottom of one plank then squatted down to look through. Glowing blue fungi grew in profusion in the chamber on the far side. By their light, he could just make out that the walls of this room had been made of timber, whole logs most likely, judging from the regular pattern of vertical billows under the thick crust of fungi. He could also hear the footsteps that the scouts had described, a hollow clop-clop, as if someone were walking back and forth in wooden clogs. What that person was doing escaped him. Pacing the floor, cleaning something. They could have been engaged in any number of tasks. "Anything to gather in there?" Jemjek whispered. "I doubt it." Kov got up. "You can take a look, but be careful." Jemjek knelt down, leaned forward, and inadvertently nudged the rotted door with his elbow. With a pulpy, squishy sort of noise, it pulled free of the rusted hinges and fell in a rain of moldy splinters to reveal the further room, thick with fungus and rotting logs. Everyone froze as the footsteps above halted. A woman's voice called out, something in a language Kov didn't know, but it sounded like a question. The footsteps began again. The voice repeated the question. Kov waited, half afraid to breathe, and prayed that none of the Durgan would break and try to run or call out. From above, a rough man's voice murmured. The woman answered, and this time she sounded afraid. Footsteps again. They slowly retreated, then silence. Kov let out his breath in a soft sigh. "We'd better work fast," he whispered. Kov got up, motioned to the others, and led them back to the waiting Durgan before he risked speaking. "We've got wood down here," Kov told them, "but it's damp. I don't know how well it will burn. We're going to have to take our time and clear out the fungus, then see how far under the fortress we can get. But we must be silent, very, very quiet." Lee-Jack translated, glaring at each man in turn. Gedval stepped forward and began talking, waving his hands, crossing them in midair as if he were passing shuttles through the warp on a loom. When he finished, Lee-Jack gave Kov the gist of his speech. "He say he summon water out of wood. Must dig pit for water here. Then he summon it." Kov wanted to heap scorn on the idea, but working his pretend magic would keep the spirit talker out of the way. "Splendid," he said. "That will be a great help." Lee-Jack raised a skeptical eyebrow, but said nothing more. Two of the Durgan took shovels and began to dig an alcove into the side of the tunnel, while the others stood ready with baskets to take the loose earth away. Kov and Lee-Jack walked away to talk where they wouldn't be overheard. "That wood," Lee-Jack said. "Very old. Should be all gone." "Agreed," Kov said. "If I'm guessing aright, the Devarians built this place over 1,000 years ago. Someone else must have been using it since then, repaired it even, with fresh wood." "Then they leave? Horsekin come?" "Just so, but the Horsekin haven't been here long. Refugees from the cities of the far west would be my guess, who might have stayed here for some hundreds of years. I don't know. If we had time, we might find old coins and things in the ruins, but we have no time." "Just so? Bring it down, then get out." They returned to the newly dug alcove to find the Durgan digging a cistern into its floor. Gebval stood nearby, chanting under his breath, waving his hands back and forth. At times he shut his eyes and swayed to some inner rhythm. On his chest the bronze knife glittered, but the glow that fell upon it gleamed gold, too bright and too yellow to originate with the fungi baskets. The hair on the back of Kov's neck rose in a cold shiver. Gebval called out a sharp order. The Durgan in the cistern clambered out, whispering among themselves. The last man out pointed to his feet, soaked through up to his ankles. "They've hit groundwater," Kov murmured, but he disbelieved his own remark. Lee-Jack shook his head in a no. Gebval chanted on and on while the golden light grew brighter, crept up the chain that held the knife, and covered his head like the hood of a cloak. Kov glanced in the cistern and saw fragments of splintered wood floating as the water rose and swirled around. Lee-Jack suddenly swore. "Get out of here," he said to Kov, then turned and gave orders in Durgi. Two of the Durgan grabbed Gebval, who continued chanting and glowing, and dragged him along as everyone began running back down the tunnel northward. Utterly puzzled, Kov followed more slowly until he felt what Lee-Jack had sensed, a trembling in the earth. The summoned water spilled over the cistern and began to flow down the tunnel after him as Kov ran, following the others. When they reached the level portion of the tunnel, the water slowed, but it kept on coming. The trembling grew to a shaking. A cacophony of cracks, rumblings, thuds, and distant booms drowned out the murmur and splash of water. The Durgan darted through the rough doorway from the ancient tunnel into the feeder shaft they'd constructed earlier. Gebval looked around him and then fainted, falling into the soft earth. His impromptu attendants picked him up again and ran, dragging him along. Panting and gasping for breath, Kov made it through to the new tunnel. The Durgan who'd dug the cistern picked up their shovels and began forking dirt into the breach that led back into the tunnel leading to the fortress. Others pitched in, desperate to divert the swelling tide of groundwater. The noise from overhead grew louder, resolved itself into the thunder of horses' hooves and screaming from horsekin throats. Beyond that, distantly, the cracks, booms, and rumbling went on and on. The earth around them shook as if it were trembling in fear. Kov ran back north to the closest ventilation shaft and climbed a quaking ladder. He clung to the rough wood as if he were riding a bucking horse and stuck his head out to look back. The fortress was collapsing. Kov stared in utter disbelief as the log palings began to lean inward, slowly at first, trembling, groaning, then faster until they fell, slamming against the roofs of the buildings inside. The buildings shook, then began to sink, tip-tilted like children's blocks. All around the mound, horsekin ran and swarmed like ants when a careless farmer plows up their hill. Dust rose up in huge pillars like smoke, and indeed smoke mingled with the towering dust. Kitchen fires, most likely, had spread and caught the wooden walls. From right below him a voice called out, "Lejack." "Get down! Run!" Kov followed orders and splashed off the ladder into water halfway up his calves. The Durgan were streaming past, rushing back north, carrying their spirit talker as well as the remaining supplies and tools. Kov and Lejack brought up the rear, splashing through the water that flowed relentlessly after them. Apparently the attempt to block the entrance into the ancient tunnel had failed. Still, as they ran, gasping and sweating, Kov realized that the flood was slowing, turning shallow, losing the race. Under the next ventilation shaft, the Durgan slowed and stopped on reasonably dry ground. In the pale light that filtered down from above to meet the blue glow of the fungi baskets, they clustered around Lejack and began to all talk at once, panting between words and phrases. The spear leader held up both hands for silence while he too gasped for breath. At last, the chatter stilled and Lejack could speak. "Very good," he said. "Kov, mountain man, what happens there?" Kov nearly blurted out the truth, that he had no idea, but he decided that he'd best come up with some sort of explanation. "Gebval summoned all the water out of the wood," he began, then realized he'd stumbled on the answer. He paused often, allowing Lejack to translate. "He also summoned water from some sort of spring or underground stream. That water was the reason the wood was so damp to begin with. The wood was so rotten that the water and the fungi were holding it together. As the fungi dried and the water ran out, the wood couldn't bear its own weight, much less the weight of the buildings above. It fell. Meanwhile, the groundwater kept rising, sweeping the dirt out from under the fortress." "Gebval!" two of the Durgan began to chant. "Gebval! Gebval!" Others chattered among themselves. Lejack silenced them with a hiss and a growl. He pointed up, reminding them that the enemies still lurked above. "They say Gebval killed Fortress," Lejack said to Kov. "I like this not." "Well, he did truly," Kov said. "Say it not? I tell more later." By then, Gebval himself had roused to the acclaim. With help, he stood and leaned against the burrow wall, a pale, drained little figure, as if his active dweomer had sickened him, but malice still glittered in his dark eyes as he looked Kov's way. The northern Durgan gathered around their spirit talker and turned to glare at Kov as well. Jemjek, Gralag, and Lejack stepped in front of Kov to protect him. Gralag hefted a spear. The other two growled so viciously that the northerners moved back and away. Kov suddenly realized that if Gebval had brought down the fortress, the northern Durgan would see him, the mountain man who'd done nothing, as fit only for sacrifice. His three protectors were outnumbered, but Lejack's authority held, at least for the moment. The other Durgan ostentatiously turned their backs and set off marching down the tunnel, heading back north toward the forest and the bridge. Lejack, Gralag, and Jemjek spoke briefly to one another, then with a gesture to Kov to follow, set off more slowly after the others. "Tonight," Lejack said to Kov, "I give you spear, food, blanket. You escape. Go up shaft. I trust these not." "No more do I." Kov swallowed heavily. "But what will happen to you?" "Naught." Lejack shrugged the problem away. "Cowards these are." "I worry for Kov, not us," Jemjek said. "Horsekin all round." "He travel at night. He sees in dark. Horsekin do not." "But they can sniff me out," Kov thought. Kov wondered if he were about to faint and disgrace himself. He'd be on his own, exposed, running for his life in the middle of Horsekin territory. But free, he reminded himself, for all the good it's going to do me. His escape went smoothly. Between them, Lejack, Gralag, and Jemjek smuggled supplies, a few at a time, out of the knight's camp and placed them at the foot of the ladder in a ventilation shaft. Once the rest of the Durgan slept, Kov crept down the tunnel and bundled the supplies in his blanket. He found a length of rope among them and used that to harness the bundle to his back. Before he climbed up, he waited, listening, peering down the dark tunnel to the faint blue glow of the camp's fungi baskets. Everyone lay still. Some snored. Kov climbed the ladder, but at the top his spear, stuck crosswise across the bundle on his back, caught in the opening. He clung to the ladder with one hand, managed to get the spear free, and threw it out ahead of him. As he clambered over the edge of the opening, clods of earth fell and landed with a plop on the tunnel floor below. He froze for a moment, but heard nothing behind him. He grabbed his spear and set off at an awkward run with the bundle thumping against his back. Ahead he saw the dark mass of the forest, rising against the starry night. He kept running until he was gasping for breath, then drove himself to keep walking until at last he could plunge in among the pines. In the hopes of foiling the horsekin's keen sense of smell, he made himself a nest of pine needles. On the trunk of the tree above him he found several globs of resin which he smeared on his clothing. He nearly gagged on the strong scent, but he could hope that the horsekin would smell only pine trees and not the filthy dwarf who hid under them. Safe, he thought, for now. After he'd left the Red Wolf Dun, Rory had carried Cadric's answers to the prince's messages back to the Royal Alar. He lingered there for several days, layering with Arzosa and his stepdaughter to let his wound recover from the stress of his flight east. Every morning Neb examined the incisions, which were healing up nicely, or so the young healer said. "No sign of infection," Neb pronounced, "and the gold won't become tarnished and spread corruption like the silver dagger did. I'll take the staples out later, though, once the skin's grown back together." "Good," Rory said. "It still itches, but not as badly." "Soon it won't itch at all. Arzosa was right. Dragons do mend fast." "She generally is right when it comes to things dragonish. Although," he thought to himself, "human things are another matter entirely." Dragonish things were much on Arzosa's mind that day. When Rory rejoined her, she brought up a delicate matter. Medea had reached her 120th year, close to the age when she would want a mate. "I've sniffed out a few young males up north," Arzosa told him. "Eventually one of them will smell Medea's scent upon the wind and come flying our way. Then he'll no doubt tell the other about Meza as well once she's ready. But I do worry about our son." "No scent of young females?" Rory said. "None," Arzosa heaved a sigh. "A mother's lot is so difficult when you're a dragon. It's not like we can fly in flocks like birds or such like. Well, we have years yet before he'll be wanting a mate. True, he's but 35 years old, by my reckoning. A mere child yet. But I don't want him taking an unhealthy interest in his sisters when the time comes. It's not good for the bloodlines." "We've raised him better than that." "So I hope," she sighed again. "I worry about the younger hatchlings in general, though, off alone like that. Don't you? One of them is yours." "So he is. Why not send Medea back? She doubtless finds guard work just as tedious as you do. She can care for the young ones until we return. The prince is heading for Sir Conan, and Airlair's not far beyond that. You can fly on home from there whilst I keep an eye on the prince." "Splendid. I'm looking forward to getting home. A nice, cozy winter, that's what I'm longing for." "And so am I." With a yawn, she snuggled closer to him. She seemed to have no idea that he was considering returning to human form. Sooner or later he would have to tell her if indeed he did decide to spend the winter as a man on Hain Marn instead of inside a fire mountain as a dragon. For the moment, however, he could put the decision out of his mind. Or at least he could try to do so. In the morning, when he was about to leave on another scouting expedition, Delandra confronted him. "I've been wondering," she said, "if you've made up your mind yet." "Do you mean about the transformation?" Rory said. "What else would I mean?" "True enough. I've not decided yet, frankly. My mind keeps going this way and that." "Well, it's time you steadied it." He considered just taking wing and flying away, but a voice in his mind whispered, "Coward." "With the dragon book still lost," Rory said, "I assumed that the matter couldn't be settled." "It may not be lost for long. Mage has gone after it, and no matter what you think of him, he does have Dweomer." "Does that mean he might find the book? Huh. I wouldn't think he could, the wretched bit of scum." "Rory, he's trying to make amends in this life. It's a struggle for him, but he truly wants to set his feet on the right road." "Well then, more honor to him, I suppose." "But Laz is weird, isn't the issue?" Delandra put her hands on her hips and glared at him. "Do you want to remain a dragon or not? I need an answer, Rory." He raised himself up on his forelegs, but Delandra held her ground. When he snarled at her, she merely rolled her eyes in disgust. "There's a thing I don't understand," he said in a decent tone of voice. "Why do I have to answer before Laz has found the cursed book?" "Because your reluctance may well be what's keeping the thing hidden. I'm beginning to think that Evander linked it to you somehow or other. That may be why he put it originally on Hain Marn, because he knew you'd connected yourself to the island through Angmar." Rory lay down again and considered the grass directly in front of him. "I know you've heard about currents in the astral," Delandra went on. "Some waft a thing to its true owner, like the silver dagger that caused you so many years of pain. Others push a thing farther away. This book is not a real object, not as we know real on the physical plane. It's drifting on the astral at the moment, waiting for you to make up your mind. It needs an answer, Rory, and by the Black Sun herself, so do I." With a long rumbling sigh, he looked up to face her again. "So you do," he said. "So you do. Ye gods, I don't know my own heart these days, and that's the honest truth. I don't know what I want. I love the freedom of the air. I'm fond of Arzosa, but there's Angmar." "Indeed, perhaps you'd best go see her, and listen to what your heart tells you there at Hain Marn." Every muscle in his body went tense against his will. He felt himself crouch for the leap into the wind that would free him from her questions. His wings trembled, longing to spread. He fought them quiet, but his tail lashed of its own accord. "Perhaps you're right," he said. "I'll think on it." "Please do. Sooner or later you've got to decide." Delandra turned on her heel and stalked back to camp. Rory waited until she'd gone a safe distance away, then unfurled his wings and flew, heading north for another look at the Horskin Fortress. When on the morrow his wings brought him gliding over the long mound, he roared with laughter at what he saw. For a long while he circled on the air currents to savor the sight. The entire top of the mound had collapsed inward like a rotted melon, revealing a jumble of stone blocks and charred wooden planks all piled this way and that. A few of the stones showed the black marks of burning, but mud oozed among and over the rest. From the base of the mound, water oozed in rivulets that trickled off toward the river. Rory could only guess at the cause, but he assumed that the horseskin had dug too deep and hit either groundwater or some hidden spring. Near the mound stood a welter of tents and rough shelters, improvised from blankets and the like, for the horseskin soldiers and their slaves. As he flew in lazy circles above the mess, Rory could just discern a few individuals on the edge of the camp. They were standing with hands on hips and looking up at the ruins. He could imagine how forlorn and dispirited they must feel. He laughed again in a long rumble. If the horseskin decided to rebuild at all, they'd have to build on the flat, where their enemies would have a far easier time of destroying a fortress. Rory considered turning back immediately and bringing the news to Prince Darylantariel and Calendariel, but in the end he decided to wait, just long enough to visit Hain Marn for a look at Angmar and his other daughter. He wouldn't need to land even, merely fly overhead and spare Angmar the sight of him. He was assuming that from the air he'd be able to find Hain Marn easily, unlike the time when he'd sought it on foot. Afterward, he'd swing by the fortress on his way back to the Royal Alar. Perhaps by then the horseskin would either have started to rebuild or packed up to march away, giving him more information to tell the prince. Rory banked a wing and headed north. As he skimmed over the forest verge, he saw ahead of him a tattered bridge crossing the river. The clumsy surface of uncured timber marked it as horseskin work, but he could tell little about it from his height. For a better look, he landed, but on the solid riverbank, not the fragile structure itself. When he saw marks like writing on the ancient stone pillars, he waddled closer to examine them. As a man and a male-weight heir, Rory had known how to read, a talent extremely rare in Devari at that time, and practically unknown among noblemen. He still remembered the mysteries of that craft well enough to recognize the marks as Devarian letters, worn down with time, half covered with moss. He turned his massive head this way and that as he tried to see them more clearly. If I only had hands, he thought, I could brush that moss away. Finding writing so far from Devari proper intrigued him. Rory! The voice sounded behind him. Ye gods, Rory! Is it really you? Rory swung around to see a bedraggled man of the mountain folk running toward him from the forest. His clothes were filthy, the bundle upon his back lumpy and ill-packed, his beard long and straggly, and his face smeared with mud. It took Rory a moment to recognize the once dapper Kov, the dwarven envoy from Lin Sur. It is indeed, Rory said. Well met. You cannot know how truly you speak. Kov's voice trembled on the edge of tears. I've escaped from the wretched Durgan, but now I'm at the mercy of the horseskin should they find me. You're safe enough now. I doubt me if they'll argue with a dragon. Kov did weep then. He plastered his hands over his face to hide the tears, but his shoulders trembled as he sobbed. Forgive me, he mumbled. This last month it's been horrible. The third hell indeed. No doubt. Here Delandra scried you out, so your cousin Mike and little Berwinna know you're safe. Ah, Kov lowered his hands. The tears had left streaks in the mud on his skin. Where are they, Sir Conan? Truly I forget myself? You wouldn't know. After you were taken from the caravan, it was attacked by horseskin raiders. Ye gods, maybe the Durgan weren't so bad after all. You might have had a bit of luck, truly. Berwinna's betrothed is dead, alas, and half the muleteers with him. But Winnie and her uncle are sheltering at the Red Wolf Dun with Tyrion Cadric. Ah, I see. Kov paused to wipe his nose on his sleeve, a gesture which only distributed the mud a bit more evenly. Ye gods, it saddens my heart to hear about so many deaths. But I'm cursed glad Winnie's safe, I tell you, and Mike too. Will you take me to them? Eventually. Rory hesitated, but he knew that he had to make the trip to Angmar before his courage deserted him. I hope you've got a fancy to see Hain Marn, because that's where we're going first. I'm sure it's the most beautiful place on earth, and all because it's not a Durgi hold. Never has a man been so glad to see a worm as I am, I'll wager. No doubt. Rory gestured with his head toward the river. You, on the other hand, need a bit of a wash, and I need your help. "Can you brush the moss from those stones so I can read the letters?" "I can. I wondered about them myself when first I saw them." Kov laid aside his bundle and took off his boots, then waded into the shallows, clothes and all. While he washed, Kov paused often to tell Rory about the Durgan and the fortress, though the story came out in jumbled bits and pieces. Once he was reasonably clean, Kov seemed calmer, but still his hands shook as he brushed the moss off the inscribed pillar. He hunkered down and studied the letters, an act which finally soothed his troubled mind. "Now this is fascinating," Kov said. "It says that this bridge was built by someone named Brenos and the council of something called Virgobretes. Isn't that your King Bran?" "It is, and the Virgobretes became Gwerbretian." Rory lay down on his stomach and rested his massive head on the ground, the only way that he could get his eyes close enough to the pillar to read the words that showed his ancestors had marched across this river over 1,000 years before. "Here, Envoy, there's a thing that's bothered me for years. When I went to Lyn Sur, I saw upon the doors the tale of the destruction of Lyn Reg. One of the pictures clearly showed that the people of Bel were to blame for stirring up the Meridan in the first place." "That, alas, is indeed the case." "But the West folk didn't know that when first I joined them. Salamander had puzzled it out, but no one else. How did your people discover the truth?" "Let me think." Kov fell silent, but his lips moved as if he were running through memory chains of lore. "A long, long time ago there was a healer named Vela. She'd heard the truth from a woman of the Devarians who was a healer too." He frowned, considering. "Now this all happened so long ago that the tale's not very complete. I think that this healer told Vela as she, the Devarian I mean, lay dying. Her name's not been remembered, you see." Could it have been Hwili? Rory thought. Her memory glimmered deep in his dragon mind, like a gold coin fallen into a stream and seen through running water. "She considered herself one of us by the end?" Kov was continuing to talk about the great migration of men and dwarves both. "So this bridge," the envoy finished up, "has great significance as to the rightful lords of this stretch of countryside. It gives your king a claim on this stretch of country, not that the Horskin will just give it over or such like." "True spoken. I doubt me if the High King has the men to take it or hold it. It's not of much use to us." "Not now, but who knows what the future will bring?" "You have a point. Who knows what the gods will give us? But for now I see you've got a good length of rope. You'll have to find some way to tie yourself onto my back, because we'd best be on our way before the Horskin or the Durgan come after you." Once Kov had wedged himself between two of the spikes at Rory's shoulder blades and tied himself down to boot, Rory launched himself into the air. He was expecting Kov to scream, but the dwarf merely clutched the fleshy spike in front of him a little tighter. During their long day's flight, Kov never complained once, a relief after the way Mike had moaned and screeched during the journey to the Red Wolf Dun. By sunset they reached the Derver and passed over the wattle and daub huts of the northern Durgi village. Kov yelled a few curses down upon them all, though doubtless no one could hear him. Rory made sure to lair that night far from the river among the rocky hills, where the Durgan had no reason to go. In the morning they set off again for the east and Hain Marn. Eventually, somewhere in the afternoon, Rory's massive stomach began rumbling. He found a little valley and landed beside a stream far too shallow to harbor any Durgan. "I need to hunt," Rory told Kov. "Do you have food?" "A few bits of stale bread," Kov said. "I might be able to catch a fish or two from this stream." "If I find a deer, there'll be plenty of meat for both of us. See if you can find some firewood. I doubt me if you'll want to eat it raw." Kov mugged sheer disgust and agreed. With summer blooming on the hills, deer proved easy to find. Toward evening, Rory spotted a herd come out to graze on a grassy hillside. Hovering at the edge was a young stag. The herd's prime stag would lower his antlers and run a few steps toward the intruder, who would back off, only to sneak back when the elder returned to his meal. Rory waited until the young stag had retreated some distance from the herd, then plunged down and struck. One quick nip at the back of the neck, and the rival stag hung limp and dead in his claws. The herd scattered, bounding off in all directions. He ignored them and carried his prey back to Kov and their improvised camp. Kov had managed to scrape together enough wood to cook a few gobbets of venison on a pointed green stick. While they ate, he repeated the things he'd experienced since his kidnapping all over again, but in proper order this time. "You're telling me, then," Rory said, "that these otter folk have dweomer?" "Of a sort. Very much of a sort." "All this cursed dweomer." Rory paused for a long snarl that made Kov rise to a kneel, ready to run. "My apologies," Rory said. "It just aches my heart, all these strange things I can't understand." "Mine too." Kov sat back down again. "The world was so much simpler when I thought dweomer only a folk tale." On the morrow, Rory's heart found more to ache over when they came in sight of Hain Marn. Years before, when in human form he'd seen the island, it had appeared to him as an ordinary-looking hillock of dirt and rock rising out of a lake of ordinary-looking water. With his dragon's sight, he now saw the truth. A huge vortex of astral force shimmered before him, a twisted, convoluted mass of glimmering silver and gold threads. At moments the island appeared as he remembered it, but the image swiftly dissolved into the play of astral forces brought down and twined upon the physical plane. The entire construct glittered with strange blue lights and flashes of a pale purple unlike any natural color he'd ever seen, whether as a man or a dragon. Every now and then he heard sounds, too, a snatch of music once, a high-pitched whistling at other times. He understood only a little, not how it had been constructed, but that it had been constructed, not why it was dangerous, but that it was extremely dangerous to such as him, a less-than-natural form. Rory swung wide around the vortex and saw on the lakeshore a clump of shimmering gray lines forming the boulder with the silver horn. He called out to Kov to hold on tightly, then swooped down and landed near it. The dwarven envoy slid down from his back. "There's a silver horn on that rock," Kov said. "It'll summon a boat that will take you to the island," Rory said. "I think I'll just stay here rather than fly over. Could you do me a favor?" "But of course." "Tell the lady of the isle, Angmar her name is, that I'm here. She may want to come over and speak with me." The inhabitants of the island, however, had already seen them. Before Kov could even blow the summoning horn, the dragon boat set out from the pier to the sound of its brass gong, booming over the silent lake to frighten the water beasts away. Rory could discern Lon, still in charge of the rowers after all these years. His etheric-tinged sight told him something else, too, that only one of the rowers existed as a solid real person. The others, like the island, had been woven and crimped together out of the flickering lines of silver and gold energies. As the boat came nearer, he could discern two women standing in the bow. One he recognized as Yvain, grown tall and hugely stout, her hair puffed out from her beefy face like a dragon's frill. The other was Angmar, slender and frail, her hair half silver now, but Angmar nonetheless. The way his heart seemed to turn over in his chest told him what his decision was bound to be. "I wish she'd not see me like this," Rory said. "Why not?" Kov said. "She's known the truth for some months now, or so Mike told me. She lives in the midst of marvels, Rory. I think me she'll understand." "Perhaps so, but I feel shamed, nonetheless." The boat came as close to shore as it dared. Yvain jumped down into the rocky shallows and caught her mother as easily as a woman might catch a little child. As they splashed ashore, Lon called out orders. The dragon boat backed water, holding its place. Yvain set her mother down on the shore, then rushed over to Rory. Her green, strangely lashless eyes were huge with excitement. "A dragon," she said. "You be a dragon." "I am at that," Rory said. She clapped her hands and did a little jigging dance in front of him. He could see a bare, faint shadow or mist in the sunlight, a dragon form hovering around her, but he had no idea what might have produced or caused it. Kov had arranged a polite if frozen smile as he watched Yvain. Angmar walked up slowly and laid a hand on her daughter's hip. "Yvain," Angmar said, "you go back now. You did promise Mamma." "Yvain go back. Yvain be a good girl. Yvain did see the dragon." Angmar turned to Kov, who bowed to her. "Will you take the hospitality of the island?" Angmar said softly. "I be eager to speak to my lord alone." "Gladly, my lady," Kov said. "I'd rather not intrude." Kov waded out and threw his bundle up to lawn, then boarded, clambering over the side. Yvain took a step away from her mother, looked back, still grinning in delight, then hurried to the shore and splashed back out to the dragon boat. She climbed aboard with Lon and Kov's help. At a few crisp orders from Lon, the boat turned and glided away, leaving Rory and Angmar alone, facing each other. With a sigh, Rory settled onto his stomach, tucked his front legs into his chest, and lowered his head so they could see each other at her level. Gray mottled her pale hair, yet he could see her familiar strength when she smiled at him. Her beauty had always lain in her strength, in her ability to endure and still smile. "Well, your eyes, they be the same," Angmar said. "Larger, but human enough." "They are truly. My love forgive me." "Be this your own doing?" "It wasn't, but I did not to turn it aside." She laid one hand on his jaw and stroked it. Her touch felt cool, comfortable in such a familiar way that he remembered her stroking his human face with the same gesture. Without hands, he could do nothing to caress her in return. A touch from his massive paw would likely have knocked her to the ground. "I did return before," he said. "Once I'd captured the dragon I was sent to find. I returned, but the island was gone." "Enge did tell me so. Rory, I do blame you for not." His eyes filled with tears. He shook his head to scatter them. "My thanks," he managed to say. "1,000 thanks." "Enge did tell me that the elven folk be trying to take the Dweomer off you." "They are, and truly I think me they can succeed. It's not without its dangers, but if they do, then I'll return to Hain Marn for good this autumn, at the waning of the war." Her smile broke through the mist of age. At that moment he could only think of her as young and beautiful, as lovely in her way as his daughter was in hers. "I'll be an old man, no doubt," he said. "And am I not an old woman? If we do get a few years of peace together, then I shall be content." "So shall I." He repeated the words, marveling at them. "So shall I." At the pier, the dragon boat deposited Kov and Yvain, then pulled away, ready to go fetch its mistress at her signal. Kov slung his bundle over his shoulder and followed the young giantess, as he thought of Yvain, up the path toward the manse. She was chanting a little song in Dwarvish. Yvain saw the dragon, Yvain saw the dragon, so happily that he had to smile. His native language sounded so sweet that he suddenly realized how much he'd missed it, whether speaking Devarian or trying to make sense of the Durgan's chattering tongue. "I've been in exile," he thought, "but I'm nearly home." Framed by the open door, a young woman, her raven dark hair pinned up on her head, her slender frame draped in a blue and gray plaid, stood on the steps of the manse. For a brief moment Kov thought she was Berwinna, but when she walked down the path toward him, the difference in her carriage and manner showed him his mistake. Unlike Winnie's confident stride, her walk was graceful, her smile shy instead of boyish. Her twin, he thought. Mara. "There's a good girl," Mara called out, also in Dwarvish. "Yvain, will you come into the manse?" "Yvain go to her tower," Yvain said. "Yvain saw the dragon, Mara." "I know, and I'm so glad you did. Can you find your tower door?" "Yvain knows her tower, Mara." She skipped off, a lumbering gait that reminded Kov of a dragon waddling on the ground, and disappeared around the corner of the manse. Mara smiled with a brief shake of her head. "I'll go up in a bit," she remarked, "to make sure she's safe and well. I gather, good sir, that you're a friend of my father's?" "I am that, my lady." Kov bowed to her, and she curtsied in return with a shy bob of her head. "My name is Kov," he said. "In Linsur I serve as one of their envoys." "Then it gladdens my heart to meet you." She paused, looking across the lake. "I'd hoped to meet him as well." "I don't know why he stayed on the shore, but I think he feels too shamed to land here." "That's so sad." Her voice carried genuine grief. "No one here holds aught to his shame." "Mayhap your mother will be able to tell him so. I don't mean to intrude upon you. I'll camp across the water with the dragon, but I fear me I have to beg you for some food. Your father rescued me from captivity, you see, and I came away with naught but these clothes." "No need to beg," she said. "Come in and take the hospitality of our hall. Hain Marn welcomes everyone who finds it. A man from Linsur is always particularly welcome." "My humble thanks." Ka followed Mara into the manse and sat down with her at the long table. An aged servant bustled in, carrying plates. As well as bread, she brought fish, pot-roasted with wild mushrooms in the coals of the big hearth. The scent made Kov swallow hard to keep from drooling. "My thanks," he said to the servant woman. "You're very kind." "Humph, you stink of worm, young man." Before he could answer, she took herself off again. Mara hid a soft laugh behind one hand. "My apologies," Kov said. "I cut a very poor figure at the moment." "It's of no matter," Mara said. "Do eat before your meal grows cold." After so many days of near starving, Kov made himself eat slowly and sparingly. He had no desire to become sick in front of this beautiful woman. She asked him polite questions, mostly centering on how he knew her father, and why her father had brought him to the isle. As he talked, she listened, resting her delicate chin on one graceful hand with deep attention. "Truly, Kov," she said when he'd finished, "you've suffered so much. War with the Horskin last summer, then taken by the Durgan this. What splendid tales you have to tell, though I'll wager that you'd just as soon have led a less interesting life." "My thanks, my lady," Kov said, "and you're quite right about my longing for a little less excitement." Distantly, Kov heard the sound of the gong, approaching across the lake. He rose from his seat with a half-bow. "It's doubtless time for me to leave you," he said, "but 1,000 thanks for your hospitality." Mara walked with him down to the pier. When Kov shaded his eyes with one hand, he could see the glimmering white shape of the dragon, wading across the lake. They arrived just as the boat was pulling up. With a shout, Lon tossed a hawser over one of the bollards. The rowers feathered oars and drew the ship up snug into her berth. With Lon's help, Angmar climbed up onto the pier. "Envoy Kov," she said, "you're welcome to stay here rather than fly off with the dragon. He tells me that he needs must take urgent news back to the Prince of the Westfolk, and he doubts that you want to go to their camp." "I don't truly, but I'd not intrude." "It would be no intrusion. A man from Linsur's always welcome on the isle. Enge is off hunting on the shore, but he should return in a day or two, so you'd not lack for company." "Then my thanks, my lady." Kov bowed to her. "I'll stay gladly." Angmar turned back to the boat and called up the news to Lon. He smiled, then began to strike the gong hard in a regular rhythm. The sound rippled across the lake. On the farther shore, the silver worm stood and seemed to bow. As Kov watched, Rory took flight. His wing beats drummed as Lon let the gong quiver into silence. The sound faded as he turned in a graceful arc and flew off to the west. Angmar watched him go in utter silence. At last, when not even Kov's dwarven eyes could find the silver point in the sky, she sighed, but only once. "I'd best go tend to Vane in her tower," Angmar said. "Mara, if you'll tend to our guest." "I will, ma'am," Mara said. "Lon has already fed him." "Good, good." At that Angmar smiled, though briefly. "I'll fetch Yvain her dinner." Kov bowed again, and she walked off, heading inside the manse. He turned to Mara. "Your servant's right, I must stink of worm." "Well, that most certainly is true." Mara smiled wryly. "You may heat yourself a bath at our fire. We have only the one servant, Lana that is, and she really can't haul water any more." I can bathe in the lake. I can swim, you see. Truly? She looked at him as if he were a great marvel. Well, around the back of the manse, there's a little bench that marks a shallow cove. You can bathe safely there. The beasts don't come right up to the shore. My thanks, I'll do that. But when I'm done, I'll heat myself some water to shave. If you have a razor here I could borrow. I do, one that my father left behind all those years ago. Besides the razor, Mara found him a clean shirt that had once belonged to Otho. Bathed, with his neck shaved and his beard neatly trimmed, in general respectable again, Kov joined Mara at the table in the great hall. You cut a much better figure now, she pronounced. My thanks, Kov said. A lovely woman like you deserves no less and a great deal more. Smiling, she reached out with one hand, as if she were about to take his, then hurriedly drew it back with a blush. All of Kov's weariness vanished at the gesture. There's hope, he thought. Oh, by Gon himself, maybe I can gain her favor. He felt like bursting into song. I'm somehow sure that Hainmarn has somewhat to do with this, Brenna said. In my meditations, I keep seeing a golden bird. A piece of jewelry, I mean, not a live bird. It's flat with outstretched wings, a brooch, I think it is. And this does make you think of Hainmarn, Gralazar said. It does, but I can't understand why. Gralazar considered, sucking a thoughtful fang. They were sitting in the Dweomermaster's tent, early on a wet afternoon, with the rain drumming on the leather roof above them. Now and then a drop made its way through the smoke hole in the roof and splashed on the cooking stones set on the floor. I feel like there's knowledge trying to reach me, Brenna said. A flood of it, like the rain outside, but all I get is the occasional drop or trickle. Meditating does seem that way often. Your dreams, see you the golden bird in them? Only once. In the dream I knelt by a stream and dropped the bird into it. In the dawn time my people gave gifts to the gods by putting things in streams and rivers. That's what my father's bard told us anyway, when he was telling an ancient story. No doubt a bard would know such things, Gralazar said. But I think me there be more to it. This bird, it like to be your key to this lock. When next you sit to meditate, make you a picture in your mind of the bird. Hold it there and think the name of Hainmarn. Maybe somewhat else will rise around the image. I'll do that. I'll have time alone when Neb goes to tend the wounded. How be the man called Hound? His wound is healing clean? Brenna smiled in deep pride. Neb was right about things living on wounds. Kill them and the wound heals. Splendid. Now let us hope that he does find the truth of illnesses, too, and some way to kill those tiny enemies, if truly that be the cause of illness. He will. I have every faith in him. I know he will. That evening the rain stopped. When Brenna stopped outside for a breath of fresh air, she saw stars shining through long drifts of ragged clouds. As the wind blew, the stars would disappear under the scudding gray darkness, only to re-emerge and shine as before when the clouds moved on. That's what the knowledge is like, too, she thought. Bits of the old days shine through. As she was falling asleep that night, Brenna tried to keep the golden bird in her thoughts in hopes that she'd dream about it again. When she woke in the morning, however, she could remember little of her dreams except a confused image of weeping women dressed in rags. That image was so strong that it stayed with her all morning. The more she meditated upon it, the more she felt the desire to help them. In her meditation, the golden bird seemed to speak and accuse her of somehow deserting them. It all seemed so important that Brenna decided she'd best ask for help with untangling the images. She darted through rain to Gralazar's tent, only to find Delandra there as well. The two masters, however, told her to come in. We were speaking about various things, Gralazar pointed to a leather cushion. But none be pressing matters. My thanks. Brenna sat down on the cushion. I might have received a hint of my true weird, and it does seem to involve Hainmarn. I was meditating on the golden bird just like you told me to. The images that rose were all of the old ones, the people who lived in Deveri before the Deverians came, I mean, not the Westfolk. I saw women weeping and holding out their hands to me. So I thought, I meant to help them. Does that sound right? It does, Gralazar said. But you do have much work ahead before you do understand those weeping women fully. Oh, I'm sure of that. They seemed to have somewhat to do with Hainmarn. I saw glimpses of the island, or rather an island that my mind called Hainmarn. That be an important difference, truly. 'Tis good that you do see it. Well, what I see doesn't match what Laz and Winnie told us. I see the island in a big lake, not a small one, and when I looked to the shore I saw pine forests, not oaks. Brenna frowned, considering. And this is silly, I know, but when I was meditating on what the island looked like, I kept thinking trout. I'm sure a lake like the one I saw would have trout in it, but still it seemed, well, silly. Ghalazar considered, sucking a thoughtful fang. Outside, the wind howled and shook the leather walls in a summer rainstorm. Tell me, Ghalazar went on, saw you any new thing about the lore behind Hainmarn? The one detail I remember, Brenna said, is that it could move. Not just to protect itself, I mean, we all knew that. But the Westfolk Dweomer Masters, somehow or other, could make it move where they wanted it to go. Delandra had so far kept silent, but now she cleared her throat, just quietly. Ghalazar glanced her way and nodded to give her permission to join this discussion twixt master and pupil. That's utterly fascinating and very important, I should think, Delandra said. Back before he became a dragon, Rodri told me about his time on Hainmarn, and now Laz has as well. Both of them mentioned the great Hall of the Manse. It has carvings on the walls, great swags of carvings, some of which seemed to them to be elvish digraphs. Others, Laz told me, looked like the sigils of the various lords of Aether, and still others were sigils that he didn't recognize. I do wonder, then, Ghalazar said, if the secrets of the Isle be graved on those walls for all to see but few to read. Delandra looked at Branna and raised a questioning eyebrow. Brenna shuddered, suddenly cold in the warm and stuffy tent. She had, she realized, just felt an omen touch. I think that's true, she said, if I read the omen aright. An omen, eh? So, Ghalazar clapped her hands together. I think me you be linked to this isle more deeply than we did think before. Indeed, Delandra said. When the time's right, you and I will go there and see if we can read the walls. Well, of course, if your master allows. Kind of you to ask, but Ghalazar was smiling. I think me it would be an acceptable thing if my apprentice did get a glimpse of grand secrets. Truly, then she might even devote herself to her beginner studies with a bit more zeal. Branna felt her cheeks burn with a blush. The two older women laughed, just gently, as if they too were remembering how it felt to be young. That evening, when they were discussing their day's work, Branna told Neb about the carved walls of Hainmarn. I wonder what those other sigils are, she finished up. The ones Laz couldn't recognize. I wonder too, Neb said. The healer who lived in Trev Hale used some odd-looking symbols for various minerals, like brimstone and quicksilver. She wrote them on labels and such like. She told me once that they were ancient, maybe Romani or even Gregan. Do you think they might have been Elvish? It could well be. I'll write them out and ask Della in the morning. By a golden Dweomer light, Neb found a scrap of pabris and mixed up some ink. Brenna watched as he drew the symbols. At first, they looked like meaningless squiggles and not more, but once he'd finished a row of them, she noticed that they were all composed of some dozen marks arranged in different orders. That one with the crescent over a straight line, Brenna said to Neb. Is that Quicksilver? It is. He looked up in surprise. What made you say that? I don't know. But the one with the crescent under the line, is that the metal silver? Right again. Dead silver, I suppose you could call it, so the crescent above the line might be the mark of some lively thing like Quicksilver. For hours they pored over the symbols, trying to discern which mark denoted which property. In the morning, when they took their discoveries to Delandra, she told them that the symbols indeed belonged to an ancient elvish way of describing various natural substances. What I wonder about, Delandra said, is how your herb woman in Trev Hale learned them. She told me they'd been handed down to her from her master in the craft, Neb said. That's all I know. In a way, it doesn't matter. This is a very valuable thing you two have done, breaking these symbols down into their marks. Neb, please write the meanings up on fresh papyrus. This lore is too valuable to lose. Do you think it will help when we get to Hainmarn? Brenna said. I do. I've been thinking about those unknown sigils on the walls. If they're composed of some of these marks, deciphering them's going to be much, much easier. A question, Neb put in. How are you going to get everyone to Hainmarn when the time comes? I'm assuming you'll want the other masters to help you. You're quite right about that, but I don't know how we'll get there. Delandra smiled a trifle ruefully. Dragonback, if not else. I'm sure Rory would carry us there. Well, assuming he's made up his mind about the transformation, but our Zosaw is another matter entirely. When Rory left Hainmarn, he flew a wide loop north, searching for the wagon train of migrating horsekin. He suspected their goal to be the fortress Durgi Dweomer had destroyed, but when he flew over the remnants of that construction, he saw no sign of the migrants. He counted up the days that had passed since he'd spotted them and realized that they should have arrived, even allowing for wagon breakdowns and the like. The warrior's tent camp remained standing around the ruins. He circled high above it to spy on the horsekin below. Gangs of slaves were removing the earth from the broken mound, while the keepers of discipline, prominent in their red tabards, kept watch. Now and then he heard the faint sound of a whip cracking and a slave screaming in answer. Much of the mound had turned to mud. One set of slaves filled big baskets with the stuff, whilst a second carried it off to dump it on the ground nearby. As far as Rory could tell, they were spreading the earth evenly over several acres of the dusty plain, an activity that struck him as pointless until he realized that other slaves were plowing the darker earth under. From the scent, he could tell that the leavings of the camp's horses and mules were also enriching the ground. Released from its long captivity under the mound, the spring had carved out a little stream bed in the days since he'd been gone. It now ran gleaming into the river nearby. Rory saw not a single barge on the river, though their previous cargoes of stone blocks still stood on the riverbanks. The horsekin might still be planning on building a fortress at the spot, he supposed, but he'd not be able to tell that from the air, not yet at any rate. He'd seen enough to report to Prince Dar. Down below, the tethered horses were beginning to dance and pull at their ropes. They had smelled him. With a flap and boom of wing, he flew up higher, circled one last time, and flew off south. Rory found the Westfolk camp some miles west of its last location. He circled it once, looking for our Zosaw, but she was gone, off hunting most likely. The thought of telling her about his decision to return to human form made him shudder and twitch in midair. With much flapping of wings, he righted himself and picked a spot to land downwind of the flocks. As he was gliding down, he saw some of the Westfolk leaving the camp, Prince Darylantariel, Calendariel, Ebony, and Delandra. He settled in the warm grass, furled his wings, and waited as they came jogging up to him. "News," Rory called out. "Those otter folk turn out to be cursed interesting and more than a little dangerous." "To us or to the horsekin?" Cal said. "The horsekin. And Envoy Cobb has a thing or two to do with this tale as well." The Westfolk sat down in the grass to listen. As he talked, Dar and Cal interrupted constantly with questions and comments about the fortress and the horsekin. Ebony asked for details about the Durgan, but Delandra said nothing, merely listened to his recital. When Rory finished, she lingered, though the others returned to camp. She got up from the grass and stood facing him. "Well," Dalla said. "I've made up my mind," Rory began speaking in Devarian. "If you can turn me back to the man I was before, it will gladden my heart." "Well and good then," she smiled at him. "I'll tell Val and Branna. We'll do a formal scrying ceremony for the book, and that should set the astral currents flowing in the right direction." "Will you need me to be here for it?" "We won't. Why?" I'd best leave straight away. Do you remember the horse-skin migration I saw? They should have reached the new fortress by now, if they were going there. They haven't, which makes me wonder just where are they heading. Delandra shuddered as if she'd turned suddenly cold. Indeed, she said. I think we'd best have an answer to that, and soon. Just so. The dragon paused to rumble with laughter. And we don't need Dweomer to find them as long as I have eyes. The book, on the other hand. Well, if we don't find it, mayhap we can devise some sort of Dweomer on our own to turn you back again. It might be very dangerous. To you and Val? To you, my dear worm. Delandra patted him on the jaw. I'd hate to strip you of this form and not be able to get you back into the old one. And please, she held up one hand for silence. No chatter about your Lady Death. I shall hold my tongue, then, he rumbled again. If you'll move a safe distance away, I'll fly off. The thought of those immigrants troubles my heart. Valendario had just finished casting a divination when she heard Delandra calling her. She took a quick look at the arrangement of gems on the scrying cloth, nothing of particular interest, then went to the door of the tent to answer. I need to consult with you about a ritual, Delandra said, concerning the dragon book. Laz hasn't been able to find it, and I'm wondering if the time's truly ripe. Come in, then, Valendario said. What's brought this on? Rory's finally made up his mind. He wants to be transformed. Finally, indeed. Delandra ducked under the tent flap. They stood looking down at the gemstones glimmering on Valendario's divination cloth. Not there about the book, Val said. You mentioned a ritual. I've come to realize, Delandra said, that the dragon book generates a current on the astral. That current most likely flows toward Rory. He can't retrieve it when he's flying all over the Northlands. He couldn't pick it up without hands, for that matter, even if it landed on his snout. Delandra laughed. Just so. There are spirits attached to it, and spirits are just so literal-minded. It's a very powerful artifact. All of Evander's creations were. It's a pity he didn't realize it. What do you mean by that? Well, do you think he considered the consequences when he unleashed these things upon the world? Or were they just toys to him? Anger flared in Delandra's eyes. Valendario looked steadily back until Delandra shrugged and turned half away. Perhaps they were. Consequences. No, he didn't understand them. Not at first, anyway. Dalla sighed and turned back. But about the ritual, I thought we might see if the current could be redirected toward Laz. Very well. I suggest we hold the ritual just before dawn. That will enlist the sun power. As it rises, it'll shed its light upon us and the query both. I like that idea. Will you take the east, then? Yes, and if we put Growlizar in the south and Brenna in the west, that leaves the north for you. That's appropriate. I'm the one who's going to have to wrest this Dweomer out of the darkness. Delandra paused, thinking. We'll let Neb stand as sentinel. He does so resent being left out of these workings. I have no objection to that. I've been meaning to ask you, in fact, if he'll be part of the Hainmarn ritual. Val smiled briefly. Assuming we ever find the wretched book, that is? No, he won't. The dragon represents a tremendous binding of male force. I think it'll be best to have the counterbalance be as female as possible. Delandra paused again. I'll have to meet Mara, Berwyn's twin, you know, before I can tell if she should take part. From what Laz said, she's mostly untrained. The Sentinel again, then. Another question. How are we going to all get to this island? I take it you can't hold one of the roads open long enough for all of us. I may not have to. It may be possible to bring Hainmarn to the Lake of the Leaping Trout. Brenna had a vision while she was meditating. She thinks that might have been one of its original homes. One of them? That's all she knows. Speaking of being untrained and all that, she doesn't know how to extend her visions yet. We shall see, however, sooner or later. Assuming, as you say, we can find the wretched book. On the morrow, some while before dawn, the Dweoma workers, Valendario thought of them as a war band of sorts, trooped out of the camp and walked out into an untrammeled stretch of grass. Val and Della trod out a ritual circle, marked it with powdered charcoal, then used their consecrated swords to level the grass within. Since they wanted to put the spirits of the working at ease, they laid the swords down to make an equal-armed cross in the circle's center. Neb, however, kept his sword when he took up his place, not as part of the circle, but between it and the camp. From her place, with her back to the dawn, Valendario sang out the ritual evocation of Aether. From their stations at the other cardinal points, the other Dweomer women sang back their responses. "In the name of the kings of Aether," Val finished up, "I declare this circle a place of safe visitation for their subjects." With wide arm movements, she sketched the sigils of the kings into the air. "So we do pledge," the three chanted in unison. In the gauzy silver light of the first dawn, the air within the circle became not quite visible but oddly present, as if it suddenly weighed more than the air outside the ritual marking. It seemed to quiver with unseen lives. In the center, just above the cross of swords, a glowing point appeared and took on color, a peculiar lavender at first, then changing to an unnaturally metallic turquoise. The point widened itself to a line. The line curled round into a circle, floating parallel to the ground. The circle expanded up and down, forming a glowing pillar of silvery light shot through with turquoise and lavender gleams and glints. Among the glimmerings of colored light a form appeared, vaguely human, vaguely female, her flesh dead white, her blue dress strangely fleshy. She stepped out of the pillar and curtsied to Valendario, then turned back to point at the pillar. Inside it gleamed a long line of gold light, hovering perpendicular to the earth. "Behold this spirit," the white woman said, "released from a crystal's greedy maw by she who stands in the north. He has come to aid you." "My thanks." Delandra stepped forward and addressed the light inside the pillar. "My thanks for your aid." The spirit bent itself slightly, as if bowing to her. Delandra stepped back to her station. "We have summoned you to ask about the dragon book," Valendario said. "We know it lies to the north. We have sent a man to find it, but it seems to flee from him." "The book belongs to the silver worm," the white spirit said. "True, but he cannot claim it. He has no hands. Nor can he hold a steady purpose in mind, with war so close to us." Inside its gleaming pillar the golden line thickened and pulsed. "Is the man with the burned hands and face your messenger?" the white woman asked. "He is." The female spirit stepped back several paces until she stood up against the pillar. The golden spirit inside pulsed and shrank, twisted and pulsed the more while she stood with her head cocked to one side as if listening. Eventually she spoke again. "He who has the book has been bound." "With chains?" Valendario said. "With custom alone. A slave he is, and no longer a man, though he once was whole." "I see. Can you free him?" "We know not, but we shall try. Shall we trust the man with the burned hands?" Valendario hesitated, glancing Delandra's way. "You may," Della said at last. "To a point. If he makes any move to bind you, flee. Listen not to a word, just flee." "So we shall do." As the white spirit stepped back into the pillar, the golden line flickered once and disappeared. Slowly her form dissolved into gleams and sparks of colored lights. Then she too vanished. The pillar shrank back to a circle, the circle to a line, the line to a point, and then nothing. The air returned to mere air. "It is over," Valendario called out. "May all spirits bound by this ceremony go free." She used her foot to scatter some of the charcoal and make a wide break in the ritual circle. "I declare this place a place on earth and not more." "So do we declare," the three responded. "It is over." As they all trooped back to camp, Valendario noticed that Branna and Neb, both of them wide-eyed, their faces flushed with excitement, hurried on ahead. They were talking about the ritual in low voices, leaning toward each other as they walked. When Neb took Branna's hand and drew her a little closer, Valendario's sudden stab of envy took her by surprise. She did her best to suppress it and look elsewhere, but reaching her tent came as a relief. Once she'd eaten, Valendario went to talk with Delandra further. The ritual had left her tired enough for sleep, but though the sun still hung low over the eastern horizon, the camp had come alive. Children and dogs raced around, yelling and barking. Some of the adults were standing between their tents, talking and laughing. Even though Valendario's tent stood on the edge of the camp, the noise penetrated the heavy leather walls. Delandra's tent was just as noisy. Val found her fellow Dweomer worker nursing the baby, while Sidro sat nearby, ready to take dairy when she was done. Val sat down on a cushion and stifled a yawn. The baby pulled away from the breast just long enough to glance Val's way, then returned to her meal. "She's not Lodlane," Valendario reminded herself. "She's someone new now." Delandra yawned with a shake of her head. "I'm tired too," Della said, "but Derry isn't." "Most like she'll sleep soon enough," Sidro said. Valendario suddenly realized that she'd not included her apprentice in the ritual. "I need to apologize to you," she told Sidro. "I should have asked you to come along this morning." "No need for apologies," Sidro said, smiling. "I do think me that my studies, they must soon take less of my day. I be pregnant again." "Well, congratulations." Valendario hoped she sounded sincere. "That's lovely." "Not that I wish to leave the Dweomer behind," Sidro said, "but until the little one be born, my mind it will be clouded. Bearing children does take my folk that way." Once Derry had finished nursing and Sidro had taken her out of the stuffy tent into the fresh air, Valendario asked Delandra the question that was nagging at her. "Why did you warn those spirits against Laz?" "It's not because of Laz, as he is now," Delandra said. "It's because of who he was. Not in his last life, but the one before that. Alastair treated spirits like so many slaves. I'm as sure as I can be that he's the one who bound that gold spirit into the black crystal." "I see. That would explain why the golden spirit reacted at the mention of the man with the burned hands." Val considered this briefly. "He treated his apprentices the same way, from what I've heard from Ebony." "Yes, I'd agree with that. That's the way of the Dark Masters. They break someone down and then put them back together again on their own particular warped pattern." Val paused, caught by her memories of Jav lying dead in their tent. Was Lodlane truly to blame? Her own question startled her. In all the long years since the murder, she'd never considered the possibility that Alastair might have been the true killer. He'd broken Lodlane's will with evil magics, then used him as a weapon. Would I blame the knife? "Val," Delandra spoke in a hesitant whisper, "are you thinking about—" "Of course I am." Val got up from her cushion. "But you know I think Lodlane was bound every bit as tightly and wrongly as that spirit." She walked to the door of the tent. "Don't blame yourself any longer, Dalla, not for my sake. I can forgive Lodlane. As for Laz, well, I'll have to think this all through before I see him again." Valendario ducked under the tent flap and walked out into sunlight. During their conversation, the sun had risen and chased the shadows away. For some days, Prince Voran's army, with Laz and Faharn trailing after with the other servants, had been struggling through the broken tablelands. When they finally crested the last ridge, they saw spread out before them the rocky plateau, the heart of the Northlands. Stumps from fresh-cut trees stubbled the gentle fall of the last hill down to the plain. Someone had been cutting timber, but the only structures Laz could see were a cluster of farm buildings a mile or so away, encircled by a gray line that most likely signified a stone wall. The faint green blush of new grain covered the fields surrounding them. Far off, nearly out of sight, a tuft of smoke rose, perhaps from the fireplace of yet another farmhouse. The late afternoon sun gilded the scene with a serenity that Laz instantly distrusted. "This does not look promising," Laz said. "Desolate, even." "Just so," Fahorn said. "I'll wager that the wretched boars have joined up with the Horsekin by now." "And have taken the book with them," Laz sighed in a flood of gloom. The army crawled down the last hill, then spread out along a stream at its base to water their horses. Laz noticed that Prince Voran had dismounted. The Cadverdoc stood off to one side with Garin and Belavro, while Bren knelt on the ground near the prince's feet. Brel and Voran were arguing while Garin hovered, apparently trying to get a word in and failing. "What's that all about, I wonder?" Fahorn said. Laz found out when Voran's manservant came running to fetch him. His worst fear: there knelt Bren, but he could find no excuse strong enough to avoid answering the prince's summons. As he followed the servant, he was calculating a few good lies. Bren glanced up, saw him, and went tense, studying his face. Although the prince never noticed, Belavro did, glancing back and forth between Bren and Laz both. "Ah, there you are," Voran said. "Tell me, scribe, how well do you know the North Country?" "This particular stretch of it, your highness," Laz said. "Not at all." "I was afraid of that," Belavro said. Voran shot the dwarven war leader a glance that hovered on the edge of anger. "We've been having a discussion about how far we should ride," Voran continued. "The arrow here thinks we should turn back, and I—" "And you are daft enough to leave your supply lines unguarded," Brel broke in, "and yourself miles from any allies in a country we know not about." "Brel, please," Garin snapped. "Please what?" Brel said. "Hold my tongue and let a lot of good men die for naught?" The prince and the Avro glared at each other, Brel with his hands on his hips, Voran with his arms tightly crossed over his chest, as if he were subduing his sword hand by force of will. Laz said. "I don't quite understand." "Here's the situation." Garin stepped forward and took charge. "Bren here tells us that the boar planned on retreating to the north before founding a new dun. The prince wishes to go after him. The Avro thinks the idea is sheer folly."
"Ambuscades," Brel muttered. "Ambuscades, starvation, long sieges without reinforcements."
"I fully intend to send messengers back," Voran said. "And how long will it take for help to reach us?" Brel scowled at him. "Your highness, honored Avro." Garin stepped between them, then turned to Laz. "We were hoping you could tell us somewhat about the lay of the land." "I do know that this plateau stretches for a good long way," Laz said. "On the far side of it is Horsekin country, where doubtless this renegade clansman of yours has allies." "And south of that?" Brel stepped forward. "You're a lore master, you must know somewhat." "True spoken, Avro Brel," Laz said. "Suppose we start from my old home Bramel, which lies in the foothills of the western mountains, far, far away. The boars may even be heading there or to Tain Balapan. Now, if you go east from either town, you reach a flat plain which I suspect runs for hundreds of miles, crossed by rivers. The plain we see before us is doubtless an extension of it." Laz cleared his throat. He was enjoying playing the lore master. "To the north is an area we call the Ghostlands because it's filled with barrows, the graves of heroes of days gone by. Some say it's the haunt of evil spirits." Brel snorted in disgust. "Some areas of the plain, those nearer the towns, are heavily forested," Laz went on. "There are several large rivers, including one named the Galantarg, which marks the border of the territory the Alchandra priestesses call theirs. But I fear me I can tell you no more than that." "I'd think you'd know plenty about the forest." Bren rose to his feet. "Considering you're an outlaw and an outcast and used to live in it." "Here," Voran said. "What's all this?" Of course I'm an outcast. Laz stretched out his maimed hands. Consider what the priestesses of Alshandra have done to me. Your Highness, you know full well that I refused to bow down before their demoness. Bren stared at the hands, then at Laz's face, and then at the hands again. You weren't marked like this when last I saw you, he said. What? Laz arranged a carefully puzzled expression. I've never seen you before in my life. Last summer when I came to your hidey hole in the woods. Laz gaped at him. I don't have the slightest idea of what you mean by that. You tried to kill me, Bren went on, but the blessed priestess stopped you, and one of the men of your band gave me a horse and sword. My band? They were holed up in the woods with you. Wait, Laz mugged surprise again. Do you mean to tell me you found my brother? Bren's turn for surprise. He took a step back. I thought he'd been slain, Laz continued. A nasty sort, but my brother nonetheless, him and his thieving ways. Are you telling me you found a man who looks much like me hiding in the forest? I did, Bren said. Ye gods forgive me. This fellow was an outlaw, sure enough. My heart feels torn in half. Laz managed to squeeze out a few tears. Your Highness, forgive my weakness. He wiped the tears away on his sleeve and sniveled. It gladdens my heart that my brother still lives, but sure enough, he's a thief and an outlaw, robbing travelers on the roads, a shame and a reproach to my matchfella, my clan, that is, in your way of speaking. I see. Voran appeared genuinely sympathetic. Well, mayhap I shouldn't admit this, but it's a pity we don't have him here. No doubt he knows the territory a fair bit better than any of us do. When Laz risked a glance at Browl, the dwarven war leader stuck his hands in his Sprigga pockets and arranged an utterly bland expression on his face, as if suppressing a grin. Fortunately, no one else seemed to have noticed the gesture. Well, one thing I do know, Voran said. After the hard push we made to get this far, the men need to rest. Bralavro will discuss this further. You may go, good scribe. Doubtless you're weary and hungry. I am, your highness. Laz made him a sweeping bow. My thanks. The army spread out and made camp. While he ate his meager rations, Laz noticed that the various captains were walking through the area and speaking to their men, appointing sentries and discussing who would stand which watch. As the sun set, the men on watch left the camp and took up posts that ringed the army round. That farm over there, Fahorn said. I wonder what the farm folk think of all this. They're doubtless terrified, Laz said, and probably with good reason. Armies have been known to strip farms of every scrap of food. That night, after the army had camped and set its sentry ring, Bralavro strolled over to Laz's campfire in the servants' area. Laz, who'd been sitting on the ground with Fahorn, rose to greet him. Just a question or two, scribe, Brawl said, grinning, and I'll promise you that I won't be telling your answers to anyone else unless you admit to being a horsekin spy or such like. Have no fear of that, Laz said. They and their wretched false goddess have taken everything I cherished away from me. Is that why you turned outlaw in the forest? Laz considered lying. The admiration visible in Brell's grin stopped him. It was, Laz said instead. I take it you saw through my ruse about my wicked brother? Of course. The grin grew broader. But the prince swallowed it whole, and that's what mattered. Brell let the grin fade. All I care about is your accursed good scribe. Just as exalted Mother Gralazar said you were. She doesn't lie, Laz said. It's frightening, in fact, how truthful she can be. So I saw last summer. Now I admire a man who can think on his feet like, but be careful around the prince. He sees things a fair bit differently. Apparently so. Are we really going to march out into unknown country looking for the boars? My men and I won't, no matter what his high and mightiness decides, and you're welcome to come with us when we leave. My thanks. If it comes to that, my apprentice and I most assuredly will. Good. We need to learn somewhat about the horsekin tongue, and if not else, you can teach us. As for Voran, I have hopes that Garin can talk the prince out of marching too far for the sake of his men. It's too great a risk for too little reward. Let the cursed boars go live with the horsekin, say I. It'll serve 'em right." With a friendly wave, Brel left, disappearing into the dark between campfires. Laz sat back down and gave Faharn the gist of the war leader's remarks. "Well, that's torn it," Laz finished up. "If the boars have the book and we're not going to pursue the boars, how am I going to pry the thing out of the miserly grasp of fate?" "We don't know if the boars still have it," Faharn said. "Maybe the spirits have managed to drop it by the side of the road or some such thing." "You know, that's quite possible. I've not scryed for it today. Let me see what I can see, if anything." Laz considered using the campfire as a focus, but he feared that the bright flames would mask the candlelit glow that usually accompanied his glimpses of the dragon book. He fed a handful of green sticks into the fire, then stood as the smoke plumed up. In the gray billow he saw a candle gleam. He focused his mind upon the dancing glimmer and thought of the dragon book. He saw a page by suddenly bright candlelight, the elvish lettering, the red runes scribed at the top, and a pair of hands, long fingers, and the cuffs of rough brown sleeves as the reader turned a page. Laz tried to follow the sleeve up to the face, but the vision began to dissolve. When he returned his scrying gaze to the book, the vision clarified again. This new page looked exactly like the last, as apparently the reader discovered. His hands turned the page back, then forward again with an irritable brush of his fingers. The hands closed the book with a snapping motion. Laz saw the dragon motif on the cover as the reader moved, standing up, walking a few steps, to judge by the motion of the book and the hands. The hands laid it down on an open saddlebag lying on a pile of sacks. Laz caught a glimpse of a wall, a rough plank wall made of fresh-cut wood, before the hands slid the book into the saddlebag, then hid the bag under the top sack. Laz broke the vision, then sat down rather suddenly. The smoke and the scrying had combined to make him dizzy. Faharn moved closer in alarm, but Laz waved him away. "You know," Laz said, "you are quite right. I don't think the boars have the book, not if they're fleeing across the plains to reach Horskin territory. I saw the book and the hands of the person who has it. He's inside some kind of wooden shelter, and I doubt me if the boars are dragging a privy with them or such like." Faharn snorted with laughter. "I suspect the astral currents have changed direction," Laz went on. "The candlelight seemed a fair bit brighter than usual. The vision was much clearer and more detailed, too. The flow seems to be drifting our way for a change. Could that mean the book's close by?" "No, distance has little influence over scrying. If you can see the thing at all, it doesn't matter how far—" Laz stopped, struck by an idea. "Here, the farm buildings. They're made of wood, just like the wall of that shed or whatever it was in the vision. And I saw a pile of cloth sacks, the same kind as farm folks use to store grain." "Ye gods, I wonder if the boars left that slave behind for some reason and the book with him." "It would be a splendid piece of luck if they had. So splendid that I doubt it. Still, in the morning I'll scry again. Let's hope that the army doesn't turn around and retreat straight away at dawn." Late that night, Laz woke from a sound sleep to see that he had a different sort of visitor. The white spirit in the peculiar blue dress was standing beside the banked fire. "Have you seen the book?" she said in Devarian. "I have." Laz pushed his blanket back and sat up. "Is it nearby?" "It is. The beast-marked man still holds it." "Where is he?" "Inside there." She waved vaguely at the north. "Do you mean the farm?" "I know not what that is." She frowned, then turned around and pointed in the general direction of the buildings. "Inside there." She turned back and began to fade, growing first pale, then translucent, then gone. Laz grabbed his boots from the ground next to him, and after a brief struggle got them on. He stood up and looked around him. In the east a faint silver light lay along the horizon, though the stars overhead and to the west still shone brightly. All around him, men lay asleep, wrapped in blankets or lying restlessly on top of their bedding. Had he really seen the spirit, he wondered, or merely dreamt the entire incident? They had never exchanged the sigils that would have confirmed a genuine manifestation. Even if she'd truly appeared to him, her comment of "inside there" might have meant the structure he'd glimpsed in his vision, or it might have meant somewhere on the vast plain. He would have to wait and see what he could learn later in the day. It was several hours after dawn before Prince Voran, with an escort of several hundred armed men, rode over to the farm. Laz managed to talk himself into joining Envoy Garen on the excuse that the prince might need a translator. The farm buildings huddled inside an earthen wall, a round house, a barn, a scatter of sheds, all with thatched roofs. As they rode up to the stout wooden gate, 3 big black dogs rushed forward, barking. From inside the house, a woman screamed at them to come back. Slowly, reluctantly, they obeyed. The woman got the dogs inside, then slammed the door shut. Only the clucking of frightened chickens back by the barn broke the silence. "Hello," Voran called out. "We mean you no harm." No one answered. Garen urged his horse up beside the prince's, and they conferred about the best way to gain the farmer's trust. Laz took the opportunity to scry for the dragon book, only to see nothing but darkness, most likely the inside of the saddlebag. Still, he felt an odd tingling sensation in his maimed hands, as if he were running them over the leather cover. He could almost feel the edge of the dragon-shaped applique. Perhaps the spirits guarding the book were trying to send him a message, that indeed it lay nearby. Laz rose in the stirrups and looked over the farmyard. Off to his right, back near the barn, stood a round wooden shed. He could just discern that a wooden bar held the door shut on the outside. For a brief moment, a golden line of light flickered on the roof. It's there. He knew with an absolute certainty that the dragon book lay inside that shed. But why was the door barred from the outside? To keep the slave scribe in, perhaps? By the gate, Prince Voran and Garen had finished speaking. Voran turned his horse to face his escort. "Men," he called out, "we're pulling back to some little distance. These people are never going to open up with an army at their gate. Envoy Garen and the translator here will parley." Voran paused to point out 5 men at the front of the escort. "And you 5 will stay as guards. Keep your hands away from your weapons unless someone threatens the parley." While the main force trotted off some 100 yards or so, Garen disposed his 5 guards a few feet away. With a wave to Laz to follow, the envoy rode back up to the closed gate. "Halloo!" Garen called out. "We truly do mean you no harm. I've got a good woodsman's axe here of mountain workmanship. I'll exchange it for some information." Only the chickens clucked in answer, but Garen and Laz waited, listening to the silence from the house. Finally, the door opened part way. A man slipped out, a tall fellow, dark-haired, dressed in shabby brown clothes. His shirt in particular was so near to rags that Laz could see skin through holes in half a dozen places. He walked to a spot halfway between house and gate, about 20 feet from the envoy. The way he stood struck Laz as odd, not bent-backed like every other Lichik farmer he'd seen, but straight and proudly. "Be it I may see this here axe," he called back. Garen unsheathed the axe, which had been hanging from his saddle-peak, and held it up. In the sunlight, the good dwarven steel of its head gleamed, more precious than silver out in this isolated area. While the fellow ambled up to the gate, Laz took the opportunity to study the shed with the barred door. From his distance, he couldn't be certain, but the door seemed to be quivering, as if someone were banging or pushing on it from the inside. "What be it you be wanting to know?" the farmer said. "Do you serve the boars of the north?" Garen said. "I did once." The fellow paused to spit on the ground. "Bastards." "Do you know where their dun is?" "The hells for all I care. They did move us out here." He waved one arm to indicate the plateau. "Then they did ride away off to the north. I hear tell that they be joining them their horsekin, but I know not if that be true or false. I see. Garin nudged his horse, who moved forward a few steps up to the gate. The envoy leaned over and handed the farmer the axe. Here you go, and my thanks. My thanks to you. The fellow took the axe in both hands and hefted it, then swung it one-handed as if testing the balance. This be a good thing. Axe in hand, he began walking back to the house. Laz and Garin rode off side by side to rejoin the prince, who was leading his escort forward to meet them. Laz turned in the saddle to speak to the envoy. Farmer my arse, Laz said. Garin said. What do you mean? The way he stood so proudly, and the way he swung that axe like a weapon. His hands were calloused, but his fingers weren't all twisted and deformed from grubbing in the dirt. And his legs, those torn brigga couldn't hide how bow-legged he was.
He spent most of his life on horseback, I wager.
Garin gaped at him. He's not a farmer. Laz sighed in sheer exasperation that the envoy couldn't seem to see the obvious. He's either a member of the Boers' war band, or, ye gods, maybe even one of the Boers themselves. Garin let out a whoop of laughter, quickly stifled, since the prince had ridden up to them. Hidden in plain sight, the envoy said. Just so. Prince Voran had apparently heard enough of Laz's discourse to agree. You've got good eyes, scribe. My thanks, your highness. Laz made a half bow from the saddle. Let's go back to camp. Voran nodded at Garin. I want to discuss this with your Avro. There's plenty of pine trees up on the hill. If we throw a few pitchy torches onto one of those roofs, the pigs should come running out of their sty fast enough. And the book will roast with them, Laz thought. He bowed again. Your highness, may I have your permission to speak? You may. Voran inclined his head in Laz's direction. I was thinking that it would be a great pity to burn their stored grains and the like with them. It's a long ride back to Daveri, and some of the men are growing worried about rations. That's a sound point, your highness, Garin put in. Food's always important to an army. True enough, Voran said. Well, I'll discuss this with Brel and see what he can come up with. Brel came up with something quite simple. Let the dwarven axeman break down the gate and then have the horsemen ride straight into the farmyard. First, however, as Garin pointed out, it would be best to scout out the second farm they'd seen in the distance, north of the first one. We'll probably want to take both of them at once, Brel said. Those barns won't hide more than a couple of dozen swordsmen each, so it should be safe enough to split our forces. To convince their prey that they'd believed his ruse, Voran led his men to the second farm. There again envoy Garin traded a dwarven steel axe for the information that the Boers had fled north, doubtless to join up with the horsekin in relative safety while their disgruntled supposed supporters languished in grave danger. This second farmer looked even more like a nobleman than the first. Oh, it be a long way to them their horsekin cities, he said. Or so I been told, all the way across this stinking rocky plain. Don't know how we're going to feed ourselves up here. Then why not go back to Sergani? Garin said. I doubt if anyone would arrest you or such like. Sergani lords are always short of folk to tend their lands. All the alleged farmer could do was stare wide-eyed at Garin. Laz suppressed a grin. It's their goddess, I suppose, he said to the envoy. Come now, my good man, you worship Alshandra, don't you? The fellow swallowed heavily and glanced away. What be it to you? He said at last. Naught, Laz said. Shall we go back to camp, envoy? Just so, Garin said. My thanks for the information. Voran and Brel decided they had no reason to wait until morning for the attack. They led their forces to a spot midway between the two farms, then split them into two squads of mixed cavalry and axemen. When they marched off, Laz followed the squad, targeting the first farm. The battle, such as it was, ended quickly. The axemen broke down the gate. The prince's riders poured into the farmyard. When armed men rushed out of the farmhouse and the barn, the front rank of swordsmen cut them down with an efficiency that reminded Laz of slaughtering sheep. The man who'd posed as a farmer in the parley, ran out a back door and headed for the wall, but riders chased and caught him. They dragged him back alive, more or less, to face Prince Voran when His Highness returned from the second raid. When the swordsmen dismounted, they began to loot the farm, as methodically as they'd slain its defenders. Laz rode round to the shed. He dismounted, ran to the door, and lifted the bar free of its staples. He was about to open it when it swung wide, pushed from the inside, to reveal a portly, pale-haired fellow with the brand on his face. He was clutching a leather saddlebag to his chest. He stared at Laz, tried to speak, but only stared the more. "I'm not a lovely sight," Laz said, "but we're rescuing you all the same. You're a free man." The fellow began to weep in two thin trails of tears. His head trembled, shaking no, 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 as if in disbelief. Laz caught him by the arm with one hand, then took his horse's reins with the other. He led them both around the looters and out of the compound to safety. By then Prince Voran had arrived with some of his men. The rest were stripping the other farm, and other prisoners as well, 2 men and a woman, to join the pair captured at the first farm. Voran had Bren and a raft of servants brought from the army's camp, the servants to deal with the captured supplies and livestock, Bren to identify the prisoners. 4 of the prince's riders made the prisoners kneel in front of Voran, who dismounted to look them over. Laz and the freed slave hurried over to watch. At first, the prisoners glared at the prince in cold defiance, but when Bren rode up, the men swore and the women began to weep, clinging to one another. Bren dismounted and trotted over to kneel at the prince's side. "That fellow there in the end," Bren said. "He's Lord Burke himself. The other's his brother, Lord Mark." "And the women?" Voran said. "Their wives, your highness. Truly, they all lived little better than farmers, even in that dun where I found you." Bren shot Lord Burke a look of sheer contempt. "Some king you are now, eh?" For a moment, Burke seemed to be about to speak, but he shrugged and kept silent, as did his brother. "Very well," Voran said. "I promise you that your women will come to no harm, Burke. I'll find them a place of refuge, but I'm taking you and your brother back to Sergani to answer the charges of reaving and murder laid against you there." "And just who be you, then?" Burke said. "Voran, Prince of the Gold Wyvern, Justiciar of the northern border by the command of the High King himself." Burke turned his head and spat onto the ground. The Wyvern men hauled the prisoners up and dragged them away in the direction of the army's camp. Prince Voran mounted again and led the rest of his escort after them, leaving the servants to deal with the booty from the farms. "So much for that." Faharn had come up behind Laz during the questioning. "Ah, this must be the fellow with the book." The freed slave turned dead pale and began to tremble. "Here," Laz said to him, "you must understand the Geldathay language." "Yes, I do." The scribe stood a little straighter and glared at him. His voice, however, was as high as a young boy's, despite the fierce edge he gave it. "I take it I'm still a slave." "No, you're not. I'm an outcast from the cities myself, a scribe and lore master, and this is my apprentice Faharn. My name is Laz Mage." "I'm truly free?" His voice squeaked on the word free. "You're truly free, and if you go back with the prince, he'll find a way to return you to your true people out in the Westlands. What's your name?" "Paul. Just Paul will do. What do you mean, true people? Horse-skin raiders destroyed my village when I was a child." "Village?" Laz blinked at him. "The Westfolk are wandering nomads." "Then alas, they're not my people." "But wait." Laz remembered old legends about those who'd fled the Great Burning. "Do your folk live near the sea?" "Yes, between the mountains and the Western Ocean, or up in the foothills where it's easier to hide from the raiders." "Then I've got someone of great interest to tell you, Paul, and you'll have a tale and a half for the Westfolk when you finally meet them. Come with us. If not else, you deserve a decent meal, and I see that Faharn has snagged us a chicken." Faharn held the fresh-killed brown hen up by its yellow feet and grinned, all fangs. The entire army ate well that afternoon, except for the prisoners. Faharn drew the hen, then encased her in wet clay from the stream bed and roasted her whole in their campfire. He also collected grain from the servants and made a porridge of sorts, which they ate while waiting for the chicken to cook. Once the clay covering had baked as hard as pottery, Fahorn pulled the ball out of the embers and broke off the clay. The feathers came with it, and they divided up the meat. Between bites, Paul told Laz about his people, refugees from the Great Burning who'd fled west rather than east out to the grasslands. There were, he thought, perhaps 2,000 of them at most, scattered in little villages and farms, living always in fear of the Horsekin. Paul's clan had been fishermen, and their exposed village on the coast far enough south for them to feel safe, until the ships came. "We didn't know that the Horsekin had boats," he finished up. "But these did, just a raiding party, yet there were enough of them. They came when the men were out fishing and slew the village elders before they took the rest of us as slaves." "Bastards," Fahorn remarked. "Just so," Laz said, "and cowards as well." "I thought my ancestors were the only survivors from the old days," Paul said. "But now you tell me there are others." "A great many others, actually," Laz said. "They live as West folk out in the grasslands, and then I was told that there are towns in the Southern Isles far away across the Southern Sea, and that the people from there are slowly returning to the plains." Paul digested this information along with his share of the hen, while Laz considered the problem of the dragon book. He'd not rescued this unfortunate man only to steal from him, though admittedly he'd stolen plenty of other property in his day. Those days are over, he told himself, and that was a matter of survival. He considered any number of plans before the obvious occurred to him. He could simply ask. "The book with the dragon on the cover," Laz said. "Is that a great treasure to you?" "Not any longer," Paul said. "I knew that the writing had to be in the language of my ancestors, even though I couldn't read it. It was a connection to my lost home and clan, well, of a sort, and the only one I had. I saved it when one of the servant girls back at the Dun was going to use the pages to light fires." Laz nearly choked on his mouthful of chicken. "I'm cursed glad you did," he said when he'd stopped coughing. "I'm a lore master, as I mentioned, and I'm most curious about the book." "Do you want it?" Paul laid his empty bowl down. "I'd be honored to give it to you out of sheer gratitude. If nothing else, you rescued me from that wretched hut. I was terrified that the prince's men were going to set fire to the compound and I'd be roasted alive in it." "I saw the door moving as if someone were banging on it," Laz said, "so I thought I'd best go see. Are you sure you can part with the book?" "Of course." For the first time all day, Paul smiled. "I don't need it now." His soft boy's voice quivered with joy. "I'll be returning to my people." "I'll ensure that you do." Laz rose to his feet. "Let me just see if I can have a word with the prince." Laz found Voran sitting on a folding stool in front of his tent. Brolavro sat nearby, and the dwarven war leader looked as pleased with himself as a cat with a stolen fish cake. When Laz knelt before the prince, Voran gave him permission to speak. "Your Highness," Laz said, "today my apprentice and I rescued a man who'd been enslaved by the Horsekin. He has Westfolk blood in his veins, and he fain would return west to his people." "The fat fellow," Voran said. "I take it that the Horsekin unmanned him." "I fear me they did. I was wondering if your Highness might grant me a boon, that you'd take the poor man under your protection and see that he gets home. Easily done. We have extra horses, thanks to the boars. But here, won't you be returning to Sergani with the army?" "I fear not, your Highness." Laz suddenly realized that he needed a good lie to explain why he'd been leaving the prince's service in the middle of nowhere. "I offered him a position with us." Brolavro saved him. "We need to learn the Horsekin language. He and his apprentice know it." "So they do." Voran swung round and scowled at the war leader. "Which is why I gave the man a position with me." "Your Highness forgive me," Laz broke in. "But what with my maiming and the ill will your people bear the Horsekin, my apprentice and I live in fear when we're in your territories. My scars make me an object of scorn, and poor Fahorn, your folk shun or threaten him." "Oh," Voran considered this for a moment. "Well, truly, I can understand that. Very well, then, I'll have my captain make provision for the rescued eunuch. We'll get him back west one way or the other. You are most generous, Your Highness, and my thanks. That night, while Paul and Faharn slept, Laz sat up by the glowing coals of the campfire and gloated over the dragon book. He'd done Delandra the enormous favor she'd asked of him. Now he needed to see what profit he could gain from it. Yet when he considered the Silver Worm, who hated him from lives past, and the dragon's possible rage should Laz try to withhold the book, he decided that it would be best to pass it along in the same way he'd received it, freely. Late that night, the White Spirit appeared to Delandra in her tent. In the dim glow from a Dweomer light, hanging at the ceiling, her womanish form looked so substantial that both Calendariel and Derry could see her, even though she'd created herself out of etheric substance. The baby gurgled and held out both chubby arms when the spirit bowed to Delandra. Cal merely stared, his mouth slack in surprise. "Greetings," Delandra said. "Do you have something to tell me?" "Yes," the spirit said. "The dragon book now belongs to the man with the burned hands." "Excellent. What about the man with the beast on his face?" "He is safe. He'll return to you here on the grass. The prince of the children of Aether has promised him aid." "I'm glad to hear that. Laz, the man with the burned hands, is supposed to take the book to Hainmarn." "So he intends. I heard him speak to the commander of the children of Earth. He will travel with them." "Well and good then. You have my heartfelt thanks for coming to tell me all of this." The spirit smiled and nodded in an oddly human way, then disappeared. Delandra handed Calendariel his daughter to hold. "I'd best go tell the others," Delandra said. "Gralazar and Ebony will want to know." "What I want to know is what happened to the boars," Cal said. "I assumed that spirit meant Volran when she spoke of a prince?" "Yes, I'm sure she did. I'll scry for him on the morrow, when it's light, to see if there's been a battle." Delandra got up and went to the door of the tent, then paused. "By the by, not a word about the book to Arzosa." "Don't worry," Cal said with a snort. "She doesn't deign to speak to me." "Doesn't she? Then consider yourself blessed." The dragon book and its attendant astral spirits, now safely stowed in Laz's saddlebags, were traveling west-northwest in the company of Laz and Brel Avro's dwarven axemen, heading to the dwarven city of Lin Sur across the desolate terrain of the Northlands Plateau. Even though Faharn and Laz were mounted and the axemen on foot, the two Geldathay were hard-pressed to keep up with the relentless stamina of the dwarves. Once they left the plains behind, their route wound through the foothills rising toward Lin Sur. The situation worsened as their horses wearied fast. By mid-afternoon on the third day, Laz and Faharn dismounted to spare them their weight and jogged along, leading the horses until Laz realized that he was panting for breath. Faharn had fallen some 100 yards behind. "Hold!" Laz called out.
"Avro Brel,
"Have mercy!" At the war leader's orders, the axemen stopped and formed a defensive circle around their carts and servants, who seemed as glad of the rest as Laz was. A sweating, blowing Faharn caught up with them just as Brel strolled back to chat with Laz. "Huh," Brel said, grinning. "I didn't realize we had a pair of weaklings on our hands." "Kindly spare me the manly jests," Laz said. "Consider our poor horses who are here through no desire of their own." Laz's horse tossed its head with a scatter of foam as if to underscore the point. "Oh, very well," Brel said. "We'll make an early camp and let the poor beasts rest." The army camped that night in a valley, little more than a shallow ravine between two hills, where groundwater had collected into a slow-moving but potable stream. For the evening meal, Brel and Garin invited Laz and Faharn to share their campfire. As they chewed leathery cracker bread and scraped mold from chunks of cheese, Brel discussed the journey ahead. "Won't be long before we reach Lin Sur," the war leader said. "But you need to get to Hainmarn, and that can be a cursed nuisance. The island never seems to stay put like." "Nuisance indeed. I hope we can find it." "You'll need a bit of luck for that," Garin put in. "Oh, no doubt," Laz agreed in order to be polite. Besides, how could he tell Garin that the island was easy enough to find for someone who could fly? Once we reach your city, we'll head off north. There's a river we can follow for part of the way. Fahorn had been listening, his head cocked a little to one side as he tried to puzzle out the Devarian words. Laz turned to him and gave him the gist of their conversation in the Geldathay language. Thank you, Fahorn answered in the same. I must say that I'm looking forward to seeing Hainmarn. You've told me so much about it. Laz started to say some pleasantry, but the words refused to come. He felt as if he were choking on lumps of ice, stuck deep in his throat. The hair on his arms and the back of his neck bristled as he shivered and gasped for air. Fahorn rose to his knees and turned toward him. Brel scrambled to his feet and hurried over. What's this? Garin got to his feet as well. A seizure? Laz shook his head no, gulped hard, and felt the omen pass off. A trickle of sweat ran down his back, just as if he'd not been freezing a moment before. Danger, Laz said. Ye gods, please believe me, there's danger ahead of us. What? Garin laughed, or tried to. What came out sounded more like a dog's bark. Nonsense, we're nearly to Lin Sur, as the Avro was saying. Oh, hold your tongue, Brel snarled. The Avro is now saying he's going to post sentries on double watch. Ye gods, Garin,
Didn't you see enough Dweomer last summer to recognize it when it's right in front of you?
Garin stared at him, his mouth slack, his eyes wide. With a snort, Brel hurried off, snapping orders in Dwarvish. Laz felt so drained that he might have fallen asleep right where he sat, but he shook himself and rose to a kneel. The Northlands were crawling with Horsekin raiding parties when last I rode through them, Laz said to Garin, and one of those messages you had me read said they were sending reinforcements to the Boars. For all we know, their line of march could cross ours. So it might? Garin spoke barely above a whisper. My apologies? To spare the envoy the sight of him, Laz returned to the small tent that he and Fahorn shared. In the light from the campfires around them, Fahorn built a little fire of their own. Laz lit it by summoning a salamander who obligingly caught the tinder, then settled down to bask in the flames. I was thinking of flying to take a look around, Laz said, but I'm not sure where I can find the privacy to transform. I doubt if the guards around the camp will let me past,
much less let me back again.
What? Fahorn grinned at him. You don't want to give everyone the surprise of their lives? It might be amusing, seeing the looks on their faces when a huge raven flew up from the middle of their camp, but I think that's an amusement we can forego. Why not just scry from the etheric? A good point, perhaps I will. Yet the thought made Laz profoundly uneasy.
While he couldn't say why, the thought of attempting that particular bit of Dweomer filled him with dread.
Another surprise did stir the camp, however, not long after. When he was setting the sentries, Brel had climbed out of the valley holding the camp. Off to the west, he'd spotted a fire glow, some miles distant but unmistakable. As he watched, the glow had held steady, indicating not a wildfire but another camp. Way out here, Laz remarked. That means Horsekin. Most likely, Fahorn said. Just our luck. I don't suppose it could be an innocent hunting party or such like. Would the gods be so kind? I doubt it. Curiosity conquered the dread and drove Laz to find out just who was sitting around those fires off to the west. He posted Fahorn as a guard, then went into their tent and lay down on his blankets. He decided that the only way to overcome his reluctance about scrying in the etheric double was to attempt it. He reminded himself that he had only a short distance to go and that no rivers or other running water intervened. He crossed his arms over his chest and breathed deeply and slowly. Once he felt the trance take him over, he summoned his body of light, which he'd constructed as a simple man shape in the manner of most Dweomer masters. What came to him, however, was a simulacrum of the raven, pale blue yet recognizable, and joined to his body by the silver cord. Laz banished it, broke the trance, and sat up. He was shaking, he realized, trembling like a man with palsy. Fahorn stuck his head into the tent. Did you call me? He said. I thought I heard a yelp or something like one. Did you? I wasn't aware of making one. Must have been someone else then. Fahorn withdrew. Laz got up and joined him at the campfire. I'm too tired to risk scrying tonight. The statement was true enough, Laz decided. What else would have caused him to confuse his various magical forms in such an unexpected way? The morrow will doubtless be soon enough. On the morrow, at the first light of dawn, Brel Avro sent a man up the hill whilst the rest of the camp packed up their gear. The scout came back with the report that indeed he'd spotted a plume of smoke or perhaps dust rising close to the spot where Brill had seen fire the night past. Laz sought out Brill, who was discussing the situation with Garen. "We've got two choices," Brill said. "We can try to sneak around them, which won't be easy. There's about 200 of us, and that means dust and noise. We're too close to Lindsir to just ignore the bastards anyway. I don't want them causing trouble for the city." "We're not even sure that they're horsekin," Garen said. "We certainly don't know how many of them there are." "That's true." Brill looked straight at Laz. "I wonder if our lore master here can find out." Laz had the quick and dishonorable impulse to say no, he couldn't. The memory of the peculiar behavior of his body of light made his chest turn tight and cold. But another memory kept troubling him, the sincere, grave look in Mara's eyes when she'd warned him against walking an evil path. "I probably can," Laz said. "I'll need some kind of private space to work in, somewhere invisible from the camp." "Among the trees?" Brill turned and pointed to the hillside. "I'll take a couple of axemen and we'll stand guard for you." "Done then," Laz said. "I warn you, though, don't be surprised at what you might see or hear." They found a shrubby thicket of sorts about halfway up the hill, with a clearing just large enough to allow the raven access to the sky. The axemen took up places among the trees with their backs to him. Laz stripped and transformed, then considered the opening above him. He hopped back to the edge of the clearing, took a deep breath, and flew, as vertically as he could manage. With a squawk, the raven just cleared the grasping branches of the trees and winged free into the morning. Laz saw the plume of smoke immediately and headed straight west. About a mile away, he found a camp full of horsekin, a gloomy prediction come true. He circled it several times, then flew back to the valley. When he reached the clearing, he heard the guards shouting below in Dwarvish, but he could understand the alarm and surprise in their voices well enough. They had seen him. He landed in the clearing far more easily than he'd flown out of it, then transformed back into man-shape. Brill and Garen trotted into the clearing while Laz was still dressing. "Well?" Brill said. "Horsekin indeed, about 100 of them." Laz finished lacing up his brigga, a slow process with his maimed hands, and took his shirt from the ground. "Some, of course, would be slaves and servants, but most were putting on armor and buckling on weapons. Falcatas, I assume. I was too high to see things that small." Garen crossed his fingers in the sign of warding against witchcraft. Laz pulled his shirt over his head, then sat down beside his boots. "I'll help you with those." Garen knelt down in front of him. "My thanks. They are the one thing that I have real trouble with. I just can't get a good grip on them to pull them up." Brill looked off into the distance and stroked his beard. "About 100, eh?" he said eventually. "We can take them then. How battle-ready were they?" Their horses were still on tether. "Good. That gives us a little time to fortify the camp. What's the terrain like beyond the hill? A flattish valley, a stream with thick underbrush along the banks?" "That'll do." Brill strode off, shouting in Dwarvish, orders to his men, Laz assumed. Once Garen had got Laz's boots on, they walked back to the camp, where a few of the men were pulling the handcarts into a rough circle. The servants were striking the tents and tossing them into the middle of the circle, along with packets of supplies and bedrolls. Laz spotted Fahorn helping haul carts. The fighting men were pulling on chainmail and readying their war axes. "We'll stay here," Garen said. "Good," Laz said. "I used to have a little skill with a sword, not much truly, but some. Now I can barely hold one." Brill left 25 axemen behind to guard the camp, then led the rest up the hill. Laz watched them as they reached the crest and went over, marching down out of sight, one tight rank at a time. Fahorn and the servants joined Laz and Garen inside the circle. The axemen left on guard disposed themselves around the perimeter. Laz sat down in the shade of one of the carts and looked up at the sky, streaked with a few pale clouds, shimmering with heat haze. When he opened his sight and thought of the mountain axemen, he saw them as clearly as if he flew above them from a height, marching grimly downhill to the flatter terrain near the stream. On the opposite bank, the horsekin riders had pulled up in a messy line made up of clusters and gaps rather than a true formation. Their horses tossed their heads and danced as the riders unsheathed their falcatas. As the dwarven troop formed up into defensible squares, some half a dozen riders broke free of the horsekin pack and trotted some distance to one side, maybe 20 yards, Lass estimated. They were holding some bulky thing. Archers. Laz wrenched himself from his trance. They've got archers. Garen swore aloud and began yelling at the guards in Dwarvish. Laz felt the danger around them so strongly that he could barely breathe. He had to struggle with his mind before it calmed enough for him to return to scrying. What he saw, half hidden in the swirling dust from the battle, appalled him. The Horsekin raiders had indeed brought archers with them, not many but enough to torment the dwarven line. A swift volley of arrows forced the axemen to lift their shields and swing the heavy axes one-handed in feeble strokes. The horsemen would pull back, wait for the arrows to fall, then dart forward to strike with their falcatas. The front squares broke, and the survivors pulled back. Mountain dead lay scattered on the field, while only a few horses and riders had fallen. Laz could see Brel Avro trotting back and forth, shouting orders, he guessed, since Laz couldn't hear sound from the battlefield. The dwarves began to fall back in orderly retreat. One of the archers grew too bold. He spurred his horse forward. A solid mountain hand axe came flying out of the retreat and caught the fellow across his face. Laz could imagine the scream as the man toppled from the saddle and fell under the hooves of the horsekin charge. The lead horses reared and bucked, disrupting the horsekin line. More hand axes flew, striking randomly. They wounded only a few horsekin, but the half-trained cavalry began to break ranks and mill around. Laz was expecting the dwarves to use the brief respite to retreat further, but instead they suddenly threw their shields and charged straight for the enemy. Long axes swung hard. Horses reared and fell, their legs cut out from under them. Horsekin rolled from their saddles and died as the axes slashed down. The cavalry line broke. Horses fled beyond control. Raiders broke ranks and shamelessly deserted, racing back toward the west. The mountain men swung and hacked. Blades flashed up, bloody in the sunlight, as the remaining horsekin turned their mounts and ran. One remnant, in utter confusion, broke for the hill that separated the camp from the battle. Laz pulled himself out of trance and screamed, "They're coming our way!" A wave of lathered horses and yelling horsekin broke over the crest of the hill and started down just as the axemen left on guard rushed forward to form a line twixt horsekin and camp. At the sight of them, most of the horsekin turned their horses to either side and rode back up to the crest and over. From the screaming and war cries drifting on the summer air, Laz could guess that they'd met the dwarves and their weird on the way down. One of the archers, however, decided on revenge. He pulled up his horse on the crest and began loosing arrows into the camp below. Servants screamed and dodged. The axemen trotted forward and up the hill,
climbing as quick and steady as only the mountain folk can climb.
The archer turned his horse and fled with his companions. The danger omen left Laz as suddenly as it had appeared the night before. He turned around to speak to Faharn and saw his apprentice slumped over a dwarven cart, hands clasped around the shaft of an arrow protruding from his chest. Blood flowed from between his fingers. Laz swore with every foul oath he knew as he caught Faharn by the shoulders and gently laid him down on the ground. Laz dropped to his knees beside Faharn and bent over his body. A quick glance showed him that pulling the arrow free would only make the wound worse. Faharn still breathed, but each breath wheezed and rattled in his chest. His mouth opened in a gasp. A thick red bubble burst on his lips. Nothing to be done here, Laz thought. He slipped into trance and summoned his body of light in one smooth motion of his mind. This time the man-shape appeared as robust as ever. Laz transferred his consciousness into it and followed Faharn into what his apprentice would see as the death world. Faharn's etheric double, pale and stretched thin in the bright blue glow, hovered a long way above his body. The silver cord had dwindled to a mere thread, and as Laz rose up, he saw the thread snap. Faharn's utter bewilderment clung around him in a thick gray mist. "Faharn," Laz thought to him, "I'm here." The etheric double swooped down to meet him, but Laz could hear no thought, only feel Faharn's wordless terror. His own stab of guilt made him tremble. I should have told him. I should have told him the truth earlier. He forced his mind steady. "You're dead," Laz projected as much cold calm as he could muster. "You're dead, but it's not the end. You're going to go on and live again, I'll lead you. Fahorn held out pale blue hands. You can't touch anything here, Laz thought to him. You're going to a new life. Follow me. His years of unthinking trust brought Fahorn rewards now. Whenever Laz glanced back, he saw Fahorn's glowing blue form following him. Laz rose to the upper levels of the etheric, then opened a gate to the astral world beyond. As he swooped through, Fahorn came after. They soared upward through the indigo tunnel, studded with stars and images, echoing with ghostly voices, past the twisting, churning forms projected from both their memories, until at last they burst out into the pale lavender meadows of death. Ahead, beyond the field of white poppies, lay the White River, where water that never flowed on earth, nor reached an earthly sea, slid past without a ripple or a sound. "Cross over," Laz said. "Cross over to a new life." Yet Fahorn lingered, hovering close to him. When Laz let his own form drift toward the river, Fahorn came after. Close to the bank, a mist was rising, reaching toward them with pale wisps like hands. Laz glanced down and saw his own silver cord stretching out thin. "Fahorn, go to the river." He made his thought voice as gentle as he could. "Trust me, life awaits you." With a bob of its head, the etheric double obeyed. The misty hands caught the image of Fahorn's hands and pulled him to the river's edge. A vast silver wave rose up and enveloped him, washing him safely to the farther bank. In the rising mist, Laz could see no more. Laz turned his consciousness to his body left far below. With a yank, the silver cord thickened and hauled him back to the gate. He plunged through. Down he swept, through the indigo tunnel, down and down, until with a gasp and a wave of pain he fell back into his flesh. Aching and gasping for breath, Laz opened his eyes. He found himself still crouched over Fahorn's body, soaked with darkening blood. "Here, here, lad," a familiar voice said. "There's naught to be done for him. Come away now." Laz looked up to see Garen standing nearby, his eyes all sad sympathy. "True enough," Laz said. "I was just saying a prayer or two for the dead. It's our custom, you see, among the Geldathae." "Ah, well and good then." Laz stood up and turned away from the dead thing that had once been his friend. He would miss Fahorn, he realized, another person he'd not appreciated until it was too late. Ye gods, he thought, that's a nasty thread to have woven through your life. When he glanced around him, he saw Brel nearby, barking commands as his men restored order in the disrupted camp. "We'll bury him with our dead," Garen said. "Back in Lynn, sir." "My thanks, envoy. That's an honor indeed." Garen bowed to him. "It's time for the truth, envoy," Laz continued. "Even though remaining with your people would be another honor, I have a grave reason to leave you. The Mage Dalandra charged me with the task of retrieving a book from the Boars. I've done that, and now I'm supposed to take it to Hain Marn to wait for her there." "Never would I stand in your way if Dalandra's behind this," Garen said. "But if you'll come to Lynn, sir, we can give you an escort to the island." "That's truly generous, but I'd best take my leave of you. I can get to Hain Marn faster on my own." "What?" Garen said. "You'll be in danger the entire way. A lone horseman out in wild country." "I'll be leaving our horses with you." "What? But—" Brel turned and shouted something in Dwarvish that made Garen wince. Laz could guess that it was some variant of, "He can fly, you idiot," since both the war leader and the envoy knew about his raven form. "You know your own mind best, Laz," Garen said in Devarian. "We can give you some food for the trip at least." "That would be a blessing, and I thank you. I've been an outlaw for years, you know. I'm good at slipping through wild country unseen." "Very well," yet Garen hesitated. What would he do, Laz wondered, if I told him the truth? Or is that what Brel shouted at him? "If you're certain you'll fare well," Garen said at last. "Certain I am, good envoy, and my thanks for your aid."